1 minute to air. The live stream has started.
Good evening, everyone. It's great to have you all in the building. Let me start out by saying I had a pretty bad ear infection. And I just I will make my way through this meeting with Advil and patience for this ear infection. But I look forward to having everyone here. Residents, good to see you. Let us start with a moment of silence, please. Silence. Thank you. All right, I'll now go to Councilmember Freeman for the Pledge of Allegiance.
It's our practice to stand to salute the flag. If you'd like to join us. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Good evening, Mayor Williams. Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
I'm here.
Councilmember Baker.
Here.
Councilmember Caballero.
Here.
Councilmember Cook.
Here.
Councilmember Freeman.
Present.
And Councilmember Rist.
Here.
All right, announcements. Councilmember Cook.
All right. Great to see everyone. Thank you all for coming. I'm going to be very brief tonight because I know that we have a lot of folks who are hoping to speak on a few of the budget items this evening. So I just wanted to give a thank you to the Community Development Department and specifically the Citizens Advisory Board. I was able to attend their annual retreat on Saturday from 8:30 until 1 p.m. We love an 8:30 Saturday morning meeting when you have two jobs. But I did learn so much, and I was just reminded about why I love Durham, which is that folks are so engaged. We have so many citizen participation boards, and y'all know that I like to ask a lot of questions, particularly these folks up here know that I like to ask a lot of questions. And I was in a room full of people who also like to ask a lot of questions, so it was just very affirming. We ran over our time. We worked all through lunch, which was, I'm sure, not what anyone wanted to do on their Saturday morning, but just such a great reminder how engaged folks are, how much they want to learn. And so just want to say a thank you to the staff who make that possible, but also to y'all for showing up to these meetings, for emailing us, for calling us, for participating on these boards. It's really incredible, the engagement that happens. Y'all hear me say this every time, but I really hope that you will stay for the whole meeting. We have so much important agenda items that, you know, it's a big ask because a lot of times we're here until Tuesday morning, but so many important agenda items that I think are so crucial to so many of the causes that you care about. So I hope that folks will continue to show up and stay if your bedtime and schedule allows it. And that is all. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Baker. All right, Councilmember Caballero.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, everyone. Good to see everybody. I just wanted to say thank you to Bike Durham. Last Wednesday, they held the annual Ride of Silence, which is a silent bike ride in commemoration of pedestrians and bicyclists who have been killed. And so that is an annual event that they hold, and I was glad to be able to join them again this year. Also, I think our second since 2019 Planning Academy. Some members from the Planning Academy may be in the audience. These are residents who have signed up to learn more about how planning works in our community. And so I just want to shout out those folks because that is also something that has been very popular in Durham, and we had to take a very long pause during COVID. So this is the second one. We had one in the fall, and we have one currently happening. Thank you. That's all, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Freeman.
Good evening, everyone. I would just like to welcome you all and just say that I think this is going to be a great meeting. I will just add that I think yesterday, it was a great celebration for the 99th birthday of Malcolm X, who shifted to El Hajj Malik El Shabazz. I know we did a resolution a few years back just acknowledging how our formerly incarcerated folks can contribute to our community, and I just want to continue to uplift that message and just make sure that we're supporting those folks who are returning from incarceration. Thank you, that's all.
Thank you, Councilmember Rist.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Madam City Manager, citizens of Durham. Just a couple things. First of all, shout out to the Rotary Club for organizing for the first time in Durham the Flags for Heroes event. I had a chance to check it out yesterday. There's an installation of flags at Hub RTP, which is the co-sponsor, honoring first responders, veterans, and other heroes. So it's a cool display out there. I encourage you to check it out if you're interested. And I think the mayor is going to be doing a presentation there. It's going to stay up until Flag Day. And I think the mayor is going to do a presentation during Flag Day at that same installation. So want to let folks know about that. The other thing I just want to say is I want to appreciate all the folks who've sent in comments and ideas and suggestions for our budget. We really appreciate all those ideas. Appreciate the folks who've come here tonight to speak about the budget. That input is really critical to us doing the job we do, so I want to thank you for that. Appreciate every idea. We read them all and take them seriously. So thank you for sending those in, and I look forward to your comments tonight for those who are speaking. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good evening. Good evening to my honorable colleagues, everyone in chamber, and whatever platform you'll be watching on. Just very quickly, two quick things. Mr. Mayor, I had the pleasure of being with our police department this past week for their service awards and sat absolutely awe-inspired by stories of heroism. Some of them that have made the news, most of them that did not make the news. Had opportunity to stand with Chief Andrews and represent the city and pass out medals and citations, but mainly just to shake folks' hands and to thank them for the service that they render to our city. So congratulations to all the award recipients of the Durham Police Department, the men and women under Chief Andrews' command, her entire command staff, and thank you for allowing me to be a part of that great celebration. Very humbling experience, very grounding experience as well, knowing that we have so many people that run towards what most of us run from in our daily lives. So shout out to our Durham Police Department. I also want to shout out the thousands of Durham residents who stood out in the rain and partied at Bembe this past weekend, our 54th year of doing it, celebrating arts and culture. It was raining, but it did not stop all of those Durhamites who were out there dancing in the rain. It was a beautiful sight. I want to congratulate our Hometown Hero Award winners as well. Part of our tradition is to honor folk that have distinguished themselves. Crystal Taylor and DJ Nabs, as well, who received awards that day for being a hometown hero. We also honored Brian Dawson, who is a familiar voice here in our community, radio personality, who has celebrated 25 years, which is hard math because he's only 21 years old. He's been on the radio for 25 years, and I was honored to celebrate him. That's it, Mr. Mayor, as far as announcements. On a personal note, I would like to ask my colleagues for an excused absence for this Thursday's work session, as I'll be traveling to attend graduation celebrations. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, colleagues.
All right. You want to make that motion now, and we go ahead and get it out of the way? Anyone?
Sure, so moved.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded to accept Mayor Pro Tem's absence on Thursday. All in favor? Oh, I'm sorry. No, got you here. Madam Clerk, can you open the vote, please? Please close. All right, thank you. All right, and I had the honor of actually spending time in Dallas, Texas, all last week. So shout out to their city officials and their just local agencies. Got a chance to go and look at some of the infrastructure that they have going on. They have what's called the Clyde Warren Park. It's a deck park or a freeway cap, and basically what they did was it was an old dilapidated bridgeway over the highway, a bunch of concrete, and they basically beautified it with the park. 5.5 acres, and now that park is a convening space for community members. It is absolutely beautiful. I went to see this one because it's one of the most, if not the most successful freeway cap park in the country. It's generated over $1 billion over the last few years since it's been there. It was a public-private partnership, and they generate, not only $1 billion in economic impact, but they bring in so much money there. That's the financial benefit of it, but also just the beauty of bringing people together for from the water park for the kids to just beautifying, an old, ugly concrete space that was just open to actually having a space that is in the heart of the city. I hope that we can do something similar to reconnect Hayti to downtown like it's supposed to be. One of the major investments in Hayti was when the federal government tore it apart with the highway, and I hope that we can repair that. So I'm starting the early stages of trying to be innovative and creative to reconnect our community like it's supposed to be, and got a chance to do that. Also went to visit the Katy Trail, which is very similar to our American Tobacco Trail. I'll also go to visit the Beltline in Atlanta because that's going to be hopefully what we do, something similar with the Durham Rail Trail, activating that space. Folks, I want you to know I'm extremely serious about, really building assets in our community that we all can be proud of. It's going to be a long process, but I'm up for challenging that bureaucratic process and not letting it be so long. So the more we know, the more we can do, hopefully the quicker. And I'm sure we can walk and chew gum at the same time as we deal with the other issues across the city. That was a great trip, and I really appreciate them taking the time to show me around, and that was great. This past weekend, as we all know, I hate going viral for the wrong reasons. We had the Bembe Festival. No, Monica, the national recording artist, did not show up, but the Bull City did. This is one of the most successful Bembe festivals that we've had. Well over 3,000 people came together, and we celebrated one another. We celebrated culture. We celebrated arts and African-American history and culture and heritage, and we had a dang good time. It was hot and humid initially, but the rain cooled us off, and there were a lot of high points in the day. I enjoyed getting off stage after my remarks and getting out in the crowd and dancing with my suit on. I did have to go home and change clothes because the rain came, but it was more fun when I came back and the sky just opened, and people got up with their ponchos and their umbrellas, and we just started doing the electric slide and just dancing in the rain. It was a beautiful moment, and it was a lesson learned. Snafus happen, things happen. I know the media reports want to talk about Monica. Listen, Monica is going to be a guest. She's not the Bull City, and no artist is. We are the Bull City, and that's what we need to highlight. And so, as Mayor Pro Tem said, we had hometown heroes that we honored. Shout out to DJ Nabs for producing, which was a surprise to me, a whole Durham is Dope song. I got in my real character on stage because it was hype. and had a great time. And there was probably a lot of videos of me just jamming because we danced the whole time. And I know that because I was so sore the next day. But it was a great time. If you didn't come, just make sure you come next year or the next time we have a major event. We know how to celebrate each other. And we shouldn't determine whether we can come together as a community based on someone that's not here. To all of the unanswered questions, we are looking into how the ball got dropped, where it got dropped, all of that stuff, and we'll figure that out. But what's most important is we had fun this weekend. We had fun as a community, and we're going to do it again. We're going to have more festivals. So thank you all to who came out. Thanks for jamming with me, and thanks to the Hometown Heroes and all they've contributed and continue to contribute in our neighborhood. All right. And yeah, and there's a lot of graduations coming up. Looking forward to seeing the seniors walk across the stage in high school and college. And, you know, that's going to be a beautiful sight. Those are big accomplishments. All right. I think we can get to the business here. I will say before we start, there's, what item is your budget? 35. The budget presentation is going to be item 35. I do want folks to know that I have quite a number of folks who signed up. That is, you know, that's fine. We're following the procedures, but I want folks to know we have multiple opportunities to speak on that as well. We have the budget hearings that are going to come up. Tonight is just the manager's first presentation. And then we are going to have time as a council to also deliberate. We're going to have, I think the next meeting is May 29th is the public hearing for
The public hearing is June 3rd.
June 3rd, okay. And also you have June 3rd as well to really engage in the budget as well. Just as we make those final edits to bring this thing to a head so we can get it passed. But I am very proud of the city so far. All right. Let's get to it. Priority items. Madam Manager.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor Williams, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, and members of the Durham City Council. I have 3 priority items for your agenda this evening. Agenda item number 41, Consolidated Annexation, Virgil Road Assemblage, Attachment J, Utility Extension Agreement was added to this item. Agenda item number 44, Home Investment Partnerships Program, HOME, Grant Project Ordinances for 2023-2024, fiscal year 2020 to 2021, and fiscal year 2017 to 2018. A supplemental item was added. And finally, agenda item number 45, revision to the 2024 City Council meeting schedule. A supplemental item has been added. That is all I have.
Thank you so much. Madam Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor Williams, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, and members of the City Council. The City Attorney's Office has no priority items tonight.
Cross your fingers work. All right, good deal. Madam Clerk.
Good evening, Mayor Williams, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, and members of council. The City Clerk's Office has no priority items.
Thank you so much. And as I get into reading the consent agenda, I think you may have mentioned, I heard you say something about the Planning Academy. Okay. All right, so the academy is completed. Is that right? Could you all stand if you're in the audience? Thank you all. All right, let's not think it was only a few people. It's actually quite a bit of them, but they left after they got their certificates. Thanks for sending me that. I thought it was still going on, so I was going to acknowledge you guys, but okay, good deal. Thanks for going through that. I usually try to crash the class. Tonight was not intentional when I walked through, but I didn't know it was the last one. Cool deal. All right, at this time, I will read the consent agenda. Item number 1, it's a long agenda tonight, folks. Item number 1, Durham City County Environmental Affairs Board appointment. Number 2, Durham Affordable Housing Implementation Committee appointment. Number 3, Durham Convention and Visitors Bureau appointment. Number 4, Durham Convention and Visitors Bureau, Discover Durham Mayoral appointment. Number 5, approval of city council minutes. Number 6, March 2024 bid report. Number 7, American Rescue Plan Act Performance Audit Report. Excuse me. Number 8, U.S. Department of Transportation Federal Aviation Administration Airport Improvement Program Grant Offer. Number 9, City Council Planning Department Fiscal Year 2025 Work Program. Number 10, American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA funds, resolution providing approval of a multifamily housing facility to be known as Sankofa Landing in the city of Durham, North Carolina, and the financing thereof with multifamily housing revenue bonds. Number 11, resolution confirming approval of a multifamily housing facility to be known as Commerce Street Apartments in the city of Durham, North Carolina, and the financing thereof with multifamily housing revenue bonds in an amount of not to exceed $27,861,000. 410. Okay. So item number 4 and item number 10 have been pulled. That's online?
Yes.
Okay. Number 11, resolution confirming approval of a multifamily housing facility. No, I'm sorry. Number 12, approval of Durham Community Land Trustees Incorporated to receive a forgivable permanent construction loan to rehabilitate substandard rental units in Northeast Central Durham and execution of the construction financing commitment letter. Number 13, 2022 Continuum of Care Program Grant Project Ordinance. Number 14, contract for Locution Systems Incorporated Service Agreement. Number 15, 2024 General Obligation Bond Referendum. Number 16, Cooperative Group Purchase Contract Street Sweeper. Number 17, Cooperative Group Purchase Contract Bucket Truck. Number 19, intent to declare property as surplus. Number 20, American Rescue Plan Act Revenue Replacement Project Fayetteville Street Corridor Improvements. Number 21, American Rescue Plan Act Project Fayetteville Street Corridor Improvements. Number 2, Contract WS-87C Inspection and Ombudsperson Services for Petition Water and Sewer on Stallings and Gear. Number 23, Contract WS-87 Petition Water and Sewer on Stallings and Gear. Number 24, resolution accepting the local assistance for stormwater infrastructure investment grant award from the American Rescue Plan Act for the South LOB Stormwater Restoration Project. Number 25, utility extension agreement with Healthy Start Education Incorporated to serve as the Healthy Start Educational Facility. Number 26, EGI Stormwater Basin and Retrofit Opportunity Evaluations. Number 27, resolution to support the Upper Neuse River Basin Association, URNBA, fiscal year 2025 budget. Number 28, contract with Wildlands Engineering Incorporated for the Southeast Durham Watershed Improvement Plan, SP-2023-01. Number 29, amendment number 5 to contract number 19904, assignment agreement for the management and operations of the Go Durham Access Service. Number 30, fiscal year 2025 Durham County Transit Work Program funding agreements. Number 31, Shared Active Transportation, Shared Micro-Mobility Ordinance Revision. Number 32, award of bid term purchase contract for computer maintenance management system from Brightly Software Incorporated. Number 33, award of contract for Caterpillar methane engine overhaul from Gregory Pool Equipment Company. Number 34, blanket purchase order agreement with Ferguson Enterprises, LLC for census water meters and components. Number 42, American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, interlocal agreement with Durham County to support culture and arts recovery efforts. Number 43, contract with Mythics, LLC to replace the current enterprise resource planning ERP system with the Oracle Fusion Next Generation ERP solution. Number 35, fiscal year 2024-2025 proposed budget and fiscal year 2025-2030 capital improvement plan. Number 37, permanent closing of a 479 linear foot portion of Dacian Avenue. Number 39, Consolidated Annexation Fayetteville Road, Multifamily. Number 40, zoning map change, 4917 and 5005 Chin Page Road. Number 41, Consolidated Annexation, Virgil Road Assemblage. Number 44, Home Investment Partnerships Program, Home, Grant Project Ordinance for fiscal year 2023-2024, fiscal year 2020-2021, and fiscal year 2017-2018. And number 45, revision to 2024 City Council meeting schedule. All right. So number 4 and number 10. All right, so we have items number 4 and 10. Does it say who it's pulled by?
4 and 10.
They're online?
They're online, but you're going to do the consent.
Okay, yeah. All right, this time, colleagues, I'll entertain a motion to accept the consent agenda with the exception of items 4 and 10.
Move to adopt consent.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Madam Clerk, please open the poll, the vote. Please close the poll, the vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
Okay.
To be heard after the fact.
Ladies and gentlemen, one moment, please. So colleagues, I made a bit of a mistake here. 35. Could you add those to 35 for me? I'm so used to looking at the cards when it's time for the presentations. However, there were actually cards signed up to pull items, and I did not look at those. So to be fair, we could go forward, but I don't think that's personally fair. So I'm going to ask that we rescind that vote, and I will entertain a motion to rescind the vote to consent.
Move to rescind.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and properly seconded. Madam Clerk, please open the vote. Please close. All right, thank you. The consent agenda is unadopted, and I would now entertain a motion to adopt the consent agenda with the exception of items 4, 9, 10, 20, and 21.
Move to adopt consent.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and properly seconded. Madam Clerk, please open the vote. Please close. All right, so again, that's items 4, 9, 10, and 20, and 21. And I will be addressing these once now we're going to go through the actual agenda process. Yeah, so these items will be heard at the end of all regular business.
So next goes to my presentation. 35 GBA.
35 is you, right? All right. First item up is number 35, fiscal year 2024-2025 proposed budget and fiscal year 2025-2030 capital improvement plan. Madam Manager, the show is yours. Mayor Pro Tem, I'm going to pass over the gavel for just a moment.
Madam Clerk, I'm assuming the gavel.
Good evening. Ready? As your city manager, I am honored this evening to present to you my proposed budget for fiscal year 24-25 for the city of Durham. As our city council and staff know, our administration begins working on our budget in November of each year. To some, it might seem like a routine process of projecting revenues and expenses and walking a tightrope to make equal or balanced as we try to meet the wants and the needs of Durham community members and our employees. This year, the wants and the needs were very significant, and the challenge for our administration was to find a way to meet many of those needs, especially those of our dedicated employees. It was just the right thing to do. As with past budgets, I appreciate the guidance and support of our city's elected leaders, Mayor Leonardo Williams, Mayor Pro Tem Mark Anthony Middleton, and council members Nate Baker, Javiera Caballero, Chelsea Cook, Deidreana Freeman, and Carl Rist. Their steady guidance and direction have been crucial to ensuring that our residents' voices are heard and reflected in our budget. During this budget cycle, City Council and our staff spent time considering the many challenges that face Durham during the 2 retreats held in February and March of this year. We also heard from many residents. On this slide, you see residents participating in our community conversations in January. And throughout the year, our employees made their voices heard about their pay. Throughout this presentation, you will see how this budget demonstrates the values that make our city a great place to live, work, play, and visit for so many. Again this year, as I did last year, I want to make it very clear that I do value our employees. It is no secret that the city, like most municipalities and even some private sector employers, are still have shortages in several areas, especially our public safety and operations departments, areas that are critical to providing vital services, including keeping our city safe, providing safe drinking water, and collecting solid waste for our residents. I can assure you that my gratitude for the service our employees provide to our residents is unending. Because of that, recruiting and retaining staff continues to be a top priority. That's why we launched a recruitment campaign this year that is focused on employees, our own employees, sharing why the city of Durham is a great place to work. You hear from our own employees exactly why they came to the city and why they stay. Hopefully, you've seen some of these ads on Go Durham buses, on television, and on our social media. Look for more to come next year. Since November, we have worked diligently to determine how to pay our employees fairly and equitably across our organization, no matter the job that they do, and to make our already great benefits even more attractive at the lowest cost possible. A key part of this effort was hiring a firm to conduct a compensation and classification study to review our pay structures and recommend adjustments because of the findings. I'd like to thank our hardworking human resources team for their long hours, for engaging our employees, and for their leadership during this time. We'll talk more about the study results results that informed my proposed budget. Now let's look at the fiscal year 24-25 budget by the numbers. The total proposed budget for 24-25 is $667.8 million compared to $610 million last year. That is an increase of $57.8 million or 9.47% increase. And that includes the city's general fund and all other funds that are highlighted here that you will hear more about during this presentation. Before I get to the next slide, I want you to know that sometimes doing the right thing isn't easy, but it is always right. As you probably know, buying groceries, filling up your gas tank, and practically everything that's needed to run your household costs more. These cost increases affect how city government operates too. In the past 4 years, despite increasing costs to operate the city, we have only raised taxes, property taxes twice, 2 cents in the fiscal year 21-22 and 0.6 cents, which is a little more than a half a cent in fiscal year 22-23. Yes, growth in our strong local economy, which has outpaced other similar sized cities, has helped us to keep property tax rate increases down. Our economy is still performing well, as you can see on the slide, with real property growth at 4.83%, generating $24.5 million in additional revenues compared to last year. We project sales tax revenues to increase 5%, which is about $5 million more this coming year compared to last year. Based on that projection, we're budgeting $104.9 million in sales tax revenue. Most other sources of revenue, including our occupancy tax and our state shared revenues, are projected to increase slightly. While growth certainly increases our revenue to help cover these increasing costs, we need more revenue to accomplish our primary priority with this budget, to implement the recommendations of our employee pay study. Additionally, you will note that we have limited new projects and program expansions. This year, to maintain core services and align employee pay with the market, a property tax increase is needed. I am proposing a property tax increase of 3.85 cents, bringing our current rate of 55.77 cents to 59.62 cents per 100 of assessed value. This means the owner of a house valued at $254,421, which is the median home tax value in Durham, will receive a city tax bill of about $1,517 next year. With the proposed increase in the property tax rate, this annual bill would be approximately $153 more than last year's bill. The proposed general fund budget, which funds core city services, is $306 million, and it represents a $24.4 million increase, which is an 8.7% increase over the fiscal year 23-24 budget of $281.5 million. This increase is due to higher personnel costs based on recommendations resulting from our recent pay study, which I'll share more about later in this presentation this evening. The general fund supports many of the services that the city provides, such as public safety, fire and police services, emergency communications, and parks and recreation. It also supports employee compensation, our street paving program, and our CIP projects, which are capital improvement program projects. While Durham continues to outperform national and state financial indicators over the past few years, we continue to monitor current indicators and economic trends very closely, and we will always prioritize being good stewards of the taxpayers' resources. Some fee increases are proposed to cover rising costs also, including those on this slide. We're proposing increases to our water, sewer, and our stormwater rates. The rate changes were recently approved at the City Council's May 6th regular business meeting. For your information this evening, these new rates include an average monthly increase of $2.66 for water and sewer, and $1.55 increase for a typical residential stormwater customer per month, effective July 1st. Also, you'll see here that our parking rates will stay the same. In addition to market pay adjustments, proposed general fund expenditures include the cost to provide benefits, which have risen slightly, and our net operating expenditures, which have increased a little more than 2%, or $977,000. The city continues to have access to a strong fund balance because of effective management of our resources and the City Council's policy on the use of fund balance, otherwise known as our savings. Because of that, we continue to be above the minimum that City Council's policy requires. I am proposing appropriating $8.4 million from fund balance for one-time departmental costs, including $4 million for street maintenance. I am always happy to share with you that your city government continues to enjoy a AAA general obligation bond rating from all three rating agencies, Moody's, Standard & Poor's, and Fitch. What this means is that your city can borrow money or issue bonds for major projects at lower interest rates, saving taxpayer dollars. And that's significant, as there is an item on the council agenda tonight authorizing us to apply to the Local Government Commission to move forward with a $200 million bond referendum for streets, sidewalks, and parks projects. If approved to move forward, the bond referendum will come before our voters in November. As always, we have used our strategic plan, developed with input from our employees, our residents, our elected officials, and other key stakeholders to guide how we manage our budget. While we continue to use the priorities of our strategic plan to provide services and programs, this year, new budget requests were driven by two top priorities. But we will continue to focus on providing affordable housing, public safety, and other strategic goals, items that I will discuss a little later. However, this year, providing competitive pay for our employees was the very top of my priority list. A second priority is significant investment in our capital improvement plan to continue to fund existing projects, moving them closer to the finish line, as well as beginning funding for new projects. Because we can't cover every aspect of the budget tonight, I encourage you to review the complete proposed budget that is now available at durhamnc.gov/budget. It is impossible to carry out our work as a city government without our dedicated employees, whether it is putting out fires, providing good and safe drinking water, collecting solid waste, or coming to the aid of our residents, referred to by our heart team as our neighbors when they need us most. We absolutely must pay our employees fair wages by providing competitive, market-aligned salaries, along with providing great employee benefits. Last year, the City Council approved funding for a compensation and classification study to see how City of Durham wages compared with other organizations, other governments, as well as private firms doing the same or similar work that we do in the City of Durham. That study, which is in progress, has already told us in the compensation phase, not just that we've fallen behind the market in pay, but by how much. Here on this chart, you can see how far behind we have fallen in our 4 pay plans. In this proposed budget, I am recommending we increase these pay plans as shown to bring them in line with the current market. Additionally, to ensure equitable pay, general step plan employees will now receive 5% increases each year added to base instead of 4% for effective job performance when funded in the annual adopted budget. Also, to help lower costs for this year's market pay adjustments, increases for the highest paid salaried employees, including deputy city managers, directors, and assistant directors, are capped at 5%. We believe these proposed market adjustments added to our pay for performance increases will help us to retain our current employees and attract new employees into our organization at every level. I'd like to point out that it is increasingly important to recruit officers to our police department. Note here that first-year police officer pay will rise from $47,938 to $54,817. This is a 14.35% increase, and that pay adjustment increases for all ranks within the police department plan will range up to 22.5%. Our first-year firefighter pay will rise from $43,825 to $51,559, a 17.65% increase, and that pay adjustment increases for 5 of the 7 ranks in fire will range up to 7.65%. The total cost for all our market rate and new pay policy adjustments is $28.5 million. In addition to the market rate and pay policy adjustments just discussed, I am also recommending that we continue pay for performance increases as shown. The Durham minimum livable wage will also be adjusted from $18.46 per hour to $19.58 per hour, effective July 1st, which equals $40,726 annually. There are no full-time employees currently being paid at or below the Durham's minimum livable wage. Because the city's operating budget is made up mostly of personnel expenses, employee pay, and benefits, each year we critically examine the need for new positions. This year, 3 new positions are proposed, which will be paid for by development fees. Now, let's transition to our other top priority, our capital improvement plan, and look at why it is so important this year. The capital improvement budget includes a little over $232.1 million for new projects and to complete existing ones. We have more than 40 capital projects in this year's proposal. Too many to go through here tonight, but you can find the complete proposed list on our website. To point out a few projects, as you may know, due to lead levels and other contaminants in the soil at 5 of our city parks, we had to close some playgrounds and other areas in these parks last year. The soil contamination is the result of common practices many, many decades ago, not just here in Durham, but in many other cities across the United States to dump ashes from former landfills in public areas that later became parks. Now, thanks to modern environmental science, we know that certain levels of lead and other substances found in soil are not safe. We have budgeted $5 million to begin cleanup of the soil in these 5 parks with guidance from the North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality and our community members. Our priority is to get this remediation underway soon with local funding while waiting for decisions on state assistance for the remediation in full. We invite you to join our virtual public forum this Wednesday for an update on this important project. Please visit our website shown here to register for this forum and learn more about our efforts to address this issue impacting areas of East Durham, East End, Lyon, Northgate, and Walltown parks. Also included in our CIP are sustainability projects totaling more than $4.7 million that will help propel us toward our carbon neutrality and renewable energy goals. You can learn more about our sustainability goals on our website shown here. I am happy to announce there are several new CIP projects along with the continuation of other projects aimed at improving pedestrian and bike safety throughout Durham. Related to road safety, we recently hired an experienced Vision Zero coordinator to develop and implement strategies to help move us toward our ambitious goal of no traffic deaths or serious injuries, especially as it involves pedestrians and cyclists. She assures us, like plans in other cities such as Alexandria, Virginia, that a strategic action plan with specific and time-bound implementation actions can be accomplished through focused resources and collaboration. We have proposed funding in the CIP specifically for Vision Zero safety initiatives. Parks and recreation areas, trails, and open spaces play a huge part in making Durham a great place to play, exercise, and yes, even relax. Many of these projects, totaling more than $12.5 million, are already underway. $3 million will be used for pedestrian bridge repairs at several of our parks, including Indian Trail, West Point on the Eno, Walltown, Wrightwood, Sandy Creek, and Sherwood parks. Of course, there are many other general capital projects contained in the capital improvement program lists, such as the Hillendale Golf Course driving range, transportation projects, and general repairs of city property. As always, these projects were prioritized using an equity lens or screening questions to determine who would benefit from the improvement and who would be burdened. The assessment also looks at unintended outcomes of the proposed projects. I am proposing that we continue capital commitments for our fleet replacement program, for our street maintenance and repaving, and for our sidewalk repairs, which our residents continually tell us is a top priority through our annual resident satisfaction survey. Here's a short summary of our water and sewer, stormwater, and solid waste projects. Creating and promoting strategies and programs to ensure that all our community members share in Durham's prosperity continues to be a top priority for us. We continue to make progress in our efforts to provide affordable housing. I am proposing $16.4 million, which is over $2 million more for affordable housing investments compared to last year. Funded with a tax rate appropriation of 3.38 cents, 2 cents totaling $8.5 million is included for affordable housing projects and services, and 1.38 cents generating $5.9 million will be used to pay the debt service for the $95 million affordable housing bond. All of the dedicated housing fund is applied to Forever Home Durham. Forever Home Durham is our $160 million program creating affordable opportunities for our renters as well as our homeowners through new construction, property repairs, and essential housing services we are building a more inclusive and livable community. Continuing over the next few years, the $95 million affordable housing bond, combined with local and federal funding, will be used to invest $160 million to reach affordable housing goals established for the program. On these next slides, you can see the progress that has already been made to date, along with upcoming milestones. City Council has dedicated $13.5 million of our American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA funding, for affordable housing projects. And our partners in Durham County government have matched the city's ARPA funding with an additional $13.5 million, bringing the total ARPA investment for affordable housing to $27 million. While we know achieving our housing goals will take time, we're making significant strides toward ensuring we provide housing for many neighbors who might feel left out of Durham's prosperity. I want to encourage everyone to visit our Forever Home Durham webpage to stay informed on our progress. Now let's touch on our transit goals. Continuing fare-free Go Durham service is a priority. Even though federal COVID response funding is ending, this budget proposal includes the continuation of fare-free service for our transit riders through the next budget year. As you saw on the property tax rate slide earlier in this presentation, 3.75 cents of our property tax rate supports transit services. Local property tax support, the Durham County Transit Tax, and state and federal funding deliver a $41.1 million investment in transit services, which is a 1.5% increase over last year. In addition to supporting our current Go Durham bus system, the budget includes $14.9 million to support planned service expansions. As I continue highlights of my proposed budget, I am happy to say our community safety team and their HEART program continues to help many experiencing behavioral crisis in our city. Over the last year, they have expanded their service citywide, operating 7 days a week. I am confident we will continue to see significant progress as this program continues to greatly impact our neighbors. Next year, our community safety team will be tasked with creating a program for a new Office of Survivor Care to support survivors of violent crime. This program, starting off as a pilot, comes after 2 years of listening to the needs and concerns of our community members. We are continuing our support of the Durham Expunction and Restoration Program to make it easier for those who need legal help to remove charges and convictions from their records and to restore a suspended or revoked driver's license. Also included in this year's budget proposal is $650,000 for Legal Aid of North Carolina to continue administering the eviction diversion program for low-income renters. We want Durham to continue to be a welcoming community for everyone. This proposed budget includes $250,000 to Justice Matters to continue an immigrant legal defense fund, providing legal services to newly arrived refugees and immigrants. To further support our youth and our Durham families, I am proposing a summer camp grant fund of $170,000 to expand summer camp opportunities through community partnerships that provide quality activities and experiences to our youth in their neighborhoods while school is out. In the coming year, we will launch a civilian traffic investigation program to respond to minor property damage only accidents, freeing up our police officers to handle more serious incidents and other high priority calls. Our police department plans to have this program up and running by March of 2025. In the upcoming year, we also included $1 million to support the Hayti Reborn Justice Movement, which works to prevent gun violence in Durham through a holistic approach. Finally, $1 million has been allocated to the Guaranteed Income Project with a goal of addressing financial instability and strengthening support for eligible community members. Now, I've presented highlights from the proposed budget. It is now time for our elected leadership and our community members to take a closer look, a detailed look. My proposed budget includes a tax increase, which is needed to do what is right for our employees, to pay them competitively and equitably. Our city council and our staff will review the details at next week's budget sessions on May 29th and May 30th, beginning at 9 a.m. each day in the committee room on the second floor of City Hall. Due to limited space in our committee room, we invite everyone to watch the live stream on our YouTube channel and on our website. We also encourage our community to share your thoughts at our budget public hearing, which will take place during our June 3rd City Council meeting beginning at 7 p.m. We remain committed to transparency in this budget as well as in total operations. Therefore, the complete proposed budget document is now available for your review on our website at durhamnc.gov/budget. We continue to be a city many are proud to call home, as well as a destination of choice for visitors and our new residents. While we acknowledge our challenges as a community, Durham is still a dynamic city. And in fact, in our mayor's words, Durham is dope.
You better go ahead, Madam Manager. I love it.
My staff and I are particularly proud that our organization was recognized in Wallet Hub's last ranking as one of the best run cities in America and the highest ranking city in North Carolina. We don't take that designation lightly, and we will continue to work hard to maintain your confidence in how your city government is managed. Durham continues to compile accolades, too many to mention here tonight. But regardless of recognition and accolades, we continue to work together and partner with local organizations to help make our city a great place to live, work, and play for everyone. You can learn more about my proposed budget and our operations by following us on social media, watching our videos, listening to our podcasts, subscribing to our newsletters, and visiting our websites. We work hard to communicate what we're doing in many ways, and we remain dedicated to keeping you informed on our work and our progress using these channels. Finally, on behalf of our staff, I want to thank our mayor and city council members for your leadership. Our administration looks forward to working with you and listening to our community as we finalize a budget that reflects this city's values for all who call Durham home. Thank you.
Madam Manager, thank you so much. I was more intimately involved this year with just following the whole budget process, and I know how much work you all have put into bringing it to this point. And the fact that you got all of that 400 pages out into a 20-minute presentation is quite impeccable, so thank you. And thank you for making it legible for layman folks like me that can understand it. All right, I have quite a few cards here. The first one I have, and as a matter of fact, we do have a lot of speakers tonight, so I'm going to reduce it to 2 minutes. Put my glasses off when I need them. The first person I have, I'm going to call up the first 5 people. If you can just queue right here. The first person can go directly to the podium. Tadrika Lewis. After, we have Tommy Green, Fern Hickey, Mark, last name starts with a D. I'm not even going, but I want you to pronounce it. And Caroline Fry. And you don't need to give your phone number or your address. Just state your name for the record when you come up. Do I have Tadrika? Oh, go ahead.
Hello, everyone. I feel nervous, don't know why. I'm Tadrika. I am here with Durham for All, representing a program that is much needed for our community, guaranteed income. It's been thought about, talked about for many years. Now it's time for us to live it out. I just want to paint a picture of what does a household look like when it's thriving. What is true freedom? And having to work 50, 60, 70 hours sometimes a week is not true freedom. We all know what it looks like when a household is thriving, and it will be nice for the community to match the capitalism that's coming around. I've been here most of my life, and exiting prison, it was a struggle growing up poor and then trying to have to navigate this new society, this new world. I do believe I was a successful participant of the Guaranteed Income Program. I maintained 2 jobs with the stipend so my household could thrive. When the stipend was released, mental illness flared up, household was divided, all type of things came up. But what is true resiliency, right? We continue to show up, stand up, and do what we need to do. So I am advocating for the Guaranteed Income Program to be permanent so our community can thrive. All people should have that freedom. I do know that it's probably some money from last year's budget for guaranteed income that may have not been touched. I'm very enmeshed in my community. This is my roots, and so I know of a lot of people that could benefit from this this program of guaranteed income. More of people having their basic needs. So when the head thrives, it trickles down to the children and to every individual in the household. So I stand here in representation for Durham Guaranteed Income. Let's see all of our people, all of our family thriving.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. And I will say, I agree wholeheartedly. I love all this, but we have a lot of speakers tonight. So let's do this right here so we can just keep it moving, if you don't mind. Love y'all. Thank you. All right, next.
Good evening. My name is Tommy Green, and I'm with Durham for All, and I'm speaking today in support of Durham's Guaranteed Income Program. I am also a program manager for the Orange County Health Department and co-founder and co-owner of an organization called Success While in Transition. These 2 organizations have afforded me the privilege to work with formerly incarcerated people, and not only that, I am a formerly incarcerated person myself that was released in 2015. Fortunately for me, I came home with a lot more support than many of our 700+ men and women that come home to Durham County every year. As a man of 33 years old at the time, with no other options but to rely on my parents for shelter, food, transportation, and clothing, I was faced with no other means of survival between rejection after rejection for jobs in pursuit of my own source of income. I could only imagine what the difference having a way to somewhat support myself, the Guaranteed Income Program, could have provided. Fast forward to now, and over 100 formerly incarcerated men and women served, I also see the dramatic difference this income could have made in many of their lives. Sadly, I've witnessed men and women do everything from relapse to recidivism because of lack of means to live without any source of income. In regard to recidivism, I would like to point out all of the recipients that received guaranteed income support last year, not one reoffended. So we would be remiss in our duties if we did not provide every opportunity at our disposal to aid these men and women in every way we can to ensure a successful transition. That's why I'm asking you to increase the funds for Durham's Guaranteed Income Program by $200,000 this year and make it a permanent item in Durham's budget. Thank you.
Next, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Fern Hickey, and I'm a member of Durham for All, and I'm here tonight to speak in support of the Guaranteed Income Program. As a former foster and now adoptive parent, I myself have benefited from a form of guaranteed income via the foster care subsidy that I receive. This baseline income made it possible for myself as a single parent without generational wealth to go back to school for a graduate degree. It helped me afford housing and other living expenses and paved the way to better and higher paying jobs, a dividend that continues to benefit myself and my child far beyond the value of the subsidy itself. This experience is part of what fuels my belief in the life-changing impact of guaranteed income. But an even greater impetus for wanting to see this program expand in our community is the belief that my son might not have had to experience the trauma of separation from his birth mom had she had access to a guaranteed income. Single parenting in a city with an ever-increasing cost of living is stressful and financially tenuous, even more so for parents who face barriers to accessing jobs and housing due to justice involvement. A guaranteed income would provide the support needed to overcome some of these barriers and reduce the stress and financial precarity that can lead to recidivism and family separation. I believe that all families deserve access to the resources they need to thrive and to stay together. Durham has the ability and the duty to make this a reality. Thanks to many of you here today, Durham City Council was one of the first in the nation to introduce a municipal guaranteed income program. Durham's investment in this program directly supports Durham residents, and it also paves the way for scaling out programs like this at the state or even federal level by proving its impact and effectiveness. That's why I'm thanking you for investing in this program and asking you to increase the budget by $200,000 and making it a permanent.
Thank you so much. All right, I want to take a stab at it. No, but is it Du Chatelier?
Du Chatelier.
Du Chatelier. All right.
Good evening, member of the City Council. My name is Mark Du Chatelier, a member of Durham for All. I want to begin affirming the City Council commitment by acknowledging the $1 million to the Guaranteed Income Program and this year's budget. This program has proven its value, making an impact on the life of 110 individuals, and we are grateful for your support. I'm here to urge you to increase the funding program by an additional $200,000. This increase can expand to serve 150 individuals. Growing up in Haiti, I've seen firsthand how lack of resources and access to support can limit one life potential. Now, living in a country with greater resources, I believe we have a responsibility to act. This issue is particularly urgent for the 700 formerly incarcerated individuals who return to Durham each year. They face numerous challenges as they attempt to integrate the society, from finding stable housing and increasing expensive market to securing employment and access to health care. We cannot afford to wait any longer to address this pressing issue. We are resolute in our belief that the Guaranteed Income Program is necessary and effective. As a member of this community, we all share a common goal: to create a city where everyone can thrive. I know that each of you understand the importance of this cause and the difference it can make. By supporting this request, you, member of the Durham City Council, are not just funding the program, but as well investing in the future of Durham, showing compassion and commitment to our neighbor in need. Thank you for your time and consideration. Let us continue to work together to make Durham a beacon of hope and equity. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I don't have a Caroline Fry in the building. All right. Next, Lisa Urena, Cedric Craig, Josh Stroud, Hannah Rogers, and Shanti Calendar. Lisa? No? Keith Collier. Is there Keith Collier? You'll be, yep. All right, Cedric.
All right. Good evening, Mayor Williams, Mayor Pro Tem, and the rest of the City Council. My name is Cedric Craig, and I'm an organizer with Durham for All. I come to you tonight to urge you to increase the funding for Guaranteed Income Program for the formerly incarcerated. Over the last few months, I've had the privilege and opportunity to speak with residents in many of Durham's low-income neighborhoods, and I've seen nothing but support behind the program, and it's already proven success. The thread that connected all of these conversations was the shared belief that everyone, especially those who are in need of the most help, deserve to have their basic needs met and the chance to improve their lives. I look back to a conversation I had with a resident just recently where she detailed the struggles her son dealt with after being incarcerated, him not having the means to get a job or support himself, and feeling a sense of hopelessness at a time when he most needed aid. She with a program like this had been in place at a time to help her son and hoped the program will continue to help as many people as possible in the near future. A program like Guaranteed Income would allow for some of our most vulnerable neighbors a real chance to improve their quality of life and would improve our collective well-being as an interconnected community. This emphasizes the urgency of this issue at hand and why we're advocating for increased funding. Another resident I spoke with, who at first had no idea about the program, but quickly understood the positive impact and the potential of what a formative program like this could do for others. Even stating, it only makes sense to give a second chance and opportunity for people who seek to better themselves and be successful, especially when the resources are there from the city. Over the last 12 days, 353 residents have signed a petition that you would have received this afternoon in your emails, showing their support, whether it benefited them or not, for funding for guaranteed income in this city. Durham City Council has already set a precedent for other cities across the United States for what guaranteed income can look like for residents and its communities. So please continue to be that example by meeting our demand to increase the funds of Durham Guaranteed Income Program by another $200,000 in this year's budget and making it a permanent budget item every year. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Josh, you can state your name for me for the record.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is Josh Stroud. I'm a staff attorney with Legal Aid of North Carolina's eviction diversion program. And I wanted to begin by thanking you for including $650,000 for the program. I speak in support of increasing funding for that in the proposed budget for the program to at least the program's operating costs, which I believe are in the neighborhood of about $1 million. Mr. Mayor, you had earlier spoken of building assets that we can be proud of, and I do believe that this program is one of those. Over the last decade, everyone in the room has kind of witnessed the rising fortunes of our city, but not all of our residents have benefited equally. Housing is vital to our community, and yet rents are rising. Landlords are opting to end leases, either to sell properties or to renovate. And these choices are disproportionately affecting the poor and vulnerable members of our community. And I'd like to just bring two points to the council's attention. Just in my time at the program, we've seen a large issue with the speed of evictions. These cases can be brought before the court with as little as 2 days' notice. Hearings can be fairly short, only about 5 minutes or so before a magistrate who is not required to be an attorney in North Carolina. And if the tenant loses, they have a 10-day window to appeal or potentially be locked out of the home through a padlocking process through the sheriff's department. And our programs, we believe that we play a vital role in safeguarding tenant rights. Landlords do have the burden of proof in these cases. They have to present evidence. And we have an adversarial legal system, so unless there is a knowledgeable tenant or an advocate that is representing the tenant and understands the flaws in the case, they can lose. So we'd ask you to continue funding the program. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Hannah Rogers.
Shanti Calendar. Hannah's not here.
Oh, yes.
You're here? Okay.
Okay.
I was confused. Hi, good evening. Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Hannah Rogers, and my comments are also in favor of increasing funding to the eviction diversion program with legal aid. But I speak as a citizen of Durham who has lived and loved in the city for over a decade, and I speak in support of this needs service on behalf of our community. The national uptick in homelessness has not left Durham untouched. My partner works at Legal Aid, so I know its eviction diversion program fights for vulnerable members of the community, in this case low-income renters, to prevent them from being unhoused and connects them to other local services to help them. Studies have shown time and time again that being unhoused can leave people easily falling through the social safety nets and perpetuating cycles of poverty. And because we are all connected, what hurts our neighbors hurts us as well, and what strengthens our neighbors strengthens the rest of us. So I want to live in a community that values mutual aid for all our neighbors and grow stronger together. 46% of renters in Durham County struggle to afford their rent. So we should support this program with adequate funding to ensure tenant rights are safeguarded. Because as someone who struggled with landlords myself and understanding the legal system and my rights, I know how important it is to have someone on your side, whether you can afford to pay a private attorney or not. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Shanti?
Thank you. My name is Shanti Calendar. I am born and raised Durham resident. I had the pleasure of being the Durham's first guaranteed income coordinator last year. I had the pleasure of working with Mayor Schul and Mayor O'Neill last year on having the first pilot. I'm here to advocate for the guaranteed income program. Myself, I am a person who is just involved, but I'm in my late 40s, and things that I did were involved when I was a teenager, but I was blessed to get a second chance. And having the guaranteed income and being able to be a coordinator and to work with the community, it is really neat. I got the ability to work with over 1,000 residents of Durham, learning their struggles and what they needed to do. And it is something where we are in dire need of being able to being given a second chance. And the guaranteed income is not a gift. It is not something that is not being abused. I spent a year of working with the Durham residents, learning their needs and wants, and the money went to great places. Everyone got education. They used it for their families. They used it to feed their kids. They used it to better their education. The majority of them used the funds to start their own company to help those that are also just as involved. Just because we are just as involved does not mean that we are not hireable, that we don't have an education. I have 2 college degrees and a bachelor's degree, and I am unable to get a job because of something that happened when I was 16, and I will be 46 this year. So I will advocate strongly to please push for the guaranteed income program because it does help those residents of Durham. You cannot go by judging anyone don't judge anyone by how they look and what they've gone through. Just understand that everyone needs a second chance, and just understand that the guaranteed income program helps those people of all walks of life, and it is greatly needed. And I just want to say thank you for letting me come up here and speak my piece. And I also look forward to working. Hopefully we get funded and I'll be able to work again with the residents of Durham. Thank you.
Thank you. And as you're coming up, next I have Sarah D'Amato, Larissa Seibel, Edward Scott, Lakeisha Austin, and Miss Betty. And Miss Betty. Laura Betty.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Keith Collins. I'm coming here representing myself. I am a justice-involved individual. I was incarcerated at the age of 18, and I saw disparity firsthand, witnessed as a child and as an adult. And I am here strongly advocating for Durham's Universal Guaranteed Income Program for our Durham neighbors. I want to echo the sentiment that Shanti expressed. Each of us are worth more than the worst thing that we ever done. That is a quote that I got from Brian Stevenson, but it's directly in alignment with what Shanti is saying. We are often cast aside. We are often considered riffraff. I don't have a college degree personally, but I have served in many different nonprofits and many different forums in advocacy for my Durham neighbors. So I would strongly suggest that you push for universal basic income for our neighbors so that more opportunities are created, more avenues are created, more generational wealth is created. We're breaking barriers, breaking bondage, and we desperately need this to pass. I also work at Step Up Durham, and I was a part of the City of Durham's first iteration with the pilot program, and I've witnessed firsthand how income can allow families to make basic utility assistance. You know, they're able to make basic payments. They're able to support their children, and this has ultimately allowed a lot of families to come together. So I'm a strong vocal proponent for universal basic income. Thank you, guys.
Good evening, council members, Mayor Williams, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton. My name is Sarah D'Amato, and I'm the director of the Eviction Diversion Program with Legal Aid. I want to start by thanking you for committing to $650,000 in this proposed budget. This continues to show Durham's commitment to this program, which is known and respected and followed as a model nationally. It is something that Durham should be and is very proud of. However, this proposed budget does involve a cut of nearly $500,000. That is not necessarily apparent by the budget. That cut in funding is a result of ARPA funds that had been used to expand our program. And so while the general fund has been increased significantly by $150,000, our program is being cut at this point. This would have a significant impact on the members of the community. A lot of the budget also, we heard, talks about all of these affordable housing units that are coming, they're being built right now. However, until those are being built, until those are available, Durham residents do not have enough affordable housing units right now in order to stay housed. And without those affordable housing units, then there is nowhere to go. When the landlord increases the rent $200 with 1 month's notice, they have nowhere to go, and their landlord decides that they want to take advantage of this hot housing market and sell the unit, and then there is that landlord the new landlord does not want to continue renting. So we need our program to stay funded at its current level right now in order to bridge that gap between what happens right now when we don't have the robust rental assistance that we had with the ERAP money and the ARPA money during the height of the pandemic, and when all this additional ARPA funding is being converted into affordable housing. Right now, our clinic is there from, I just ask that you continue to fund our program at this level.
Thank you. Councilmember.
Good evening. My name is Larissa Seibel, and I'm a volunteer at Eviction Court. And I have seen so many families, mostly women and children, who are at risk of losing their homes, and they are desperate for help. And when they find legal aid, when usually I introduce them to where the legal aid office is, I also give them resources, but the resources, aren't housing. What they need is they need to be able to keep their homes, to keep their families together, and to be able to have a home. Because I have worked with people who have not, have been evicted, and they're in hotels, they're struggling, just every week to be able to pay the rent. So I hope that you will fully fund legal aid. We need every single attorney and paralegal and social worker who is affiliated with legal aid, because they are the folks who are keeping people in affordable housing and with the guaranteed income as a way to help raise people's incomes. The combination of keeping people in their homes and raising wages is going to make a huge difference for our community, and I appreciate all you can do. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Lakeisha Alston, city manager. That was a beautiful display that you put out for the budget, but you forgot the teachers who have been rallying, and it literally is across the street, and you didn't even give them 5% increase in rate. I am a teacher, a retired teacher from Durham Public Schools. I'm still campaigning for the Helen Austin Technology Education Foundation, which is an EMO for Preparatory Academy, where we are employing teachers to help us with new curriculum as far as entrepreneurship that will help with the aesthetic cosmetic research industrial sanction, which we're taking to Wake County because Durham is dope, which continues to perpetuate the propaganda of addictions, and for our students going to school to be able to wear a shirt that campaigns funds your campaign is just a little outrageous. I mean, it is my opinion, but it's a little outrageous. If we bring DARE, which used to be drop everything and read, how about we bring DARE back to the police department to come into the schools to rectify what you were campaigning with Durham is dope. I would also like to say that the aesthetic cosmetic research sanction is one that will allow teachers to step out of their comfort zone and help with the lack, which is actually an opportunity for Durham to be one of the major RTP sanctions for industrial companies, because all of them are leaving our area. So it is an avenue to produce more wealth for students who want to do their own thing as far as hair and I'm sorry, I'm nervous, but there you go.
Thank you so much. And just for the record, the schools are under the jurisdiction of the county. Trust me, you have a mayor that's a former educator and a few others, but just so you know, the schools are under the county. We don't have that financial jurisdiction, but thanks for the advocacy. Ms. Betty?
Hello, good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. My name is Laura Betty. I would like very much if you could revisit the issue of ShotSpotter. Durham is growing exponentially. We need to ensure that our citizens are safe and that the police department is there to assist them as soon as possible. There was an incident a couple of years ago in McDougal Terrace whereas a young man was shot, and the ambulance and the first responders did not come for 45 minutes. The young man was lying in the middle of the road. Two residents pulled him over and held him while he was dying. This is an untenable situation. Even though ShotSpotter has been described as being inefficient, it is my belief, and I think many people's beliefs, that it is better than nothing, that it is a start. We have to ensure our residents' safety. And we're not talking about black Durham, white Durham, brown Durham. We're talking about all of Durham. Let's keep our residents safe. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, those are all of the cards I have for that item. Number 37, right? Number 37. All right, colleagues, next we have item 37, permanent closing of A479 linear foot portion of Dacian Avenue. And we are ready to receive the staff report.
Right here, right?
Are you doing the staff report from there, or?
Was I supposed to do over there?
Yeah. Are you new with us?
Good evening, Sarah Young. This is Keegan's first evening presenting to you all.
Oh, cool. Welcome.
Bear with him, but he's here and ready to go.
All right. Considering you have on a mask, if you can speak closely to the mic.
Hey, good evening. My name is Keegan Sacropani, planner in the City County Planning Department. Staff requested all planning department testimony and materials presented be made part of the permanent record. This street closing request, case number SC 2300001, is for the permanent closure of a 479 linear foot portion of Dacian Avenue to allow recombination of the right-of-way with adjacent parcels identified with real estate IDs 105281 and 105283. The recombination is shown in the associated street closing and recombination plat. The applicant wishes to close this street to increase usable area for development, the South LRB restoration project proposed on the adjacent parcel. The right-of-way is largely encumbered by power lines and floodplain, but is otherwise vacant with no provision for a future street connection. North Carolina General Statute, Section 160A-299 requires that the governing body make two findings prior to closing any street or alley. These are: one, closing the street or alley is not contrary to the public interest, and two, no individual owning property in the vicinity of the street or alley or in the subdivision which is located would be deprived of reasonable means of ingress or egress to that property. Section 13.5.1, access of the Unified Development Ordinance, requires that every buildable lot have access to a public or private street that is designed, constructed, and maintained to the appropriate standards. UDO Section 3.24.1C.3 requires that the applicant provide responses to 5 factors. So does the closure cause a parcel to lack frontage along a public right-of-way? How are the parcels accessed other than from the right-of-way? How does the closing of right-of-way impact current or potential connectivity within a development or neighborhood? What are the circumstances that warrant closing if connectivity is negatively impacted? And what is the public interest in closing the right-of-way? This request was submitted to service agencies for review and comment. All substantive comments were addressed during review of the case. Staff finds no adverse impact to connectivity or access with this closing. The portion of the street has not been improved, does not provide access to any other rights-of-way. This street provides access to 3 parcels, but both parcels that remain after recombination have street frontage and access from other rights-of-way. The street closure will have no negative impact on the public and will allow for additional area to be utilized for the South LRB restoration project to the south. Staff is available if there are any questions.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, you've heard the staff report. Are there any questions for staff? Yes.
So just because we didn't see the presentation, so this is just a portion of the public right-of-way. It was dedicated originally for a street. A street was never constructed, and we want to vacate it because this is going to go toward the South LRB Creek restoration project, correct?
Right.
And then there's also going to be a trail that one of the new trails is going to come through this future parcel, correct?
Right.
Okay.
All right. At this time, I will declare this public hearing open. I don't have any cards for this one. All right. I do not have any signups for this one. So at this time, I will declare the public hearing closed and back before the council. Colleagues, if there are no additional comments, I will entertain a motion to permanently close a 479 linear foot portion of Dacian Avenue.
So moved.
Been moved and properly seconded. Was it seconded? Oh, couldn't hear down there. Moved and properly seconded. Madam Clerk, please open the vote. Please close the vote.
And the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. I believe all of the public hearings are going to go that quick tonight. Where my friends at? There they go. All right. Number 38, Consolidated Annexation, Fayetteville Road, Multifamily.
Thank you, Mayor Williams. Pro Tem Middleton, honorable council members, Andy Lester with the Planning Department. It's good to see you. Before we begin, staff would like to state for the record that all Planning Department hearing items have been advertised and noticed in accordance with state and local law, and affidavits of all notices are on file with the Planning Department. A request for utility extension agreement, voluntary annexation, and initial zoning map change has been received from Pamela Porter of TMTLA Associates for 3 parcels of land totaling 31.90 acres and located at 8310, 8404, and 8613 Fayetteville Road. This annexation petition is for a contiguous expansion of the primary corporate limits. The current zoning is residential rural. The applicant proposes to change this designation to Plan Development 11.010 to allow for up to 300 residential units and up to 20,000 square feet of non-residential use. The properties are currently designated mixed-use neighborhood on the place type map. The proposed zoning is generally consistent with the designated place type. And thank you, staff and the applicant are here for any questions.
Thank you. Colleagues, you've heard the staff report. Are there any questions for staff? All right. At this time, I'll declare the public hearing open. And I have Pam, let's see, anyone?
It's a resource. This is 39.
Yeah, number 39.
This is a traffic engineer's resource.
Traffic engineer, okay.
Not the applicant.
All right, and I have a Pam Porter. Hi.
Good evening.
Good evening. You have, are you the applicant? Yeah. Okay. How much time do you need?
5 minutes.
All right. Could you put 7 minutes on the clock? Thanks.
Thanks. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council. Pam Porter with TMTLA Associates. Here with me tonight is Nil Ghosh with Morningstar Law Group and Andrew Top with VHB. If you are here, can you raise your hand? Okay, he is not here, so I will go over the road improvements. Thank you, staff, for the overview of our request. As mentioned, our request is to rezone the noted 31.9 acre assemblage from rural residential to a PDR of 11.010 to help facilitate the construction of a mixed-use development. We're also requesting annexation of 8404 and 8613 Fayetteville Road into city limits. Before we get into the details of our request, I did want to note that we had 2 neighborhood meetings for this. The first one was on February 22nd, 2023, and 52 people were in attendance. And then we had a second neighborhood meeting on January 10th of 2024, and there were 8 people in attendance for that one. And for the second neighborhood meeting, we expanded our notification boundary to 1,000 feet. As staff noted in the presentation, we are committing to a maximum of 300 dwelling units, and as part of the development, at least 2 of the following unit types will be required: single-family detached, duplex, multiplex, attached house, townhouse, and apartments, and a minimum of 100 of the units will be multifamily. This development also commits to a non-residential development component, which is up to 20,000 square feet of a building area for non-residential, and a minimum of 5,000 of that will be vertically integrated. And the development prohibits certain non-residential uses, such as all agricultural uses, all uses listed under utilities, golf course, and country club. A couple other notable commitments include a minimum of 3% of the multifamily units will be affordable at 60% AMI for 30 years, a donation to the dedicated housing fund in the amount of $145,500, excuse me, a donation to Durham Public Schools in the amount of $100,000, a 20-foot wide tree preservation area or 20-foot wide landscape buffer if sufficient vegetation does not exist along REID 150691, which is where the Chancellor's Ridge townhomes are located. This commitment came from our first neighborhood meeting where the residents of the townhomes were concerned with lack of required buffer between the 2 developments. Pending NCDOT approval, build a high visibility crosswalk with push button signals to connect future multi-use path along the frontage of Fayetteville Road with pedestrian facilities at the future entrance intersecting Swift Creek Crossing. Commitments to a varied front facade design for any single family or townhome unit, which will create quality neighborhood where houses don't all have the same appearance as you look down the road. and a minimum of 3 of the following open space elements shall be included: dog park, playground, pocket park, community garden, pool, clubhouse, and playfield. And since Andy Top is not here, I will quickly go over the roadway improvements. Give me a second to find that sheet. Okay. So there's several roadway improvements for our project. So at NC 51 and Fayetteville Road, extend the existing exclusive westbound left turn lane on Fayetteville Road to provide adequate storage plus appropriate taper. At NC 751 and Colvard Farms Road, which is called Future Access 1, construct Future Access 1 as a restricted movement right in, right out, left in, with 1 ingress, 1 egress, and adequate taper and storage. For Fayetteville Road and Scott King Road, Future Access 2, very similar. We have an ingress, egress, and adequate internal protected storage, and also a northbound left turn lane and a southbound left turn lane. And we're also restriping the westbound approach of Scott King Road to provide a shared through right turn lane and dedicated left turn lane with adequate storage and appropriate taper. And install a traffic signal with steel poles and mast arms subject to MUTCD warrants and approval by NCDOT. At Fayetteville Road and Swift Creek Crossing Future Access 3, construct a full movement with 1 ingress, 1 egress, and adequate internal storage, as well as a northbound left turn lane and a southbound right turn lane. And we also have an optional access number 4. We have this in here just in case we need it. We're not sure if we need it at this point, but we put it in here so we weren't restricted at site plan. So optional access 4 will be restricted right in, right out with 1 ingress lane, 1 egress lane, and storage. And similarly, we'll have a southbound turn lane as well. And then there is a improvement that is required of other developments that might also be required of this development, and that this just means whoever gets to it first will build this. And it's construct additional northbound lane starting from Taper at Colvard Farm Phase 9 site driveway, terminating at a right turn lane at Fayetteville Road. So 751 South, if they come first, they will build that. If we come first, we will build that. So it may be required, but it might get to be built by somebody else. All right. In summary, it is no secret that this part of Durham is growing. The adoption of the new comprehensive plan and place type map has designated many parcels, including the 3 in this request, as mixed-use development. And we're excited about this project as we feel this development fits the vision for this part of Durham, and we look forward to seeing it come to life. And as staff mentioned in their presentation, we did receive a 9-to-1 recommendation of approval at Planning Commission. And we thank you for your consideration, and I'm available for question.
Thank you so much. I also have Neil Ghosh, and I have Juan Baohong online.
What part of the applicant, Tim?
Okay. All right. Those are all the cards I have. All right. At this time, I'll declare the public hearing closed and back before the council. Is there? Yeah. All right, back before the council. All right, colleagues, Councilmember Cook.
All right, good evening. Thank you for that presentation. Just had a couple questions for the applicant very quickly. I think you said it already, but can you again, hi. Hey, okay, you did not say it, but will you give us a breakdown really quickly of the minimum units of multifamily versus other builds, townhouses, detached, or apartment, and then also talk about the uses of each, whether they be rental or for purchase units?
So the project overall contemplates a maximum total number of residential units of 300. And we have committed to a minimum of 100 of those units being multifamily. We have also committed to a minimum of providing 2 different housing types. Obviously, one of those is going to be multifamily apartments. So that means there will be 1 additional unit type in the project. We don't have any minimums proposed for the other unit types. It is contemplated, I mean, just looking at the way the site sets up and with the PDR density that we've requested here, it seems pretty clear that we're going to need more than 100 multifamily units to hit the appropriate density. So we believe the multifamily apartments would be rental units, and then the additional units that get built will likely be for sale.
And then has there been any change to the commitment on income restriction, or is that still set at 3% of the multifamily?
So we are happy to commit tonight to also providing, well, I should say, we have a commitment in the development plan that is related to a monetary contribution to the dedicated housing fund. I think we would, if this would suit the council, we would remove that and instead replace that with a commitment to provide 2% of the for sale unit type at a rate that's affordable at the 80% AMI level, again, for a period of 30 years. So that would be 3% of the rentals at 60% AMI for 30 years and 2% of the for sale at 80% AMI for a period of 30 years.
Okay, thank you. Those were my questions.
Councilmember Baker.
Okay, so 3% of the rental units, 60% area mean income.
Yes.
And that's 100, minimum of 100.
Minimum of 100. The way the site looks out, we're going to have
3
more than
units,
100.
probably?
I'm sorry?
So probably 3 units.
Well, what I'm saying is the way the site lays out, to hit the PDR density, we're likely going to have more than 100 multifamily units. I don't know what that ultimate number will be. That'll be determined at time of site plan, but a minimum of 3 units for sure.
3, maybe 4. Yeah.
I would think more than that, but.
Yeah. Okay. And then you just dedicate committed to 2% of potentially the remaining
for sale.
200 units.
Yep.
For sale. Okay. We have been seeing commitments fairly commonly of voluntary commitments around 8%, 10% of units. We've seen some cases where developers committed 3% at 60% AMI and 3% at 80% AMI, adding up to about 6%. So just wanted to throw that out there in case you had any additional interest for adding more units to that.
Yeah, our team has discussed it. I mean, as I said, we would be, we're in a position to commit to the proffers that I just stated, and that would be also, just to clarify, we would be getting rid of that monetary contribution to the dedicated housing fund and exchanging that for a commitment for 2% of the for sale product. The 3% of the rental product's already on the development plan.
We've also seen several developers recently make commitments to green building. We've seen commitments that state all primary buildings shall meet NGBS silver or gold certification. Do you have any interest in making that commitment?
Yes, we don't have an in-builder, and I wish we could make that commitment, but that is not something that we know we're going to be able to accomplish. And I will say, Councilmember Baker, I appreciate you pushing the envelope with that. I think the commitments I've seen have been NGBS bronze or higher, but you said silver. I mean, good.
So BPAC had multiple comments. I think some of them were already addressed. Some of them I don't think have been addressed. So I just wanted to visit 2 of their comments. One is build a 12-foot multi-use path ensuring neighborhood connectivity with the Woodlands to connect with their neighborhood dog park in the elbow of Intern Way. Plant native trees between multi-use path and Fayetteville Road. You see that comment. So just wanted to see if you had a response to that BPAC comment.
Yeah, I think we have provided a 10-foot wide shared path along our frontage. I believe the BPAC comment might be related to an off-site shared use path, which is not something we're in a position to commit to. We haven't had, we don't know if there's sufficient right-of-way for that, and I suspect there is not. And also the commitment, or the suggestion that we would make a connection to a dog park in another neighborhood, I think, when we can't really commit to that unless the neighborhood would allow it, which we don't now.
And then their fifth comment as well. That was their fourth comment. Their fifth comment, the applicant is providing, ensure in development there's a future neighborhood connection to multifamily development located immediately to the north of this development.
I'm sorry, a connection to the north?
Speak to their fifth comment.
You have the fifth comment handy? One, two, three, four, five. Ensure in development that there is a future neighborhood connection to multifamily development located immediately to the north of the development? Is that the comment? There will be a connection to the north. That is part of the 10-foot multi-use path that we've committed to providing along Fayetteville. So yes, there will be a connection.
Right. And then, so we're talking about up to 20,000 square feet of non-residential.
Correct.
A minimum of 5,000 non-residential will be vertically integrated.
Correct.
Understand that correctly? That's the commitment.
Mm-hmm.
So is that essentially a minimum of 5,000 total square feet of non-residential?
I guess we haven't really committed to a minimum square footage of non-residential, but there is 5,000 at a minimum that would be.
That would be vertically integrated.
Yeah, I guess that's
so
fair,
so we could expect between 5,000 and 20,000 square feet of non-residential.
That's a fair statement.
Okay. And then is there any?
Sorry, it's a minimum of 20,000 total. Of that, 5,000 will be vertically integrated. The balance of that will be possibly a separate. So it's either all going to be vertically integrated or partially. But we set a minimum of 5,000.
20,000 square feet.
No, a minimum of 5,000 vertically integrated, but total minimum 20,000 square feet of non-residential. That's okay.
Sorry, my mistake.
And then, are there going to be any elements of walkability? So, across Fayetteville, we have maybe one of our more walkably designed greenfield developments, 751 South. Are you anticipating a similar type of new urbanist design in this one?
I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think I'm qualified to opine on whether it's a new urbanist design. So we're going to have a vertically integrated component. How walkable this community will be, there will be internal sidewalks. We've committed to providing I'm going to call it mid-block crossing across Fayetteville, right? If approved by NCDOT. So I don't know if that answers your question. I personally don't think I'm qualified to tell you if it's new urbanist or not, but it is going to be walkable.
Okay, and is there any public park dedication?
There is not.
All right, those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Caballero. And we will take a break at 9 o'clock in just a moment.
I'll be quick. I just had one question. What's the distance to Herndon Park?
It's 1.1 miles.
Okay, thank you. That's my only question. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you. Just a question for staff around the comment that Ms. Porter made about whether or not this development or another would come first. Could you explain how that is determined?
I think Bill Judge will answer that for you.
Bill Judge, Transportation. I want to make sure I understood your question. It was when multiple developments have basically agreed to the same roadway improvement? how do we, so when they come in with site plan, they can, basically whichever one gets there first will have to do a phasing analysis to determine whether or not it's needed with that development, that phase of development. And once they show that the amount of traffic has reached the point where the improvement is needed to accommodate that phase of development, it's required. But ultimately, even if they're committed to it and they end up developing at a lesser density, it's still a committed element. They still have to ultimately provide it just with the final phase. So they may be able to delay it, I guess, through the initial phase, but they would still have to provide it prior to the final phase of the development.
And is that phasing analysis independent, or is it through the city, or?
It gets submitted to both the city and NCDOT at the time of site plan, as part of the site plan.
But it's an organization that they pay?
Yes, they would hire a traffic consultant to prepare it, and it would being done in accordance with the city and NCDOT standards.
Thank you. And I just had a question for the applicant around the units of a rental, and I just wanted to know what your thoughts were around the average rental prices.
You want to know our thoughts about the average rental prices?
What?
For the market rate
Yeah.
component? I don't know if we have an estimate on that. I think we provided some estimates on the construction value of those, but we don't have a rental rate that we had assumed here.
I would assume that you include that in a pro forma, but if you haven't gotten that far, I understand.
I mean, that's a fair statement. This property owner is, I would say, a longtime Durham resident, not necessarily a full-time developer. So this doesn't necessarily have a fully evolved pro forma on this.
Thank you.
Councilmember Rist?
I have no questions. I just want to say I want to thank the applicant for the additional proffers on affordable housing, and also as the BPAC representative on the council, I want to thank you for your additional efforts to address the comments they submitted. So thank you very much.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I'll just go very quickly. Thank you for the presentation. I appreciate the proffer, and it sounded like in exchange for that you would back off one for the other. I don't think it's our place to kind of negotiate that. Take it, what your proffer is what your proffer is, and we'll deal with it at face value. I don't think we should be getting into the horse trading or suggesting that we're in a position to place higher value on one as opposed to another, and lose that bet if one's not so. Let your proffers be your proffers is all I would say. But I do thank you for the presentation. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Freeman?
Thank you. I just wanted to just check in with staff about there were a number of I couldn't catch all of the street proposed areas. Is that also listed someplace else? Because I know there's a site study and it shows all of the streets, but there were a number that you mentioned that would be included, but I don't know that that's indicated on this in the staff report.
Thank you. I think all the transportation improvements are in the zoning ordinance. So all those streets that will be impacted by the development are
in the zoning ordinance?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember?
I also had the same thought as my colleague, Mayor Pro Tem. So I am wondering if y'all could clarify what is the proffer that's before us in terms of income restriction? Have y'all made the decision to do the 2 extra units? Is that the proffer that's before us?
Right, to the 2% of the for sale product would be affordable at the 80% AMI level for a period of 30 years.
And no contribution to the housing fund? That's the...
We would remove the monetary contribution.
Okay. I just want to make sure I know what we're voting on at this moment. Thank you. I just want to say a couple of words really quickly just to say that I do appreciate the intention to think about affordability for sale as opposed to just rental. You've heard a lot tonight about the affordability issue in Durham and how many renters are unable to or struggling to pay their rent. And we also know that rent is not a means to building wealth but home ownership is a means to that. So I appreciate the intention behind that. Of course, I'm always looking to see, my colleague has stated that there have been other proffers that have been higher percentages of their units. Of course, we're always looking for those higher percentages. But all in all, what I do like about this project is that it really does meet, I think, the spirit of this zoning, which is true mixed use, right? We have not only residential, but we also have space, or not only residential, but we also have space for non-residential, and we have space set aside for designated community spaces as well. So this project's going to have my support tonight. I do appreciate the work that y'all have done in coming up with this. Thank you.
Councilmember Baker.
I just have one final question, and this one's actually for staff, really quickly, just because it's policy related. There's a commitment to not front onto Fayetteville Road, and I just wanted to know if that's something that we commonly have as a policy, if we try and discourage developers from fronting onto adjacent arterial or collector roads that they abut.
As a policy, we don't. So it's in excess of that.
Okay, so the developer just made that commitment.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, any UDO.
That's something that we like have to accept.
I'll defer to Sarah.
Good evening. I mean, it is something they have proffered. In terms of you having to accept it or not, you know, that certainly you could give feedback about how you feel about the particular proffer.
Mm-hmm.
But it would be for them to keep or remove.
Okay. I don't have a strong opinion one way or the other. I was just curious to know how that ended up there, because that has implications for the built environment and our arterial roads. That's all.
All right. All right. So, Director Young, did you need to make another comment?
I just wanted to clarify, because the wording, I'm not picking on Mr. Ghosh, but the wording was a little bit ambiguous in terms of would. Does that mean you are changing the proffer just so that staff can get it correctly?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I might, point of clarification. I just want to be, for the sake of institutional integrity, I want to make sure that this is a change of proffer, not at the council's prompting or cajoling or negotiating. I just want to be clear that the applicant is changing the proffer, full stop. Not that we've negotiated it. I just want to make sure the language reflects that.
That's why I wanted to clarify.
Thank you.
Make sure
Thank you,
it's
Mr. Mayor.
proffer.
All right. So the public hearing has been closed. Comments have been shared. What I would do is I'll go ahead and close this item out, and we'll go on break. Right? So at this time, I'll entertain a motion to adopt an ordinance annexing Fayetteville Road Multifamily into the city of Durham, and to authorize the city manager to enter into a utility extension agreement with Dayco Construction Incorporated.
Moved as read.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded by Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember Cook. Just want to say that for the record. That never happens. That's good. All right. Madam Clerk, will you please open the vote? Please close.
And the motion passes 6-1 with Councilmember Baker voting no.
Thank you. And motion 2, to adopt an ordinance amending the Unified Development Ordinance by taking property out of residential rural Falls Jordan District B, county and city jurisdiction, and establishing the same as planned development residential 11.010 Falls Jordan District B, city jurisdiction.
Moved as read.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Madam Clerk, please open the vote. Please close.
And the motion passes 6-1 with Councilmember Baker voting no.
Thank you. And motion 3, to adopt consistency statement as required by the North Carolina General Statute, Section 160D-605.
Move to adopt consistency.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Madam Clerk, please open the vote. Please close.
And the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, we will take a 10-minute break. See you back at 9:18.
That was item 13, right? I'm going to run to the restroom.
Owning a home provides a sense of financial stability, family, community, and pride. But housing prices are now higher than ever, making it hard for many Durham residents to afford their first home. That's why the City of Durham is offering the Down Payment Assistance Program to support eligible individuals with up to $80,000 in 0% interest forgivable loans to purchase a house within the city limits. Visit this site or call to find out if you qualify for the program.
Everyone in Durham should be able to find a home they can afford. That's why Forever Home Durham is creating affordable, livable, and inclusive communities for low to middle income residents. From renting to owning, find out how the city is helping more people find homes right here in Durham. Learn more at foreverhomedurham.com.
Here's some tips to ensure that your garbage and recycling gets picked up. 1. Your cart should be put out for collection before 6 a.m. on your collection day. 2. Your cart should be at least 3 feet from all other objects such as mailboxes, telephone poles, fire hydrants, trees, and other carts. 3. Your cart should be no more than 3 feet from the curb. 4. No vehicles should be blocking your carts. The mechanical arms on our trucks need direct access to your carts and cannot reach around vehicles. To find more information about garbage and recycling pickups, go to this web address.
Did you know the City of Durham has interpretation and translation services available? The city adopted a language access plan to provide language services and help non-English speakers have access to city services and programs without a language barrier. Through the city's language access plan, residents have the right to request interpretation and translation services free of charge, receive translation of vital documents and emergency communications in Spanish, and submit complaints of language discrimination or on the failure to adequately provide services in accordance with the city's language access plan policy. For more information on the city's language access efforts, visit durhamnc.gov/languageaccess. ¿Sabía que la ciudad de Durham cuenta con servicios de interpretación y traducción? La ciudad adoptó un plan de acceso al idioma para ofrecer servicios lingüísticos y ayudar a que las personas que no hablan inglés puedan tener acceso a los servicios y programas de la ciudad sin la barrera del idioma. Por medio del plan de acceso al idioma, los habitantes tienen derecho a solicitar sin costo alguno servicios de interpretación y traducción, recibir la traducción de documentos importantes y de comunicaciones de emergencia en español, presentar una denuncia de discriminación por motivos de idioma o por no recibir servicios de manera adecuada de acuerdo con la política del plan de acceso al idioma de la ciudad. Para recibir más información sobre la labor de la ciudad relacionada con el acceso al idioma, visita durhamnc.gov/acceso.
I came to the City of Durham to improve living conditions for residents, and I stayed because I'm encouraged to advance my career. The City of Durham, where careers meet community. To connect with a career that serves the Bull City, visit durhamnc.gov/careers. Vine a la ciudad de Durham para mejorar las condiciones de vida de los residentes. Me quedé porque me apoyan a avanzar en mi carrera. La ciudad de Durham, donde las carreras se encuentran con la comunidad. Para conectarse con una carrera que sirve a la ciudad del Toro, visite durhamnc.gov/careers.
All right. Welcome back. Oh, crap. Oh, my glasses. One moment. All right, we are back in action. All right, the next item we have is item 40, zoning map change, 4917 and 5005 Chin Page Road. Ready for the staff report.
Thank you. A request for a zoning map change has been received from Pamela Porter of TMTLA Associates for 2 parcels of land totaling 2.52 acres and located at 4917 and 5005 Chin Page Road. The current zoning is industrial light and residential rural. The applicant proposes to change this designation to industrial light with a textual development plan to allow for the development of a light industrial facility. The properties are currently designated general industrial and recreation and open space on the place type map. The proposed zoning is generally consistent with the general industrial place type and the recreation and open space designated place type. Thank you. Staff and the applicant are available for any questions.
Thank you. Colleagues, any questions for staff? All right, at this time, I'll declare the public hearing open. Are these old ones? Oh. Okay, you're back. All right. How much time do you confused me there. How much time do you think you need?
5 minutes.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, deja vu. Good evening again, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, Pam Porter with TMTLA Associates. With me tonight is Warren Mitchell, who is the owner and developer of this project. And thank you to Andy for the presentation. As he mentioned, our request is to rezone the 2 properties at 5005 and 4917 Chin Page Road to all industrial light. Right now, it's a split zoned property. And this is just to simply clean up the zoning line. The area to the north of Chin Page Road is predominantly light industrial with neighbors such as Wolfspeed and the trucking terminal that is currently under construction. And the intent is to develop the site into light industrial or flex space, which is consistent with the place type designation of general industrial. When considering the rezoning request for this, we decided to do a text-only development plan as opposed to a straight rezoning because we thought that prohibiting certain uses and being able to make certain commitments would be better for this development. Our request is consistent with the UDO and generally consistent with the comp plan, and we did get a recommendation for approval at Planning Commission. And again, this is just to clean up a zoning line so this property can be developable, because right now the way the zoning line is, you can't do anything on it right now. And that's it, quick and easy. I'm here for questions, and the owner is also here for questions as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I only have all right, is that Warren Mitchell with you? All right, just resource?
Yes.
Okay, sounds good. So I don't have any other cards. All right, I don't have any online. No. All right. Colleagues, I will now declare this public hearing closed and back before the council. If there are no additional comments, I will entertain a motion to adopt an ordinance amending the Unified Development Ordinance by taking property out of industrial light and residential rural and establishing the same as industrial light with a textual development plan.
Moved as read.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Madam Clerk, please open the vote. Please close.
And the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. And I'll now entertain the second motion to adopt the consistency statement required by the North Carolina General Statute, Section 160D-605.
Move to adopt consistency.
Second.
Been moved and properly seconded. Madam Clerk, please open the vote. Please close.
And the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. All right. Moving on to the next one. Thank you. Be well, travel safely. All right, number 41, it's gonna be just as quick.
Thank you, Mayor. Request for a utility extension agreement, voluntary annexation, an initial zoning map change has been received from Marie Farmer of Parker Poe for 10 parcels of land totaling 202.38 acres and located along Virgil Road, Cooley Road, and Kernis Road. This annexation petition, BDG 230013, is not contiguous to the primary corporate limits. The intent of the proposal is to allow up to a combination of 531 single-family and townhouse units. And staff would like to daylight an error in the memo that had the incorrect dwelling total. The proposed zoning would allow a maximum of 531 dwellings, and that's my fault, and I apologize for that. The properties are currently designated mixed residential neighborhood, recreation and open space, and mixed-use neighborhood on the place type map. The proposed planned development residential 2.886 zoning is generally inconsistent with the place type map designations of mixed residential neighborhood and mixed-use neighborhood. If the proposed zoning is approved, staff recommends a change to the place type map to retain the recreation and open space place type and designate the remainder of the property as mixed residential neighborhood. In addition, a large portion of the site is within the future growth area identified in the comprehensive plan. If the proposal is approved, the FGA, or future growth area, designation will be removed from the properties. Thank you. Staff and the applicant are available for any questions.
Thank you. Colleagues, we've heard the staff report. Before opening to the public hearing, are there any questions? Councilmember Cook.
Good evening. I have several questions, so here we go. Could you just state again, it is non-contiguous, is that correct?
Correct. It is contiguous to a satellite portion.
Could you step to the mic?
Sorry. By state definition, it's not contiguous to the corporate city limit, although it is contiguous to a satellite portion. The state requires us to categorize that annexation as non-contiguous.
Okay, because it was talked about both ways in the Planning Commission, so I wanted to make sure that I understood. Can you go into a little bit more depth on the future growth area and what that means and what it would mean to then have to set that aside?
Yeah.
Good evening, Sarah Young. So the intent of future growth areas, those are areas identified in the comprehensive plan as places within the urban growth boundary that we do expect development and annexation to occur, but areas that may not be ready for that today. And so the comprehensive plan identifies what those limiting factors may be. For instance, water and sewer infrastructure is the most common issue that we're waiting on for a future growth area. It is very possible that developments will provide their own infrastructure, and so then that becomes a non-issue at the time of development. So that is the purpose of future growth areas. There are areas that had some identified additional support needed in order to be developed.
Thank you. So at the Planning Commission, Alex talked a little bit about which impacts we can legally look at cumulatively. Specifically, he was talking about stormwater versus transportation versus like water and sewer. And he said that some that we could look at and think about all of the surrounding areas, but legally some we could not cumulatively look at. Can you break those down for us?
So I didn't listen to that part of the Planning Commission, so I'll try and do my best. There are things that we are able to track. For instance, transportation improvements. You've heard our transportation staff talk about how they are kind of codependent on each other many times. Other things like stormwater, it has to be looked at on a site-by-site basis per our current regulations. So I don't know if that fully answers your question. I would need to kind of get a little more context. I'm sorry if it does not.
That's okay, yeah. I mean, he was just sort of talking about how some of that was just legally precluded. And so then when we get those, I just think it's important for context, because then when we get these statistics, we might not know which ones we're looking at cumulatively versus which ones we're looking at by site. So you said transportation improvements was one that we were able to track cumulative growth. Stormwater, we are not able to. What else falls into those two categories? Sorry to put you on the spot.
Yeah, I think, right now we're working through trying to identify, are there other things that we can track cumulatively, but currently transportation-related impacts are the only ones that we're able to do that effectively.
Okay. Then there was a letter from RDU, and that is the first time I'm seeing that with the sound insulation. So could you talk more about any requirements or anything around that issue?
Yeah, so one of the new commitments in the plan stemmed from concerns from RDU regarding neighbors or potential, basically residents in this new subdivision that would be affected by sort of the noise cone or the noise of the airport. And so what the condition is provided from RDU is a notification requirement for all plats. So if anyone buys a home, they get the deed, they get the plat, and on that there's a notice that the property could be impacted by noise. And so they've incorporated that into their development plan.
Okay, because originally it was just part of the plats, and now it's been extended to the whole project?
The airport overlay only touches a small portion of the entire development site. So this condition applies to everything from, I think, Cooley to the west side of Virgil. So every property within that development will get that notification requirement on the plat.
Okay, thanks. I'm jumping all over the boards, so thank you for staying on your toes. I have a couple more, so stay up here. Do we have any responsibility to adjacent communities in terms of their drinkable, potable water?
So I may have to phone a friend, but we have under our the regulations that govern us from the state regarding our own treatment of water have consideration baked into them as to how where our water flows affects other jurisdictions, if that makes any sense. So we, beyond our permits that we're required to follow, I am not aware of other obligations we have. This is where I may need to phone a friend.
Yeah, and again, I didn't ask any of these questions ahead of time, so I understand that. But if we could get an answer on that, I would be curious to know. We hear a lot of concerns about this specific area and development moving into Falls Lake, and I'm just wondering what our responsibility is there, if there is any outside of this consideration that's baked into that. So if we could get an answer, that'd be awesome. And then can you review with me our restrictions on blasting? I know that we have, there's some, yes, great. I figured someone would be here given that recent article.
Good evening.
Good evening. Could you just go around our restrictions around blasting, what is required of developers when they do blast?
So in order for, whenever a developer comes in and wants to blast, they have to submit an application to us. We review that application, and then we go out and witness the first blast. After we witness the first blast, then they are allowed for a period of 60 days to blast. And we do have regulations set forth. We have it set out in our application where if they're blasting within a certain amount of feet from a roadway, they have to use blasting mats. We do require them to make mass notification to the residents in the vicinity within 750 feet, as well as offer pre-inspection surveys and inspections for the residents in those areas.
Okay, thank you. That is all my staff questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Baker? Yep. Councilmember Caballero?
Yeah, I had a question about blasting as well. And I'm sorry, I did not catch your name. I apologize.
I apologize. Good evening, everybody. Mr. Mayor, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem Council, Battalion Chief Chris Wilcox, Deputy Fire Marshal.
Good evening. Just real quick, because we are seeing, news articles and also getting emails about blasting happening at different times of day or night. And so just, could you explain to us, I'm hearing things like people are blasting in the middle of the night, and just was curious, have you all come across that, or have you had to come to any sites where you're catching people blasting in the middle of the night or any of that?
No, ma'am. We have not. We did receive a complaint. So per our blasting applications, they're not allowed to blast past 4 o'clock.
4 p.m.?
4 p.m., yes, ma'am. We did receive a complaint a few weeks ago in regards to someone blasting it was roughly 9:05 in the evening. And from there, we did investigate that. We did send someone out immediately that evening, as well as myself. We investigated and found that there was some residents in the area who had built a shooting lane and were out shooting guns and shooting at tannerite.
What is it?
It's like a target type explosive, which we do not regulate.
But it's loud.
It is loud, yes, ma'am.
And there's no regulation around that?
Not with us, and it was also in the county.
So there's no regulation against that either?
Nothing within the city of Durham
Okay.
that we would handle. Now, I can't speak for other departments or other agencies or federal agencies, but for us, we do not regulate that.
And potentially loud noises like that could be, it could be whatever. It could be blasting, it could be something else. But in general, if you get a report like that, you all do try and kind of like suss out what the source is. And in this case, it was shooting and not anything to do with
Correct.
blasting.
Anytime we do receive a complaint, we investigate that immediately. And that particular evening, there was nothing founded. That is the only complaint that we have received for blasting after hours.
Okay, thank you so much.
At that time of the evening.
Okay, thank you. And then if it ends at 4 p.m., what's the start time?
8 a.m.
8 a.m. Okay, thank you so much.
Councilmember Riss?
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. I've got a question. Since we're talking about development impacts, I have a question for Plan Director Young or her staff. So we've been getting a lot of emails, and we've had a lot of discussions about impact on streams and creeks in that area in the southeast. So my question is, I know we strengthened the UDO, I think, last year by adding like the double sill fences, right, the flocculants. Do we have any data on how that's working? And any data, or are we planning to collect any data on that to help us understand how that's working?
So, great question. I actually asked Ryan Eves, the Sedimentation and Erosion Control Manager with the county, that question recently, a related question, and he told me that they did have finally a number of projects, I don't remember the exact number, but that were under construction under the new rules. And so I do have a follow-up with him to once we get a little more data on how those are working, to kind of compile that information and be happy to share it. But we have our first kind of pilot projects now under the new rules that are on the ground.
And we'll have the ability to compare that to previous developments under the old rules. Mm-hmm. Great, thank you.
Any other questions for staff before the public hearing is open? All right. I will now declare this public hearing open. I have a number of speakers tonight, so I will limit to 2 minutes each. Have a number of speakers tonight, so I'm going to limit it to 2 minutes. And we will first hear from the applicant. How much time do you believe you think you need?
10 minutes.
All right, let's place 12 minutes on.
Good evening.
Mayor Williams, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, members of council. My name is Marie Farmer. I'm with Parker Poe, 301 Fayetteville Street in Raleigh, here on behalf of the applicant, Taylor Morrison. I'm accompanied tonight by Laura Holloman, certified planner with McAdams, Tyler Probst, civil engineer and project manager with McAdams, and Dyron Capers, traffic engineering project manager with Ramey Kemp, who will be available to answer questions. I would like to start by briefly introducing the developer for this site. Taylor Morrison is a national home builder that entered the North Carolina market in 2015 and has built communities throughout the Triangle. Life Story Research has awarded Taylor Morrison with the Most Trusted Builder Award for 8 consecutive years. Taylor Morrison partners with Abacos, a nationally recognized expert in construction quality, and in 2019, Taylor Morrison partnered with the National Wildlife Federation to apply NWF standards to current and future community open space. To date, they have certified more than 7,200 acres of wildlife habitat, 72 monarch butterfly gardens, and over 100 nature playscapes are underway. Taylor Morrison is also the only U.S. home builder on Bloomberg's Gender Equality Index since 2019. Here we wanted to illustrate a few examples of Taylor Morrison's projects to show the quality that you can expect from this developer. The top left picture is from the Creekside at Bethpage community here in Durham. The middle picture is from the Bridgeberry community in Holly Springs, and the top right is from the Towns at Westford in Apex. The property we are discussing tonight is located less than 10 miles north of RDU, just above the Durham County and Wake County line, and a few miles east of Carolina Arbors. It sits between Olive Branch Road and Coley Road along Virgil Road and extends down to Carpenter Pond Road. The property right now is mostly vacant. As a bit of background, we had several pre-application meetings with staff for this project in 2022 when the place type map and guide for the new comprehensive plan were being drafted. And we submitted our application just after the full draft of the comprehensive plan had been created. The review for this case directly coincided with the adoption process for the comprehensive plan and was heard before the Planning Commission a few months after the new comprehensive plan was adopted. Throughout the duration of this case, Taylor Morrison has adapted as the future land use map was replaced by the place type map, and the application and interpretation of the new comprehensive plan has been refined. Under the new comprehensive plan, the designation for the site is mostly mixed residential neighborhood. This calls for projects that will provide new homes on previously undeveloped land that are designed to add a diversity of housing types at different price points and densities. The primary use should be residential with a mix of uses in the surrounding area, and buildings should be clustered close together on the least sensitive portions of the site. Staff has found this project generally inconsistent with the MRN designation because it does not provide a third housing type. However, this project will provide 531 new homes on previously undeveloped land that is within a 5 to 6 minute drive of the corners at Briar Creek. Taylor Morrison has committed to a maximum 45% single family and minimum 50% townhomes, with at least 2 different types of townhomes and 2 different types of single family units. The townhomes may vary by width, number of stories, or driveway location, and the single family units may vary by lot size or finished square footage to provide different price points and densities. With a 15-acre wildlife corridor and 100-foot stream buffers throughout, the units will be clustered close together on the least sensitive portions of the site. As such, there are numerous aspects of the MRN designation that this project is consistent with. There is one parcel designated mixed-use neighborhood that staff has also found this project inconsistent with. If you look at the place type map, you will see that this parcel was most likely designated MUN because of its location at the intersection. What the place type map does not contemplate, because it simply looks at the parcel 2D, is how that designation aligns with the topography and environmental protection required by the UDO. With 100-foot stream buffers throughout, over 30 acres of open space, and over 40 acres of tree coverage, including on this parcel, there are less than 30 acres of developable land on this 50-acre parcel. So while a mixed-use neighborhood does make sense in theory, practically speaking, it was not something that we could achieve with this project. The northwest corner of this site is designated recreation and open space, and the project is consistent with that designation by providing a 15-acre wildlife corridor, which is 2 acres more than the comprehensive plan calls for. The comprehensive plan also calls for a 300-foot corridor, and the proposed corridor gradually increases from 100 feet to 300 feet to over 800 feet to provide not just a wildlife corridor, but a protected habitat area. As you can see on your screen, the blue-gray indicates the power line easement that runs across the site, and everything in the light green is that wildlife corridor. The current zoning on the site is residential rural, and the zoning we are requesting is PDR 2.886, which will allow for the development of up to 531 single-family homes and townhomes. This is consistent with the PDR zoning to the north, approved in 2020, and to the south, which was approved in 2021. This application is also accompanied by an annexation petition, and as staff had explained, this property is contiguous with city limits on Carpenter Pond Road, but because of how North Carolina statutes are written, the voluntary petition is not allowed to be considered contiguous in this instance. This application was submitted with a graphic development plan. Again, you will see the 15-acre wildlife corridor. We have over 40 acres of preserved tree coverage, over 32 acres of open space, 100-foot stream buffers throughout, indicated by the light blue. There are 20-foot project boundary buffers, 4 access points on Virgil Road, and 2 access points on Coley Road. Additionally, unlike many other projects that come before this council, this development will be served by public streets, and Taylor Morrison is providing 9 stubs for future connections. This means that all of the requirements for streets and pedestrian connectivity in the UDO will apply at site plan, including public sidewalks on both sides, connecting to the multi-use path on the frontage, and providing a public connection to the Greenway Trail if constructed. There are a number of text commitments being offered with this proposal. Again, numerous commitments to address diversity of housing types at different price points and densities. To address affordability, at least 60% of all townhouse units will be less than 1,750 square feet. No townhouse will be wider than 24 feet. Final lot dimensions for the single-family units will be between 41 feet and 51 feet, and then a minimum of 15% of all of the single-family units will be less than 2,000 square feet. Additionally, building height will not exceed 40 feet. We also have commitments to address stormwater, addressing the 100-year storm, committing to only native trees. We have numerous transportation commitments, including turn lanes on Carpenter Pond Road and Virgil, Kemp and Virgil, installation of a traffic signal at 98 and Southview Road, the 10-foot multi-use path along the frontage of the site on Virgil, Carpenter Pond, and Coley. And when we submitted this application over a year ago, we submitted with an affordable commitment consistent with approvals at that time, which was 3% at 80% AMI for 20 years to provide high-quality income-restricted units for 16 families in Durham. As was alluded to earlier, the new UDO requirements related to sedimentation and erosion control and the standards for phasing, grading, and tree coverage that were approved last year will apply to this project. This includes the use of double-row silt fences, flocculants, and larger sediment basins, as well as the changes made to the ordinance to address mass grading. In response to feedback we received from the Planning Commission and community, we have increased our school donation to $59,800, added commitments to address green sustainable building practices by committing to all garages being pre-wired for EV charging stations and solar conduit in all single-family homes, and at least 1 residential amenity building. To address environmental concerns, we have made a commitment that, to our knowledge, no other developer has done here in Durham, which is to incorporate 4 National Wildlife certified features into the project's open space. In addition to the 15-acre wildlife corridor along Martin Branch Creek, Taylor Morrison is providing an easement for the Martin Branch Creek Greenway Trail with the option to construct the trail. We are also proud to address affordability tonight by doubling our commitment to 6% for 30 years, with 3% at 80% AMI, and 3% at 60% AMI. This will now provide 32 families high-quality, income-restricted units as a part of this project. This proposal is consistent with 22 of 29 applicable policies in the new comprehensive plan. As you can see, we are consistent with 12 policies by meeting the standards set by the UDO and 10 policies by exceeding those standards. And finally, this rezoning is consistent with the review criteria in the UDO. So thank you for your time, and we look forward to answering any questions you may have.
All right, thank you very much. I have quite a few speakers online, which is where I'll start first. Tina Motley Pearson, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Welcome. You have 2 minutes. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Good evening, Mayor Williams and members of the City Council. My name is Tina Motley Pearson, and my address is on file. The Virgil Road Assemblage is a very large project at about 200 acres that has 9 streams with 7 stream crossings. The developers, it looks like, she may have made some changes since this first came out, but, originally it did have a minimum of environmental protections. But over 17 acres of this property has steep slopes, and there is a 144-foot drop on this property, which is actually better suited for a roller coaster. This development will require a lot of blasting. It's highly erosive Triassic Basin soils, and according to the data collected by Sound Rivers, water sampling indicates that the current sediment and erosion control practices are not always effective in keeping runoff from polluting waterways, especially in the Triassic Basin. There's no data supporting Durham's new sediment and erosion control regulations have solved this problem because the sediment pollution continues. Tree deforestation creates heat islands. The bare minimum of tree coverage is 20%. And like I said, I'm not sure if she did some changes with that. The bare minimum of open space is 30%, but the developer is using a loophole so he can double count riparian buffers as open space and tree retention areas. This means that approximately 160 acres will be clear-cut next to sensitive waterways. The maximum impervious surface is 70%. 20% is the recommended maximum percent of impervious surface to minimize watershed impacts. All buffers should be undisturbed. We're not opposed to development, but clearly this is not the right proposal. The Planning Commission vote was a recommendation of denial 10-0. The entire Planning Commission voted no on this. I urge you to vote no on this proposal also. Thank you so much and have a great evening.
Thank you. Next, I have Pam Andrews.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. You have 2 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Williams and Durham City Council. I want to share a summary of several issues with the Virgil Road Assemblage. This parcel is not consistent with the place type map, mixed residential neighborhood, recreation open space, and mixed use neighborhood with no commercial proposed. Number 2, a large section of this property is in the future growth area due to a lack of infrastructure. Policy 122 states designated future growth areas on the place type map is where infrastructure and service upgrades are needed. Thus, development should not be extended until these are met. Southeast Durham is designated as needing fire service. 3, fire, EMS, and police are grossly understaffed. There are over 150 police officer vacancies and numerous firefighter openings. The only way we've been able to adequately staff the fire trucks is by hiring back 8 to 10 firefighters per shift for overtime from other shifts per a current firefighter. 4, this site is not contiguous to the corporate city limits and creates a donut hole. Therefore, the planning department did not recommend this proposal. Schools are over capacity. Neal Middle School is 110% over. Spring Valley is 118% over capacity. This does not include 49 developments under construction and 15 more pending. How will schools hold all these students, especially Neal? 6, this development would be car-centric and automobile dependent, as there are no scheduled City of Durham or DOT roadway improvements in the area. Existing roads lead to the site are narrow 9-foot lanes. This site alone will add over 4,500 vehicle trips per day. 7, there are no continuous sidewalks for pedestrians and bike lanes to travel. There is no commercial in close proximity to the site. Many times I have presented concerns about the crisis of sediment pollution in Durham's waterways. Riverkeeper Crop has been sampling Lick Creek for 2 years. Lick Creek watershed is severely polluted with sediment runoff from mass-graded developments. A recent study by UNC Collaboratory indicated that the conservation of remaining forest land is the one most important thing.
Thank you, Ms. Andrews.
Falls Lake. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Frank Katina. Or Katina. Frank, can you hear me?
Good evening. Good evening.
Frank, can you hear me?
Mayor Williams, Council.
My name is Frank Katina. My wife and I live at 1103
Okay,
Greenfield
Frank.
Drive.
Hello,
in
Mr.
Raleigh.
Katina.
Yes.
Are you and your wife both signed up to speak, and you're on two devices?
No.
All right. Yeah, we have you on two devices, which is creating a lot of feedback.
Okay, 1 second.
Okay.
Is this better? Yeah.
All right.
Is this
Mr.
better?
Frank, can you hear me?
Yes. Mayor
All right.
Williams.
Much
You can hear me?
better.
No feedback? Okay, thank you.
Welcome. Paula, could you start it over, please?
Sure. Good
All
evening,
right.
Mayor
You have
Williams
2
and
minutes.
council.
Welcome. Go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Williams and council. My name is Frank Katina, and my wife and I live at 1103 Kintel Drive in Raleigh. I should mention this address is physically located in Durham County, not Wake, which is a never-ending source of confusion, as you can imagine. Regarding the annexation zoning change for the Virgil Road Assemblage property, we've lived in this area a few miles from this parcel for over 30 years now. Until very recently, as you can imagine, the area was very rural, zoned for 1 to 2 acre lots with the goal of protecting the Falls Lake watershed. There's no doubt in my mind that this council understands the importance of preserving the watershed, as 500,000 Triangle residents currently drink the water from Falls Lake. At its last meeting, this very council issued a proclamation about the importance of abundant and safe drinking water. The benefits are undoubtedly numerous. However, I'm very concerned about the short-term impact of the construction, and perhaps more so the long-term impact of the increased population density will have on the health of the Falls Lake watershed. A parcel that under the existing zoning would support 148 homes is now proposed for 531 homes, an increase of over 350%. With the already well-documented stream and lake impairments in the watershed, I'm hard-pressed to understand how this suddenly prudent development. Indeed, if you look at the site plan, it shows 9 creeks with 7 crossings. That's a lot of potential for adding pollutants into an already troubled environment. In January, the Planning Commission did vote 10-0 against this proposal. While some of the issues have been addressed, the core concerns that the rejection concerning sprawl in the watershed should remain. I do appreciate that this council often has to navigate its way through many difficult problems. I would respectfully suggest that this vote is substantially easier, both to protect the Falls Lake watershed and the existing environment in Southeast Durham. Thank you.
Thank you. Miss Wanda Allen?
I'm here.
Miss Allen, I got your voicemail. I promise I'm going to call you back.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Yes, I am Wanda Allen. Address is on record. The Durham planning staff stated it the best. The project is non-continuous, and they do not recommend this project. You can see this in your packet of information dated May the 20th. The policy 165 of the comprehensive plan clearly states that annexation into the city should be continuous within the existing city limits and should not cause service delivery or operation issues for the city or county. It has been noted many times tonight that this property crosses 9 streams and 7 crossings. And this project offers the minimum, I said the minimum environmental worth, which means we as taxpayers are going to be responsible to clean up another creek, another river, another stream. Clearly, policy 79 is not being met, which it clearly states it is to protect Durham's most economical, sensitive natural resources. The project also fails to offer residents with essentials such as commercial or civic institutes, which is a key in mixed residential neighborhood place type. It's also a auto dependency. It's creating auto dependency. When you make your decisions tonight, please consider how you are having an impact not only on Virgil Road, but all the city and county residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Bernadette Sim.
Yes, this is Bernadette Semi.
Simi, okay, got you. Welcome, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening. I am Bernadette Semi. I live on 1120 Virgil Road. And a couple things. I fully agree with all the speakers before me. I think one of my primary concerns is the blasting that's going on. And all the construction that's going to take place. We live right near the power line, which again has very rolly kind of hills. And I'm just concerned about the blasting. There are places, developments going up all around us, and our home has shaken like I've never felt a home shake before. And I've experienced some small earthquakes. This is unbelievable. I wonder what our foundation's doing, our wells, our septic, all that stuff. It's very scary to think that all this is going on. And I'm not against developing in rural Durham, but I just have a problem with this development going, and it is huge. And there's no infrastructure. I mean, we have this, I always called it our little Durham country road on Virgil Road. And I just foresee a disaster. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Mr. Todd Simi.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Simi was in the queue, but he's no longer online. I'm unsure if he's with Bernadette.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Simi, are you there?
Yes, I'm Todd
Welcome. You
Simi.
have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I work for Durham Public Schools, and I drive. We live here on Virgil Road, and I'm just really concerned about the traffic. It seems as though the building is going to be, or the homes are going to be going in before the roads are ready to handle it all. And Highway 98 especially, it's very difficult getting to work as it is now. And we don't even have any new homes going in on Virgil Road yet. But there's one development on the other side of us that's getting ready, I guess, to start putting up homes. But I'm just really concerned about the traffic situation and how everything's going to work out without the roads being taken care of first. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next, I have Vicky King. Vicky, can you hear me? Ms. King, can you hear me?
I'm trying to figure out how to unmute you. Can you hear me now?
Don't unmute me. We're fine. I think you're good to go now.
Okay. City Council, my name is Vicky King. I live at 2517 Ardsley Drive in Durham County, the eastern part of Durham County. I've lived in this vicinity pretty much my entire life, which is 60 plus years. I have watched development come through here, and I invite every one of you to ride down Middle Springs Road, Sharon Road, Highway 70, Highway 98, either direction. It's bumper to bumper traffic. If these developers are not going to bring in infrastructure, we've got to halt this development until something is done, especially about 98 at Sharon Road. That intersection is dangerous. Where are all these children going to go to school? If they're already overcrowded, somehow I don't see how $59,000 is going to really make a drop in the bucket if you're offering over 500 homes for development. I have a big concern about no trees. None of these developments they're clear cutting all of the area that they're trying to develop. Why can't we have some native, natural trees that's been there for years? My big concern too is the water. How are they going to keep pollution from going into the creeks? I didn't realize there were 9 creeks in this particular development. I was here when they flooded Falls Lake, and it's just been a nightmare watching how all of this is happening to our wonderful little lake. So I please beg each and every one of you to reconsider.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next, I have Rebecca Freeman.
Yes.
Welcome. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Rebecca Freeman. My contact information is on file. At least 1/3 of this project, the portion east of Virgil Road, is in the future growth area. Will the city once again change the future growth area to accommodate a developer, as was done on the northeast corner of 98, NC 98 and Kemp Road? The project is non-continuous to other cities' properties, and this has been mentioned many times tonight, and it's another issue that I had on my list. The project is located in an area 2.5 miles by 3.4 miles in a segment on the outskirts of the southeast Durham, very close to Wake County. There are 24 projects already under construction in this area, bisected by 3 major creeks: Rocky Branch Creek, Martin Creek, and Lick Creek, and many more tributaries and streams, as well as wildlife corridors. The minimums have been provided, and because of the terrain and that kind of thing, additional things have been provided, but only just at a minimum because of the sensitive areas and the way that the properties line up together. This project assemblage rambles through rural landscape adjoining properties with connections going south, then east, then again south, then east, all around, such that in order to develop this property, plan shows 7 crossings across waterways are required to connect the parcels just to get out to a road, Virgil Road. The extensive use of waterway crossings will have a major negative impact on creeks, tributaries, and streams. For these and other issues cited tonight, I encourage a negative vote as this project is presented tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, I have Jay Ray.
Mr. Mayor, Jay Ray isn't in the queue, but I do have 2 people online that just have phone numbers listed. They don't have names associated.
It's one of those numbers ending in 2178. All right. Next, I have Jacqueline Wagstaff. Oh, it's an NA. Okay. Actually, no, I don't have a Jacqueline Wagstaff signed up for that item. All right. We will now move to in-person. Is that Tyler? Is there a Tyler in the room? Oh, it's a proponent. So I can't read the last name, but first name Tyler, last name starts with a P. Oh, the applicant. Okay, gotcha. All right, I have Darren Capers. Okay. I have Tammy, Ms. Tathar, come on up. All right, after Ms. Tammy, I have Ms. Pam Williams, Mr. Thomas Freeman, and Donna Stanback.
Just need to get the presentation up. Where's the presentation?
That there.
Right there.
And go past.
Yep. Okay. Okay, can show it. Great. Name is Tammy Sawaya. My address is on file. Thank you for this time for me to speak on the Virgil Road. I want to speak to the future growth area definition in the comprehensive plan. And it points out that the Durham, that area, that's future growth area, is currently undeveloped and sparsely underdeveloped and need critical infrastructure. And the main concern here is the fire service. We know we have sewer and water there, but it's the fire service. And in the growth place maps, you'll see that Southeast Durham was starred because there's lack of fire service. And other areas around Durham and Southeast Durham is lacking fire service as well. But this is really telling to me. In March 18th, there was a follow-up question from one of the council members on more data of fire response time. There was 2 graphs that I have now combined, and I want you to draw your attention to Station 8 and Station 17 that will service this Virgil Road annexation. From 2023 to current year-to-date this year, response times have increased for both 8 and 17. Actually, all except for stations 15 have increased. So my question to you is, what's going to happen when we have 35 developments under construction in Lake Creek, where already response time is getting worse, and now we want to add in Virgil Road, another 500 some houses? It doesn't make sense to me. Where is the risk tolerance? Are we getting to the point where we're spread too thin? I don't think there's another plan for a fire station. That is my main concern, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, I have Pam Williams.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Pam Williams. I wanted to just mention a little bit about transportation out here. Virgil Road, Coley Road, and Carpenter Pond Road, they're all like 9-foot lanes. Virgil and Coley Road are very winding, no shoulders out here. We're going to put 45,000 vehicles from this one development coming off of either Virgil or Coley onto Carpenter Pond, going down to Leesville Road. Carpenter Pond today has 4,600 vehicles on it. It has increased in the last 10 years by 178%, which is about a 10% increase when the TIAs are normally done on a 3% increase. When you add all these developments out here, the 35 developments that have been approved under construction or pending construction right now, what is going to happen to this entire area for transportation? I'd also like to mention about the schools. The schools are already overcrowded, the elementary and the middle schools, and 60,000 one-time contribution is like maybe 300 or less than 300 per student. A lot of other developments have proffered 500 per student, and we've got 299 students. Also, these percentages shown here, they are not cumulative. They are based on the number of kids in school today. So we've got 35 more developments coming out here. What's it going to do to our schools? Let's get to the 9, which has been mentioned quite a bit, and the 9 streams and 7 crossings. Of the 8 items for environmental data, all are at a minimum UDO requires. Impervious surface, steep slope, stream buffers, intrusion into stream buffers to 7 rows, boundary buffers, wetlands not saved, open space, and tree coverage. In addition, due to all things can be double counted. We would like undisturbed buffers.
Mr. Freeman. And I have Jacob.
The area of PowerPoint, he's next.
And Jacob, you're going to be after Ms. Sandback.
Good evening. My name is Thomas Freeman,
My information is on file. I'm a lifelong resident of Durham County. I'd like to draw your attention to the slide before you where we're discussing protecting sensitive land. We all know the importance of that. And I will go no further than to draw your attention to your own comprehensive plan, identifying Policy 80, whereas there is a requirement to ensure that all new developments are designed to protect the integrity of nearby public parklands and nature preserves. Additionally, Policy 83, existing habitat areas, wildlife improvement corridors should be left undisturbed. There's a great ruse going on here, folks. We call it a wildlife buffer, but every manner of variance goes on inside those buffers. I know it and you know it. No variances should be allowed. Next slide, please. I'd like to draw your attention to the fact that there are 9 creeks and 7 crossings here on this proposed site. If you look at the table to your left, you will see in red the Martin Branch, which is, if you'll notice to the right slide, how polluted with sediment it is. In contrast to the slide, the picture of the creek on the left, which is the unimpacted stream, which is Rocky Branch. Rocky Branch is on the east side of the proposed project. Martin Branch is on the west side. Draw your attention lastly to the topography. This is a horrible site. Look how close the topographical lines are on both the east side and the west side of the project. A lot of blasting will be required in order to put
Thank you.
531 units on this site.
Stand back.
The travesty.
And after Jacob, after Ms. Stanback and Jacob, I have Ms. Barefoot, Ms. Ross, and yeah.
Are you ready?
Oh, I'm ready. Thank you. You have 2 minutes. Welcome.
Okay. My name is Donna Steinbach, and I'm a lifelong citizen of Durham. I'm going to speak again on blasting, but I've got some new data. As of May 15, 2024, 10 permits out of the 11 blasting permits for were in southeast Durham. These are highlighted in red. These are within a 1.5-mile radius. The blasting continues daily with damaging the homes and wells and septic. The noise, the ground shaking, and the dust are significantly increasing the anxiety of the neighbors and the wildlife. We have members in the immediate area that know the blasting and spoke on it on CBS 17. No developer or blasting company has provided compensation for the blasting damages that's been mailed out to y'all. The impacted citizens do not have funds for a lawyer. The annexation, blasting permit, and insurance is approved by the city, and the blasting is in the city that impacts the county and city residents. Local government is responsible for allowing this to continue and not have a plan in place to deal with the impacts. Okay, let's see. Okay, so Lick Creek is the gray outlined area, that Lick Creek Basin. I'm only going to speak on the basin, which this is part of. There are 26 dense developments under construction and 9 more approved and pending construction. That is 20,800 increase in population and 69,600 trips per day. 8 of the 11 blasting permits are in the Lick Creek Basin. What are we going to do to deal with this 7% growth in the city population? We're not ready now, and we need to be ready ASAP.
Thank you. Mr. Freeman, welcome. You have 2 minutes.
Let me get queued up here. Okay. All right, so good evening, everyone. My name is Jacob Freeman.
I'm going to talk about algae and algae blooms briefly. As a Wake County resident and avid fisherman, the health of Falls Lake is of particular importance to me. Recently, Raleigh residents were complaining about city water smell, taste, and color. The WRAL article shown in the slide talks about the issues and how an algae bloom is the reason for the problems. On this slide, an article from the Neuse River Basin Riverkeeper expands on the situation a little more. In the article, she says, algae blooms are a warning sign that our waterways are in distress from excess nutrient pollution. Additionally, she goes on to say, we can prevent nutrient pollution from harming our waterways by protecting wetlands and forested buffers that store nutrients safely in the ground, create stronger regulations, create stronger regulations to prevent runoff from leaving our clear lands and entering drinking water. And I'll add to this, basically decreasing impervious surface overall to have a larger sink for nutrients and prevent runoff. That's really how you stop the problem. So now I'll turn your attention to one of the images we've shown before, which shows sediment-laden water from Lick Creek entering Falls Lake. I'll call your attention to the last part of Policy 86, which talks about protecting drinking water in adjacent counties. In our opinion, this is not being met. This last slide is another view of sediment-laden water entering Falls Lake after a rain event. You're aware of the impaired nature of Martin Branch, which was shown earlier, the NTU units versus Rocky Branch, which is an unimpacted waterway that's not in a place that's being developed currently, which is also a tributary of Lick Creek. As this slide states, sedimentation pollution carries bacteria and nutrients contributing to algae blooms. Sedimentation increases the cost of drinking water treatment. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Barefoot.
Good evening. I'm Robin Barefoot. My address is on record. I wanted to be charmed, Mayor Williams, when you and Pro Tem Middleton were telling the story about the festival this weekend. You were so happy. It was so evident you enjoyed yourself. And I really wanted to be inspired by the budget that you presented, Madam Manager. That's the Durham I want to live in. That's the place that I thought I lived in. But what I know is that for the last 2 years, this group called Preserve Rural Durham has showed up here with more data and more information. They should be on your payroll. They should be in that budget because they spend all week long doing that research, and they're all experts in their field, to share with you that there's irreparable damage being done in Southeast Durham, that neighbors are being put at risk, that there are citizens being deprived of their right to flourish, and that there is no accountability, and that there is no appropriate response from this body or from the county. When government behaves like that, that's immoral. That's immoral government, and it's time for the people to stand up and say that. I believe that you take these jobs because you want to make Durham better. And I'm confident that you make Durham better in lots of ways. But in the issue of development, you have accommodated and pandered to private interests that are absolutely pillaging what is beautiful and wonderful about the Durham that we love. So I really encourage you to think carefully about the developments that you continue to approve. And in this meeting, specifically this Virgil Road property, it's really incomprehensible to me that you would even consider it. I understand that in times past, developers actually had to meet standards, and I also understand they actually had to provide an illustration of what they were building. These developers don't even know what they're building. They're just talking off the top of their head.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time. I'll see you tomorrow, Leo.
In the morning, bright and early.
Don't start my time yet because Katie Ross, I want to give a shout out to the planning department. I went to the Planning Academy last weekend.
Gotcha. We're going to do that in your 2 minutes.
It was really fun. So I just don't want to.
Thanks for showing up.
All right. So the planning department is filled with good people. I look back relate to PRD and things that have been going on with the developments for the last 2 years, which is about as long as I've kind of been interested in it. And I found an article in the Herald Sun which talked about a hearing that had just happened. Said residents, and it was PRD, also said area emergency services such as fire stations and emergency medical services are already insufficient. Two planners, who I won't name here, replied that future development would not begin until funding is set aside to provide more emergency services. Has that happened? Have you set aside more money for emergency services down in southeast Durham, which you've heard so much is understaffed for emergency services? And it hasn't been increased, but the population has and is growing ridiculously. Regarding blasting, those people down on Nichols Road, 10 families still don't have potable water. That's because of blasting, and they haven't been able to get any compensation or repair from the blasting company or the developers. You guys can do something about that through amending the ordinances and conducting some deep dives into blasting practices in Durham. And Mayor, last time I talked about blasting, about these same people, you said, well, I'll just pass that along to the county because they're outside the city limits. But the blasting is happening within the city limits on projects that this council has approved. So please, try going without water in your house for a week to have some compassion and do something about it. Thank you.
Next, I have Carol Kozar, Amy Baz, James Baz, and Brian Strickland.
Hi.
And Fanny Nora Durant. Okay. Welcome. You have 2 minutes.
Mayor Williams, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, Council, I want to thank you for the opportunity to talk today. I also want to acknowledge what a challenging job you all have, listening to so many conflicting interests, and I have the utmost respect for you all. My name's Carol Kozar. I live on Carpenter Pond Road, directly impacted by the proposed development. On the phone were some of my neighbors, Steve Wall and Bob Hatcher. I am here with David Bender, my partner, as well as Colleen Perrier. I think technical difficulties wasn't on the call today. I live within 2 miles of where I live today since I was a young adult, and if you look at me now, you know I'm not young anymore, so I've spent a number of years living in this area. My kids were born here, raised here. They went to college. They went to high school at Josephine Dobbs Clement Early College High School here. Great program, by the way. And they took classes at Central. I've watched 540 go in, the new road, the development. It's pretty amazing what's going on in this area. I tell you all this because I think it kind of gives some credibility to what I'm talking about here today. First and foremost, the area that's being proposed for development is a community. It's a rural community, but it's a community of houses and neighbors, and people help each other, and we're there for each other. It is a residential rural community. And I think that residential aspect, I think, is a critical component of what is being proposed today. The area also isn't devoid of commercial. I keep hearing it mixed use and the need for commercial properties. I've walked to Harris Teeter, I've walked to Walmart, I can walk to the Circle K. These are all within reasonable walking distances, and given the development that's going on, pretty soon it'll be sidewalks all the way.
That was quick.
Was it quick?
Yeah.
Well, anyway, I just asked that you vote in favor of the development.
Context takes time. Welcome.
Hi.
You have a quick 2 minutes.
Yay. My name is Amy Bass. I'm granddaughter of Elizabeth Martin and daughter of Mary Martin Holben. I'm a proud Durhamite, and I'm invested in Durham. I'm a product of Durham Public Schools and a current DPS classified employee. My family has tried for the last 30 years to sell the land on Virgil Road. Property taxes were and continue to be a significant burden to our family. Many are retired on a fixed income, and many of us don't make a lot of money. Conservationists have never approached us about saving this land. No one wanted it because there was no sewer available, so we continued paying taxes with no end in sight. Now there's a pump station in the area, and we became hopeful. My memories of this land are so wholesome and precious to me. I've heard countless stories from my sister, my mom, my cousins, my mother's siblings about the fun times and love that we've shared out there. I know it is time for others to love it, and I hope to see future generations enjoying it the way we did. Housing is in demand. Durham County's population has increased 13 out of 13 years between 2010 and 2023. There is insufficient housing for everyone who wants to live here. Taylor Morrison plans for this area and this city meet that urgent need. Finally, I'm also a big wildlife advocate. I've attended every public meeting held by the applicant, and I'm impressed that they have answered all of my environmental concerns with their plans. I have never seen a developer incorporate 4 national wildlife certified features, so I know they are the most responsible option. I trust Taylor Morrison with the grand stewards of my land. I ask that you also help us honor my mother's wishes for the land to be sold and her family to be taken care of.
Thank you. Mr. James Bass.
Good evening. My name's James Bass. I want to speak about Falls Lake. I'm 55 years old, lived in Durham my whole life. I've fished that lake for more than 30 years. The lake is historically a stained lake for water clarity. And when it rains, no matter which creek you go to on that lake, it's going to be muddy. That's just the way it is. I understand some council members have visited the area and have seen what is called tomato soup. However, if you drive north to the Eno River, where there is no development, you will see the exact same thing. I understand that the city's growing rapidly and it's hard for some people to process, but the tomato soup effect you saw is not necessarily the result of development in the area. The area behind the marina where Lick Creek flows in has been in question recently. Because the county has a large amount of red clay when it rains, Lick Creek flows in muddy as it has for 30 years. I've seen it fish in the lake. From my experience, the mud does not affect the lake. We have caught and released hundreds of healthy fish in the lake. The Eno and Flat Rivers produce just as much mud after a good storm. That is what storm runoff does. It muddies the lake. And the silt will settle quickly once it hits deeper water, providing nutrients for the lake. So I see no issues concerning how the runoff is affecting the lake the past few years. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian Strickland.
Good evening, members of our City Council. I am Brian Strickland, and as we gather here today to discuss the proposed development for our family land, I am moved to share a deeply personal aspect of this decision, one that speaks to the profound impact it had on my family. In 2022, we said goodbye to my grandmother, a matriarch whose love and wisdom shaped our family for generations. In her final days, one of her greatest concerns was the future and well-being of her grandchildren, including my siblings and I. The burden of property taxes, as we heard earlier tonight, have weighed heavily on her mind, and knowing the financial strain it placed on those she held dear. The news of the land being sold brought her immense relief and peace in her final days. As a graduate of Riverside High School, a teacher and a coach there since 2005, I know all too well the impact that this land sale will have on my family and I. I am one of 4 family members employed by Durham Public Schools. However, as property taxes continue to rise, it became increasingly difficult for us to sustain the financial burden associated with maintaining ownership of this land. As a Durham native, nothing makes me prouder to see Durham continue to grow and thrive so that the youth of our future can benefit from your decision tonight. As you consider the development proposal before you, let us remember the profound impact it has on families like mine. Approving this proposal is not just the economic growth or environmental conservation. It is about honoring the hopes and dreams of our loved ones and securing a better future for our family. I urge each member of this council to carry my grandmother's legacy in their hearts as they deliberate on this decision. Embrace this opportunity to bring comfort and security to families like mine, to pave the way for a future filled with promise and prosperity. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. And lastly, Fanny Nora. Yes, okay. And please pronounce that for me.
All right, to the City Council, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, and the City Council, my name is Phanindra Jayanti. I was born and raised in Durham, and I am here today to talk about the blasting impacts. I've watched or attended City Council meetings, and it's really concerning about what blasting has done in this area of Durham, and now it's leading into Wake County. And you know, I saw the news article today about what blasting and the impacts of it, and I'm just concerned, like if developers, I have no problem with development. I have a problem with using blasting to develop. If there's not another way, like I think there's a solution to not blasting, and because of the impacts. It's clearly destroying the water, and these residents may not have the funds to hire a lawyer to litigate this issue. And I ask that you all take that into account in your vote, that people are being impacted by this, and I think there's a better way. Again, I'm not against development in this area. I'm against the blasting that's being done in this area. And it's, you all approve these projects, but then the county has to deal with the outcomes. So I ask that you all consider it and vote appropriately. Thank you.
Thank you. Those are all of the cards I have. I'll ask the applicant. Well, actually, I have a lot of cards for the applicant team. I'm assuming that, so I have Marie Farmer, Mike Reynolds, Tyler P., and Darren Capers, all on the team? Okay. Do you want to respond?
Yes, briefly. Obviously, we have heard a lot this evening about blasting, about the stream crossings, and I just want to make sure that it is very clear that whether this project that is proposed by Taylor Morrison is developed, or whether the project, or whether the land is developed by right, those things will occur. Blasting will most likely occur, stream crossings will most likely occur. And so the question before this council is, with this proposed development by Taylor Morrison that provides affordable units for 32 families here in Durham, that has green sustainable building commitments, that has commitments that address the environmental impacts. Is it that project, or is it the 148 single-family homes that could be built by right? Those homes would most likely be on septic and would have a far worse impact on the streams and creeks that are clearly of deep concern to this community. And so this development will be far more environmentally sensitive than what could be developed by right, simply based on the sewer that would be provided. We also heard a few comments that the city and this council have provided no appropriate response to the concerns that have been raised by the community. And as we had stated in our presentation, and as was alluded to earlier with staff, the city and this council worked very hard on changes to the UDO to specifically address the concerns that have been raised by this community for the impacts to Falls Lake. Those were the changes to the sedimentation and erosion control, and those were the changes to mass grading. So all of those changes to the UDO will now apply to projects in this area. And as staff confirmed, we still have not seen the results of that yet, but we are certainly hopeful that those changes, because they are substantial, will make a significant impact moving forward. There were also some comments, Ms. Barefoot had said, we don't know what is being proposed. There used to be graphics that were provided. As we had shown in our development plan, we provided that graphic image that you all saw. We opted to do the graphic development plan. Many projects do the textual, which I think is what was alluded to, so they do not have to go through the hard work that it takes to put one of these together, because it is significant. But we did that in this case so the community could see where all of the streams are located, where the wildlife corridor would be provided, where that tree coverage would be located. And so we did put that together, and we made all of those commitments abundantly clear. Additionally, we made made it very clear, and I won't go into that again, all of the units and types and proffers that are outlined here. Finally, just with regard to infrastructure and traffic, if you look at the numerous text commitments that are provided that address transportation, you will see that there are timing mechanisms associated with that. So you will see the language that says prior to the issuance of certificate of occupancy. That means that before COs can be issued, there are certain transportation commitments that must be in place. So the concern that these improvements will not occur and that the development will just happen, there's timing mechanisms that specifically address that. One last point with regard to the property and the annexation. Again, this property is contiguous with city limits. It is just contiguous to a satellite portion. But the corporate city limits are directly above. If we go back quickly to our presentation, you will see everything in yellow on the screen is the city limits. So everything you see in yellow to the north, that is all city limits. Everything you see to the south, that is all city limits. So we are contiguous with what is technically a satellite portion, but you will see just to the north, that is the corporate city limits. And so that is simply a technicality in this instance. Thank you so much.
All right. Well, this is a public hearing, and those are all the signups that I have. So at this time, I will declare this public hearing closed and back before the council. Colleagues.
I have two quick follow-up questions for the applicant. There were a couple statements about double counting the buffer and the open space. Did you have a response to that? Is the open space and the buffer, are those separate acreages in your count?
I will double check with our civil engineers on that, but we are providing the 32 acres of open space. I'm not sure what the precise acreage is of the stream buffers and whether that is calculated into the stream buffers, but one moment, I will check on that. I can address your other question though.
Sure. So my second question is, how much money per student is that increased public school donation?
So I will note that there was, and we had spoke to staff about this previously, there was an error in the impact to the schools in the original staff report. And so I believe what was illustrated on the screen previously was an error. And so the total student impact is 200 students from this development.
That's what it says on my report.
So it would be $299 per student.
At the Planning Commission, you stated that y'all were going to do $500 per student. Why did that change?
I am not sure why.
It wasn't you, sorry, my mistake, but your colleague stated that.
I'm not sure why that error occurred, but the commitment this evening is the $59,800.
Okay, $299 per student.
Yes.
Those are my two questions, so if you have an answer to the first one, that'd be great.
Councilmember Freeman, did you have a question for staff or?
Just, I mean, procedurally, you usually have equal time. Diana's not there. I would have texted her if she were.
Sorry, say that one more time.
But just making sure that there was equal time. I just wanted to make sure that there was equal time on both sides for the proponents and the opponents. It looked like it was all mixed in a little bit. And I just want to make sure that the general public understands that there was equal time for both sides.
You're saying, I'm sorry, I'm a little confused with what you're saying.
There were some proponents mixed in with the opponents, and the timing, I couldn't keep track of exactly how many minutes, but once you started talking again, there were 16 minutes, and I want to make sure that there was equal time on both sides.
Okay, so if there was.
I was just checking with the clerk.
Okay, so I believe what the
Each
clerk is
speaker
doing is
received
making sure that, are you
minutes, yes.
banking it
Uh-huh,
and then providing the remainder?
yes.
Gotcha. And we're going to clean that up in the procedure soon, too.
And I do have questions, I just want to make sure.
Okay, gotcha. Were you finished, Councilmember Cook?
I'm
Did
waiting.
you have a response?
Yes, so the 32.28, I believe, acres of open space is a separate requirement in the UDO from the 100-foot stream buffers, and so we do not have the precise acreage that overlaps there, but those are two separate requirements. So there is some potential for open space to be located within the stream buffer, but there's not a double counting. Those are two completely different requirements in the code.
Wait, sorry, if they're separate, how is it that it might be in the stream buffer?
Open space could be located within the stream buffer, but it is not a double counting of a code requirement. Those are two distinct code requirements.
Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Baker. Okay. Councilmember Caballero?
I have one. This is for staff, and I apologize for not asking it earlier. There's I was just looking at like their, and I've got to find which one it is. There's so many attachments. I don't remember what policy it is, but it's basically like reuse of material, and it says that the policy was not met, but it didn't make a lot of sense to me why the policy wouldn't be applicable instead of not met. Basically, it's like if you're doing something where there's a structure that you're trying to reuse material, but if there's not a structure, I don't know how you'd meet that policy. And maybe it's just my reading of it. And I'll try and pull up the,
Yeah, our apologies, that probably should have been not applicable because
Okay,
it's intended to be like reuse of.
right, I got the intent, but it was like, there's not a structure on there that I'm aware of. Okay, so it should be, okay.
Our apologies.
No, that's fine. Thank you. That was my one question.
All right, Councilmember Freeman.
I did have a question for staff around, I heard from the family, there was some concern about the tax burden, and I wasn't sure if our office, if there's an office that's in line to actually assist with something like that, because just making sure that there's not a burden to anyone who has land that's kind of in sensitive areas. I believe there was a fund we set up a number of years ago, and I wasn't sure if that was being looked at for situations like this, or situations like this that might come up.
You mean that tax covenant?
No, this was a fund for, especially with sensitive areas around watershed, and I want to say it was like $5 million.
I don't think anyone is familiar. Staff?
It was around open space. No, I'll figure it out.
Colleague?
Councilmember Freeman, are you talking about the money that we dedicate for buying, purchasing land that is considered conservation for water protection?
It was similar to that, but I want to say it was outside of the, like, this is Falls Lake. That was for, I know we were doing the.
This was for it was just, I think in the manager's budget, the amount has increased this year, but it was an initial amount of $100,000. But that was just for if there was identified parcels of land that that staff had recognized for water protection purposes, similar to what the city of Raleigh is already doing. That's the only thing I'm aware of.
Yeah, and this was I think came from some of the conversation. I think you might be right, but I think there was some additional conversation around, and I want to say it was something about going into Person County. There was some other county areas that we were talking about, and I'll look it up, but yeah. I was trying to see if anyone knew.
I don't know how far that went. I mean, maybe we've had conversations or people have come to present to us, but the only one that I know that the city has funded is the fund for, if we see stuff that
It's
comes
the
up.
parcels around Lake Mickey, but there was something separate. There was something different. Okay. And then I was just trying to keep up with, there was a comment, I want to say Pam Andrews, and when you're talking about the schools and the overcapacity, I was trying to keep up. The slide went too fast. Elementary schools was at 118%? Does that sound, somebody had that slide up. Can you come up for a second? I just want to make sure. Elementary schools were at 118% over capacity. Middle schools were at 110% over capacity. And I think I wrote 86, but I wasn't sure. For high schools.
Here it is. Elementary, 117.85 or 118. Middle school, 110.25. And then high school, which would be Neal, in this case, it's 86.
And where are you gathering this information from?
Out of the packet,
Okay.
the zoning packet, zoning report.
Okay.
I know. And the 299 students is 299 that will be coming in because of this. It's not less than what the 148 would have.
Okay, so 299 students at $300 each gives you the 59, and I think you were saying, the young lady was saying again, 59 something.
But anyway.
And then there was a policy number that you brought up, and I was trying to catch that too. I got policy 80 and 83, but there was a third one. It was specific to I have Wanda Allen. No. It's okay, I'll go back.
Here's 80 and 83, protecting sensitive land.
Okay.
Is that the one you were talking about?
Yeah, I got those two. It was a third one. And
The one I brought up was 79.
Okay, that was it. That was it.
Sensitive natural areas.
Thank you. That's all I have right now.
Councilmember Rist.
Yeah, a couple questions. Ms. Farmer, a question. So there was a lot of conversation about impervious surface, about the maximum is 70% in the UDO, but can you give me a sense of what's the total expected impervious surface across the development? I don't know if I've seen that number.
We have, the maximum on here. I can bring up Tyler, the civil engineer for the project, to answer that further.
Hey, good evening. Tyler Probst McAdams. I'm a licensed engineer and the project manager for this civil engineering. So we won't be near the 70% max. We simply list that because right now, a lot of things are shifting around. We know the access points at this point, but we might, move a road slightly, might shift some homes over to this side, and it might affect it. I would expect us to be somewhere 25 to 30%, most likely. And so it's interesting because we did take a look a little bit into it. In the Falls Lake watershed, when you go above 24%, there's an ordinance that requires all the stream buffers on site, regardless of if they're delineated at 50 feet or 100 feet, intermittent or perennial, to go up to 100 feet. So that is a direct correlation to the sensitive waters. So if you go above that threshold, they say, we want you to do that. We want you to go to 100 feet. So naturally, we meet that ordinance, but we expect to be somewhere hovering probably above that, just above that, yeah.
30% or so. Okay, thank you for that. And then, Ms. Farmer, one other question. So there was a slide you had about the square footage of the units, right?
Yes.
And so can you say more about what then? And I think you also had some comments about the that the project would. Sorry, let's get at that.
Yes. So
Would be sort of like meeting a demand and the specific demand in the market. So can you say more about that market demand and that square footage and what that's intended, like who that's intended to serve?
Absolutely. So it is an additional layer of affordability that we've put into those commitments. So as I had said, there is the maximum 40% or 45% single family and the minimum 50% townhomes. That's to ensure that there's a good balance. It's not majority single family and only a small portion townhomes. It's to ensure that there's that balance, again, to provide for different families at different price points. There will be at least 2 different types of those townhouse units and 2 different types of those single family units. Again, there's a variety of ways that they can vary, but the commitments that specifically address that affordability component, at least 60% of all of the townhouse units will have a finished square footage of less than 1,750 square feet, and no townhouse unit will be wider than 24 feet. Again, that's to ensure we're not building extremely large, expensive townhomes here. That's to ensure that these are more affordable. The final lot dimensions for the single-family units will be between 41 and 51 feet, and a minimum 15% of all of the single-family units will have finished square footages less than 2,200 square feet. So again, that's to address the affordability of these units. If you were to construct what you could by right, those 148 single-family homes, they would most likely be extremely large, much larger than the 2,200 square feet. And so that's why we have baked in all of those commitments here to address that.
Thank you for that. And I don't know if you have that information or the information, but in terms of price point, I know that's maybe more early, but what's your sense of what in terms of the units for sale?
Yes.
Any sense of what that price point would look like?
Yes, so the intention is for all of these units to be for sale. So I know that that was something that was addressed earlier, having that income restricted commitment for units that are actually providing a home ownership opportunity. So in this case, unlike the case that was approved earlier, this will provide a home ownership opportunity for 32 families here in Durham. Right now, based on today's cost inputs, the townhomes, we're looking at the mid 300s, and for the single families, the mid 400s.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, colleagues, for, as usual, bringing up great questions and having great engagement. Attorney Farmer, if you would, I have a couple of questions for you. I want to say at the outset, my vote tonight will probably turn on this exchange right now because I have some hesitancy about this case for a couple of reasons. One, I'll start by saying, and I've said this publicly before, a plan is only as good as how much fidelity electeds keep with it. The comprehensive plan is aspirational, and each successive generation of leaders, it'll be upon them how much fidelity they want to keep with the plan. So we have a future growth area. A large part of this project is out of the future growth area. I've advertised that I want to keep as much faith as possible with our comprehensive plan, which we worked very hard on, which didn't pass unanimously, but this council passed it. So it sounded, in part of your presentation, and you'll correct me if I'm wrong, it sounded almost as if you were flirting with the ex post facto argument regarding the comprehensive plan in this project. It sounded as if you almost walked up to the line where when we were developing this, we had not passed a comprehensive plan yet, and then we passed a comprehensive plan. So I want to delve into that a little more because the proffers that were made subsequent to the Planning Commission hearing, would you characterize those proffers as being in direct response to the no from the Planning Commission, or were you trying to bring your project in alignment with the comprehensive plan?
It was a combination of both. So our commitments that were addressing the affordability and the increase to the Durham Public Schools donation. That was a direct response to the Planning Commission, but there were several other commitments that were in direct response to looking at our comprehensive plan consistency. And the reason why we brought that up again, because we started looking at this land and putting this application together back in 2022. So that was to illustrate that the draft version of the comprehensive plan and what was adopted and how it's being interpreted today has changed significantly within the last 2 years. But Taylor Morrison has worked hard to try and make sure that these commitments and this project are as consistent with the comprehensive plan as possible. So that was the intention and goal all throughout this application process.
So in the staff report, the staff is recommending not approving this project by virtue of the donut hole created. And full disclosure, we've voted on projects that have created donut holes. This is a huge project. This is a large project. And to be sure, I think a lot of the arguments sometimes that come from our planning commission and even some of our friends in the community, I think sometimes we try and make it a one-size-fits-all argument. I've seen the same arguments used for infill development in urban centers that we've used for the perimeter, out of the perimeters of our city. So I take those with a grain of salt. In this particular case, though, given the size of it, the footprint of it, the future growth area, my struggle is it compelling enough to let's say eviscerate, go over the lines of our future growth area, which we've adopted in the comprehensive plan. And a lot of good things have happened. My sense is that a lot of the proffers that came after the no from the Planning Commission, if a higher percentage, I think, were relative to the Planning Commission's no, as opposed to a lack of clarity as to where we were going or where we were headed as a city with respect to our comprehensive plan. So my struggle tonight is, and I want to thank the members of the community, the Preserve Earl Durham, and members of the family. May grandmother's memory be a blessing. That means a lot to me because we've had families here that have legacy, deep-rooted legacy and plants in our city and in the county. But what I'm struggling with is keeping fidelity with our comprehensive plan. That's what my struggle. And this, as I said, this is a very large development, and I think sometimes there's just almost a visceral response when developments are this large. And I'm not afraid of large development. So I want to be in fairness. I think sometimes our Planning Commission and others will say no just by virtue of the size, notwithstanding how many good things it's got. It just seems large, and sometimes I think we get cold feet. But yeah, I'm kind of in between on this one primarily, and I acknowledge all of the great things that are in here primarily because of the future growth boundary that we've adopted, and what is the litmus test for me to go past the future growth boundary. And is it compelling enough to make me do that? The only caveat I'd put or asterisk next to it is that I don't believe in ex post facto, and I've railed against that, having people submit applications under one set of rules and then changing it in the middle. I want to keep faith with the process and fairness to you as an applicant. I'm just trying to get a sense of, was it really not that clear where we were going as a city during this application process, and how large this project is and how much of it is outside the future growth area. So I'm still listening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. So, Mayor Pro Tem, I appreciate your questioning. I know that there's been one other project, I think it was Kemp Road, where the line around future growth boundary, I think initially it was denied because of that same conversation around future growth boundary and what that meant and what that didn't mean. And I see in the staff report, because it's considered non-contiguous, even though that has been established as to why it's considered non-contiguous. Technically, it's a donut hole, but it is contiguous in the sense of that there's already infrastructure there because there's already another satellite annexation. So I think just based on my reading of the staff report, they're required to say no because of that. It's not required to say no because of anything else. It's because of that definition that is being provided to them by I guess by state statute. And that's a question maybe, is that why it's in there? I'm just curious. Because I'm reading the language and I'm like, well, you're being required to say it. It's not like you're making an assessment otherwise.
Yeah, so the question is, where does that come from? Why is that policy worded that way? This was a hot topic, as you can imagine, when the comprehensive plan was being developed. The text for most of the policies actually came through a series of policy working groups, which included both staff and residents. And so each policy, the text of each policy was workshopped in these groups, and that's how it was originally drafted. And so through the review process, it stayed this way, and there were no concerns raised about it. So that is why it's adopted the way it is. There's no statutory reason why it's like that otherwise.
Okay, so it's just based on our own stuff?
Our own choices, yes.
Okay, thank you. So I will say that if this project was fully on the other side of the growth boundary, like my line right now is really just trying to figure out if it's worth it or not. And if it was all in, it would be a yes. I think this is a really good project. I understand residents are concerned, but I also see the commitments that are being proffered, and quite frankly, the applicant's plea, which is literally at this point a plea, is heard. And I think provides some nuance around the conversations we've been having around development. We like to pretend all kinds of things in this community. And I think it's a really interesting, what's happening this evening is kind of fascinating. At the end of the day, we believe in private property. We may have opinions about that. We may have opinions about, what trumps what on private property. But the fact is that there's a long-standing Durham family that wants to sell their land. And in our economy, that's allowed. And if folks want to not have that be allowed, then there's all kinds of mechanisms through nature conservancies. There's all kinds of nonprofits. Nonprofits get created every day in Durham. We're rich in nonprofits to preserve land. The city helps preserve land. The city helps preserve all kinds of land across Durham. City of Raleigh helps preserve land, again, around our watershed. So there are those mechanisms. The alternative is, and the applicant or the family that owns the land has said, no one's ever approached them around that option. And so here we are today. I will say that I want to hear from other colleagues. That line around the future growth boundary it is a problem for me. I'm not going to say I'm comfortable with it. I'm very hesitant, but then I have to think about what are the other things that I am getting, and I will say that I am concerned about what can happen by right, because we know what's happening by right in other spaces. It's not like we don't have evidence. This isn't an argument that we're making without clear evidence of what is happening in places that aren't getting annexed, and that development is still happening, and it's not often, it's worse than what we're seeing here. This is a the wildlife corridor continues, the wildlife corridor of the 3 other annexations. That is really important to me, actually, because it's already protected. It's already a trail, it's already an easement. There's 3 other neighborhoods that have been annexed with that same protection, so it continues that. I will say that as the residents here, the folks who are trying to sell their land, my guess will be they will just sell to whoever, and we are not going to get this really good project. So I want to hear other colleagues. I will say that that portion that crosses into the future growth boundary is giving me pause, pretty deep pause, but that's, at this point, that's the only thing that's giving me pause. Other than that, I think that as per this applicant team, this development team, y'all come very prepared. Thank you. I enjoy the thoroughness of your presentations. I enjoy the thoroughness that you all delved really deeply into our comp plan and show how the project is really trying to align. Obviously, not always. It's not going to always perfectly align, but does align as best as it can. And I'm going to stop talking.
And if I may, can I provide just a slight clarification or clarity with regard to the future growth area designation for this site, just so it is clear. I know the Director Young had stated earlier that sometimes it's because of water, sometimes it's because of sewer. In this case, if you look at the comprehensive plan, the only reason that this site is, a portion of the site is even located in that future growth area is because of the potential need for fire service in the future. And we have confirmed with the fire department on multiple occasions that if this development is approved, it can be served. So I just wanted to provide that clarity. Thank you.
Freeman.
Oh, I was just gonna, thank you. I just wanted to just say, I did figure it out. It's the county, and it was 8.2 million. And I hear what you're saying, and I think the complexity of it is not something we're gonna see very often. And I have a lot, if I'm completely honest, I just want to see more, and I really would love, like, if this had commercial, it'd be a different conversation. That's one thing, because I mean, just, you know, building a bedroom community for Raleigh feels like trash, if I'm just being blatantly honest. I will say that I think, to the family's point, that really resonates with me, that you're trying to figure out how to not have a tax burden, and that there has to be Land Conservancy, the county. There are resources in our community that can help with that. That is not, I don't want you to be played by a developer, because that's what drives their business. And I appreciate your advocacy around the national wildlife, like that is really cool, but I don't think that that's enough. And I am concerned mainly, and my main concerns are around the creeks and the creek crossing. And I understand that you may not think that the sedimentation has any impact on the lake, but as the lake disappears, because it fills up with grass, that's an impact. And the fish can't live in there. So even if you're refilling it with live fish, they will soon die suffocation because there's not enough oxygen in that water. And so it's just an occurrence. It's what's been occurring over the last 30 years, like it just said. But I'm gonna leave it at that. That's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, colleagues. And I want to thank Councilmember Caballero for her treatment of the staff's recommendation. One of the reasons why it caught my eyes, because we don't really see that often. If the development is a revenue positive, the police and fire say that they can service it, we've usually seen yeses. And I remember when we were going through the comprehensive plan, we've invited the staff to be a little more proactive. We asked them to start speaking this way. Prior to that, we would have considered it, I would have considered it an overstep on the staff's part and kind of, you know, getting into the policy making area as opposed to advising us. But we invited them to have a much more assertive and proactive voice in this practice. And I guess what it comes down to, and I'll be very honest, were it not for the beautiful evoking of grandma's memory, I probably firmly would be no on this project, because at some point, and you know, we talked about this when we were going through our comprehensive plan development. If we're going to draw a line, and we're going to have to make some painful decisions about maintaining that line and uncomfortable decisions about maintaining that line, there will always be nuance. There will always be exceptions. There will always be cases that merit, you know, revisitation. That's what it was before we drew the line. So if we're going to draw a line, you know, if we're not going to defend it at some point, we don't need to draw it and just go back to the old way of case by case. You know, what are the extenuating circumstances? Does it meet this litmus test? Be they a collective one or whatever individual litmus test members of this board, this body have. So yeah, so I want to keep fidelity with the plan that I voted for. It's going to be, this will not be the first time it's uncomfortable. And I guess each of us will have to determine what is the threshold for us as decision makers and as leaders that will give us comfort in saying, okay, on this particular case, we can go past the future growth area. And that's a question we're going to have to ask for ourselves, answer for ourselves. But I like this project. I like this project. As Councilmember Caballero said, if it were all within, the future growth, it'd be a no-brainer. And I'm also moved by the concerns of this family as well, which is, and I'll say this and I'll be quiet. I want to honor each of my colleagues because I think you're all moral people, and difference does not denote immorality. We're a deliberative body, and we are charged with protecting the interests of a growing urban center. Durham's not rural. We're an urban, we're a city. And my job is to protect the interests of a growing urban center. That's what I'm called to do. That doesn't make me immoral. That makes me conversant on my job description, and as well as you. So, yeah, that's it, Mr. Mayor. I'm still deliberating. Thank you all for a great conversation.
Thank you. Colleagues, any other comments? Yes.
I appreciate my colleagues' statements, and I have also been thinking about whether or not this project sort of meets that threshold as Mayor Pro Tem has been speaking on. So a few things, and I think I'm the only one up here that watches the Planning Commission. So I want to talk about a few things that I think are really important about this project that we haven't been highlighting quite as much. The first is that this was a 0-9 vote in the Planning Commission. And my colleagues, y'all are always asking more comments from the commissioners. I think almost every single commissioner commented on this one. And the comments were summed up in that Commissioner Walk, for example, said, I voted no for similar reasons to Olive Branch North, but everything is worse in this project. Commissioner Cutright, similar to Olive Branch, but more egregious in its use of the land. The word short-sighted, inadequate, not helpful in forwarding any goals of affordable housing. And I bring these up not because I think it's, we need to sit here and rehash those words, but I do think it's really important that we are talking about use of the land and whether or not this use allows us to move past lines. And the use of this land is residential. Chair Cameron, who, if you've watched these planning commissions, very rarely gets on a soapbox, ever, got on a soapbox on this one. And she said that, first of all, it was a missed opportunity, and with that I agree, and I think my Councilmember Freeman, my colleague, just stated this. 200 acres is huge. We had a development earlier this evening that we passed, 32 acres, and they still were able to cut out some of it for non-residential use, quite a bit of it actually. And what Chair Cameron said was that, okay, if this is going to be just residential, then it needs to be really, really good. It's a huge plot of land. If we're going to do it, it needs to be really, really good. Again, there has been a slightly larger proffer than there was at the Planning Commission, but not by much in terms of actual units as compared to what the number is that will be built on this site. And her quote exactly, it doesn't make a dent in what we need in Durham. I've pulled up some other properties of Taylor Morrison, and I'm looking at what they go for. And the townhouses are starting, and they are lesser square footage than the, and I know it's a range, but they're lesser square footage than what is being talked about as some of them being under in this project. Those townhouses are starting at $295,000. That's the starting price, and that's for the smallest one, and again, it's smaller than this range. The houses are anywhere from $392,000, and on up, I'm seeing $660,000, and these are nearby. Some of these are in Cary, they're in Holly Springs, so I don't think that these are going to be, I think they're going to be comparable for what we will see on the rest of this. I also want to talk about, and I just said it briefly, but the zoning reclassification that's requested, I'm just going to read y'all what it says. So, PDR district is established to allow for design flexibility in residential development. The district is intended to encourage efficient use of the land and public services and to promote high-quality design that will provide a variety of dwelling types, as well as adequate support services and open space for the residents of the development. The district regulations are intended to allow innovative development that is integrated with proposals' adjacent uses and compatible with existing patterns of development. And again, we've seen a project like this already tonight, where there was conversation between the developments, there was connectivity, and there was also building of non-residential uses that were then accessible to the nearby residential developments. But that's not what we see in this project. And again, this project is 6 times the size. To me, our responsibility up here is to balance a lot of things. We hear folks coming and talking very personally about their finances, and by the way, that is incredibly difficult to do, and I just want to applaud folks for coming up and sharing that. It's very personal and very difficult. But folks come up and talk to us about their housing and their childhood in these spaces and all of these different things. And we are tasked with balancing that with also thinking about affordable housing supply, thinking about the environment, thinking about infrastructure and future growth. You've already heard me say this a million times, but affordable housing is more than just a price point. But again, I don't even think the price points really match it on this project. But again, no non-residential uses on the project. A great opportunity here, I think, has been missed. Nothing has been proffered in that regard. The environment, I don't know what more to say on this, but again, this is a huge, huge, huge development. And if we're going to sit here and pass in our consent agenda the Southeast Durham Watershed Improvement Plan, and we're going to sit here and talk about how to improve Lick Creek, our staff reports that it's impaired for invertebrates. It's not a question. This is on the staff report. Our Noose Waterkeeper has measured extreme levels of turbidity. I've seen it, and I know that there's been some question, but I went after no rain. And I live behind Ellerby Creek, and I have seen the difference between Ellerby Creek when it rains and then when there was development starting at the headwaters. It is different. This is a real serious environmental impact, and it's something that we have to measure. And if we're going to allow that level of development, then we need to have something really, really good, and I don't see it here. I want something that moves us closer to the goals of the Durham residents, something that we have integrated into our comprehensive plan, something that matches with the place type map. I hope what are the goals of this council, and I don't think that this is it.
So colleagues, I am going to pause us for about 5 minutes. We are well past the 2-hour mark, almost 2.5 hours for our closed captioning. So if you will, let's come back to continue this. Actually, a little longer, let's say 11:30. See you back then. 11:30.
We, the people.
Nosotros, de gente.
我们人民.
Hum sab log. We, the people, hold these truths.
To be self-evident that all men
And women are created equal.
And shall be afforded
the inalienable right
to fair housing.
The City of Durham and HUD are committed to ensuring that everyone is treated equitably when searching for a place to call home.
My younger sister was someone that never got involved with bad people. She was a selfless person, and her life was taken away by her boyfriend due to gun violence in front of her 3 younger kids.
I was in my car. I heard loud gunfire. Didn't know where. I got shot was dramatic and experience I couldn't, want anybody to live through. Gun violence can happen any given time, anywhere. I'm truly blessed to be alive today.
The person that did this to my sister is still on the loose, and we want justice for my sister and for my nephews. We don't want for this to happen to another woman out there. Don't stay quiet. Don't be afraid to talk.
I like being there for people. I like when my investigators and I go out there that we're out there with a specific purpose, and that's to try to bring somebody to justice on behalf of a citizen to get a violent criminal off the streets.
I'm born and raised in Durham. I still have family members here, classmates, friends. It's personal for me.
We see on the news constantly the numbers of shootings is in the hundreds. Last year was pushing 1,000. So you would think that around every corner there's somebody with a gun ready to shoot. But through our investigations, we've learned that the percentage of the population that's committing a lot of these shootings is very low compared to the number of shootings were actually happening. Members of the community can help make it safer. If they've seen something in their neighborhood, please call us, let us know.
There are creative ways to be able to solve crimes, and that's through anonymous information through avenues such as Crime Stoppers.
Getting that information in the hands of police and investigators, it's critical because a lot of stuff we can have ideas of what happened, but if we can't prove it in court, justice isn't going to be served. Just give us the information to help point us in the right direction.
All right, let's get it back together. All right, we are just getting started. Got a whole nother 10 items to go on the agenda. All right. I will say we are going to address this time situation with our council meetings. I promise you that. We are almost at an hour and 50 minutes for public hearing, so we're going to start enforcing some procedures soon. Where were we? Councilmember Baker.
I really appreciate my fellow council members' comments. I think you all had a lot of very thoughtful things to contribute to the conversation. I also really appreciate the commitment to the additional affordable housing units on this site. I actually think that for such a suburban site, we rarely see this level of contribution, and I do think that means something. That means a lot. There was a lot of ground to make up from this proposal, and for me, it is we're not there, and I don't think that we should approve an application on a rezoning for over 200 acres of land when we have heartburn. This is a situation where we should be very, very sure of what we are voting on, that we are in favor of it, that we believe that it is something that it is going to make Durham a better place. When several of us have heartburn over the case, that to me that indicates we should not rush something that is on over 200 acres. This isn't a half acre, this isn't a 5-acre piece of property, this is a massive portion that would represent the future of our city. And for me, it does, I am thinking about the different things that my colleagues were saying. Mayor Pro Tem, I think, very eloquently spoke to how much we want to follow the comprehensive plan. There was a lot of work that was put into it, and it's the future growth area. It's also the future place type map. That's another piece that is being proposed to be changed. There are in over 200 acres, really only one housing type, one land use, one housing type being proposed. It's single family, attached and detached housing. Are there other uses on the site? There are not other uses on a site of over 200 acres. Is there any dedication of public parks? There's not any dedication of public parks. Is there any construction of greenways? There's no construction of greenways. What percentage of units would be able to, and future Durham residents would be able to walk to a public park? I'm not sure, but it might be zero. It would probably be a very, very low number. Are there elements of walkability and walkable design that are being proposed, rear alleys or otherwise? No. This is there are a lot of really important considerations to take in this case, but at the end of the day, this is a 100% single-family sprawl auto-centric case. It is not designed to be able to walk anywhere. It's not designed to be able to bike anywhere. There are not meaningful things that people can access on a daily basis within walking or biking distance, or using a walking and biking design, present or in the future, because development is very durable. And so for me, over 200 acres, we are not there. This case is not ready. And I think, I don't want to speak for other council members, but myself at least, I am open to annexation that is not contiguous to our municipal limits. I'm open to rezoning property, including this one. It has to be right, as Councilmember Cook mentioned, when we are replacing something that is valuable, such as what exists on this land today. It's not just undeveloped land, it is forested land, it's habitat. when we are replacing something, we should replace it with something that makes Durham better. And to me, this fails to do that. Planning Commission voted unanimously against it. There are many, many strong comments from the Planning Commission against it. There's heartburn up here on the City Council. It's a very large site. And to me, I do not see this being a good application to vote yes on, with the caveat and the message that it's just not ready as presented. But I would be open, and I'm sure other colleagues would be open to something different, something better in this area. So those are my comments.
Thank you. Colleagues, are we all done? All right.
I'm sorry. I did want to say just a couple of things. So I appreciate, as others have said, my colleagues' comments. This is an interesting case here. There's a lot, as Councilmember Cook said, we're balancing a lot of concerns here, right? Housing, environment, infrastructure, and so forth. I just want to say a couple of things. Like, I appreciate the applicant being here, but also the family. And I think I think we can say like resources should be available for families, but that's simply not the case to help pay for property taxes. So I appreciate your concerns here. And I think in this case, as others have said, I think Councilmember Caballero, the best way to address that is to sell the property. I think we've got a good proposal before us with a good affordability. And I think if we don't approve this, I think the alternative is potentially worse, right? I do want to say on the issue of commercial, I drove the site today, and I think comparing this site to the Fayetteville one we just approved, not a fair comparison. The Fayetteville site there, the corner of Fayetteville and 751, that's a growing area. There's a lot of commercial around there. South Point is nearby. This site is not a site that's very, and I think a small portion of this was envisioned in the place type map as mixed use neighborhood, the rest mixed use residential, right? It's not a good site for commercial. I think that's not a fair comparison for this site. I do also want to say on the issue of lake impacts, this issue of nutrients and algal blooms is a serious issue for Falls Lake, right? And so we're monitoring this, a daily, weekly, monthly basis. This is what we do on the UNRBA. I'll call your attention, council members, to the presentation that we had last work session from Michelle Woolfolk, right? And I know we went through that fast. I was really bummed we didn't get a chance to look at that more closely. But what she talked about was these two nutrients that we're tracking all the time in Falls Lake. One is nitrogen. 56%, this is the modeling we do on the Falls Lake. 56% of nitrogen that gets in Falls Lake comes from forest and agriculture. 1% of nitrogen comes from stream bank erosion, 1%. For phosphorus, the other nutrient we measure closely, 54% comes from forest and agriculture. 14% comes from stream bank erosion. So I think we have to be clear about what the impacts are in Falls Lake. And I think the data shows that there is some erosion. This happens, as the owners have said, but much more is coming from forested land and agriculture. So I think this, there's no perfect project. To me, on balance, I support this project, and I'll be voting for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, go ahead.
I'm in a talkative mood. This is a question. This is a question for staff, and it's around public parks. Currently, what's the distance, and is there anything proposed? Or maybe it's a question for the applicant.
I can address that. We are 1.6 miles from a public park, but the project that was approved in 2021, that's just on the other side of Carpenter Pond Road, there is a 5-acre public park that is being developed, and so this development will be in walking distance of a public park when that is built.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think at the end of the day, the heartburn thing is real, but if I was gonna, I wouldn't do the job if I wasn't gonna have heartburn almost every day. Sorry. We're about to pass a massive tax increase and a massive budget. It's just par for the course. I think the thing that I really appreciate about this case is actually the nuance around development. We can all have real strident opinions on theoretical ideas of what we think should be in, and that's fine. But when we're in a rezoning, it's rubber hits the road. When you drive out here, and to the point around the environmental features, I don't know why you would even want commercial. You're going to put surface level parking and a much higher usage on land. So I think this is where we have a very good plan. I know a lot of residents put in a lot of effort. I know staff dedicated a ton of time. But there's going to be cases like this where the real world, what's actually happening on that site is just not going to align with our plan. And that doesn't mean the plan is bad. It's why we have rezonings. It's why we have these opportunities to make these assessments. I hear what folks are saying. It goes back to like even the housing type. It gets really tricky to do. When you want alley loaded, you're actually increasing your impervious surface. Another reason you gotta worry about that. So I'm naming all of these technicalities and all of these things to show that this is not straightforward. This becomes a delicate dance. And at the end of the day, for me, I look at residents. We often see other residents who show up who are have lived here for a long time, and they put that credibility in front of us. And I think that this is showing the opposite side of that same story, which is a lot of the folks who come are folks with a lot of acreage, and I hope that you're thinking about what you're going to be doing with your land. And if you want it protected, my suggestion to you is to go ahead and start having those conversations with land conservancies and your families and putting them in trusts now. Those are the decisions that you need to make as a family if you really want to protect your land. Otherwise, in a few decades or in a few years, you may be leaving for your family the same decisions that this generation is having to wrestle with, and they're hard. And I know that so I will be supporting it. I really want to thank the family that showed up. I have 3 kids at Riverside. Thank you for dedicating your time. Thank you for dedicating your time to our kids as public school teachers. I personally think it's the hardest job on the planet. And yeah, I will be supporting this case.
Councilmember Baker.
Yeah, just wanted to mention that alley loaded does not mean more impervious surface area. And also, why would we want commercial out here? That's because it's in the comprehensive plan. And so I think if we need to redo the comprehensive plan or redo a portion of the comprehensive plan or do a focus area in this part of this very rapidly growing, rapidly changing part of Durham, I think it's past time that we do that. And I think if a large portion of our decisions are being made over and over and over based on the threat that they might develop under the existing zoning, that should be an urgent call to action for us to demand change, because the zoning is owned by the elected officials. The zoning is owned by the community through the elected officials. The zoning in the county is owned by the county commission. And so if the zoning allows too much in the county, and they can use that as a weapon and weaponize that to be able to consistently, over and over and over thousands of acres of our land, which we will no longer allow future generations to decide how to develop, because we're deciding how it's going to develop, then we need to have that conversation, because this is not working. This is not resulting in a city that is walkable and multimodal. It's not producing a city that's reflective even of the values and the vision of the comprehensive plan as reflected by the future place type map. And so I think there's some urgent need for change here. And so I'm going to raise that now, and we'll raise it in the future and at the Joint City County Planning Committee, because this conversation definitely needs to happen. Some action is needed. And are there additional comments? Because I can make a motion.
Well, I'd like to make some comments. I try to let you all get them all out. I'll bring it to a close. And I agree with you, Councilmember Baker. It does need to be changed. And that's going to start at the General Assembly. Because I wish that we had more say-so in how we structure this. But, I like to keep it really simple. And first, well, actually, I'm going to ask a few questions to staff. What's the alternative to blasting, especially in an aggressive topography like this?
So the alternative to blasting is getting rock out of the ground through mechanical means, typically a large piece of equipment like a ram hoe, which is a gigantic jackhammer, essentially. That takes much longer to get rock out of the ground, so there will be prolonged periods of noise disturbance compared to blasting. Blasting is certainly quicker.
Does the jackhammer still produce significant vibration?
I am not an expert and I can't speak on the comparison of vibration, but it does produce some vibration, yes.
Okay. This is a pretty aggressive topography, and that's one thing that's standing out to me. There was a comment made earlier that we were, I guess, immoral. And that we don't listen. The reason why the development process cost a lot more than it did before is because we listened to some of the advocacy that was being said in this room. And now, if you take just 100 yards, we have to break that down into 5 segments. That means come, go 5 times in order to do that mass grading. Time is money, and I don't know any developer or any builder that's going to just build something in charity. So that's going to be pushed off to the resident. And the same advocacy for that mass grading, incremental mass grading, the same advocacy is saying we want affordable housing. And that just doesn't make logical sense to me. So I want us to start being a bit more explicit about these conversations rather than talking around it. First of all, Falls Lake is a man-made lake. And it was made back in, 1981? And it was jacked up when it was created. And if it was made then, it'll be made again. I don't think the lake is going anywhere. All right? It had extreme, alarming rates of nitrates way back then. This is nothing new. Right, so I want us to be, a little less, theoretical about what may happen and just be more factual and objective about what is happening. And so, the fact of the matter is the city is growing. Also, what I love about this job is we can be respectful for one another. We can disagree as well. I don't think that everywhere in the city is going to be walkable. I don't think, not walkable, bikeable, or where you could just live way out past Olive Branch, and if it doesn't have bike lanes all the way into the city, then it's not going to be deemed good enough. As a matter of fact, I don't think that some of these, I don't know if we're ever going to get a case that's good enough for everybody on this council. I don't, and I actually do think people are going to start. I mean, if I was a developer, I would get really frustrated with what we're doing. Now, you can take that how you want, but I would get sick and tired of like, you know what? I'm trying to do as best I can to make this make sense, and I'm the one that's actually having to put up all of this investment to make it happen, and then I have to be treated as if every development case is the same. And I think that we need to take these on a case-by-case matter. I could appreciate us pushing the envelope because I do think we need to, and I'll say this to you all developers, we do need to challenge you. Because at the end of the day, when it comes to getting these cases forward, you do sit around, you have to go to folks sitting around a table that are investing in this project. That's business. Listen, I get it. All right? When I seek, if I get to the point where I need to seek investment for my business, I'm going to go to some round table and say, listen, here's what I'm offering. And they're going to say, all right, what is my return on investment? So that's real world math. That's how it works. So I'm not going to sit up here and I don't want to signal that I'm anti-business. I understand you got to do what you got to do, but we will push you and get out of you as much as we possibly can because that's just what our job is to do. We can't require you to do it, so we're gonna try and push whatever envelopes we possibly can. But I also can appreciate y'all being thorough and you coming in here, you're offering, what you did tonight. because I also think about what happens if we don't. And I do think that, the reason why I said people are probably getting frustrated is because, you put up I don't think that folks are putting in this level of investment and then going to come before council just knowing it's going to be shut down. So I'm going to assume that you're trying to put your best offer up front. It may not be the best project that we want to see, but I'm going to assume that you're not going to waste all this money and all this investment and time to something is going to fail. I'm going to assume that. So therefore, if I was in that capacity and it gets shut down after I put up my best offer, then yeah, I just may build what I can, because I don't have time to deal with the being treated as if everything is the same. I don't. So I'm thinking about this from both sides, but ultimately I'm thinking about the fact that there are folks that own land, and there are folks that want to preserve their land, and then there are folks that want to do something with their land. And I think that everybody, especially in this country, that is your God-given right. So I don't know, applicant, you may be able to answer this on behalf of the family. How long have you been trying to get rid of the land? Or how long have they been trying to find somebody to take this burden off of them?
Yeah, for 30 years.
You're going to have to speak up for me tonight.
For 30 years.
30 years. 30 years. I don't know how we are so sensitive to people who own land and they want to keep their land what it is, but also the land around them. But when it comes to someone who has land and they want to do something with it, we are supposed to have a problem with that. I'm not going to impose that on you. I'm not going to impose that pressure on you all tonight. This project it's a big project. Now, selfishly, yes, I want to see more on it, but the more that I want to see on it may not make sense, just like some of the other things that may not make sense. I want to see a water park on it, I want to see something that's going to drive some more economic impact, It is two different housing types, but like Councilmember Baker said, it's detached and unattached, so it's wordplay, but I don't think it's much different than what's already out there. As far as commercial is concerned, I know what it says conceptually on paper, but somebody's got to run those businesses. I sell chicken for a living. There are certain places I will not go and sell chicken because it doesn't make market sense in that area. So maybe a dry cleaners may work over there or what, but somebody has to run the commercial section of this. And if it ain't making sense for them to run that business out there, whatever type of business it is, they're not going to go. So now we have this dilapidated eyesore in the middle of a residential because on paper it said this should go there, and we haven't really made it make sense yet. So I just want us to think holistically about this as well. And I think there's a lot more capacity that can be built out there to support the commercial that's already there, and then we could consider more as the residential grows out there. So this is your land. You want to do something with it, then think you should be able to do something with it. But I don't know of any local or smaller developer that's going to be able to handle the size of this project. I don't. So therefore, you may be sitting for another 30 years awaiting someone to come and take this over. So I'm glad that you found a builder that will take the task and actually do something with it. So for me, this is another one of those cases where I'll take all that's coming with it versus it staying what it is. And while you may be just a few people, I'm okay with relieving that burden on you. And that's just me being very logical about it. It's being really realistic about it. And I'm not going to hold us up, through theory or whatever. But I do think that theory is important because it also helps us, just really take a conceptual approach, at least referencing what we have with the comprehensive plan, the future growth area. It helps us shape that, but we also have to be realistic with the circumstances and conditions that are presented before us in this actual case. I can't treat your case tonight like every case that we've come before and say, well, it doesn't meet this, it doesn't meet that, so I'm going to say no to it. I'm looking at it on a case-by-case matter. And I hear the same opposition a lot, but I hear a lot of diversity in what's offered in this case as well from others. So with that being said, I am going to support it, and we will move to the next item. So at this time, I will entertain a motion to adopt an ordinance annexing Virgil Road Assemblage into the city of Durham and to authorize the city manager to enter into a utility extension agreement with Taylor Morrison of Carolinas LLC.
So moved.
Second.
Was it moved?
It was made and
Okay, all right. Madam Clerk, can you please open the vote? Please close.
The motion passes 4-3 with council members Baker, Cook, and Freeman voting no.
Thank you. And next, I'll entertain a motion to adopt an ordinance amending the Unified Development Ordinance by taking property out of residential rural, Falls, Jordan District B, A60 Airport Overlay, County Jurisdiction, and establishing the same as Planned Development Residential 2.886, Falls, Jordan District B, A60 Airport Overlay, City Jurisdiction.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Please open the vote. Please close.
And the motion passes 4-3 with council members Baker, Cook, and Freeman voting no.
Thank you. And lastly, motion 3 to adopt a consistency statement as required by the North Carolina General Statute, sections 160D-605. Please open. Sorry.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Please open the vote. And please close the vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you all for coming. Next item.
And then you got to.
Okay, gotcha. Colleagues, item number 44 was a supplemental item that was added. I need to have us vote on that separately. This is the Home Investment Partnerships Program, HOME, Grant Project Ordinance for fiscal year 2023, 2024. No, this was on. Vote those separately, though. I thought it was on consent, though. I thought I did it
When did you do it?
earlier.
Just vote all three of those.
Okay, all right, we'll do that. We'll do that. Fiscal year 2020, 2021, and fiscal year 2017, 2018. I will now entertain a motion to adopt an ordinance amending the fiscal year 2023-2024 U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, Home Investment Partnership Program, HOME, Grant Project Ordinance, GPO, to recognize the HOME program income received through February 28, 2024, totaling $228,229.83 for a total appropriation of $1,545,264.83, the same being ordinance number 16137.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and properly seconded. Madam Clerk, please open the vote. And please close the vote.
And the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. I'll now entertain a motion to adopt an ordinance amending the fiscal year 2020-2021 U.S. Department of HUD and Urban Development HUD Home Investment Partnerships Program Home Grant Project Ordinance GPO to recognize the actual home program income received of $394,598.95 for a total appropriation of $1,559,538.95. The same being ordinance number 16289.
Move as read.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Madam Clerk, please open the vote. Please close.
The motion passes unanimously.
And I'll entertain a motion to adopt an ordinance amending the fiscal year 2017-2018 U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development HUD Home Investment Partnerships Program Home Grant Project Ordinance GPO to recognize the actual home program income received of $932,056.29 for the total appropriation of $1,754,422.29. The same being ordinance number 15563.
Moved as read.
Second.
Been moved and properly seconded. Madam Clerk, please open the vote. Please close the vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, and I really appreciate you opening the portal for voting nice and quick.
Number 45, you gotta do 45.
All right, yeah, number 45. I'll entertain this is revision to the 2024 City Council meeting schedule. And I'll entertain a motion to approve a revision to the 2024 City Council meeting schedule that reschedules the Thursday, July 25 work session to Monday, August 5th at 1 p.m.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Madam Clerk, please open the vote. And please close. That's number 4, right?
And the motion passes unanimously.
There's another part.
Oh, and I'll also entertain a motion to adopt an ordinance rescheduling the July 25, 2024 work session to August 5th, 2024 at 1 p.m.
So moved.
It's been moved
Second.
and properly seconded. Madam Clerk, please open the vote. Please close.
And the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you all for agreeing to that very long day.
They have 5 pulled items.
All right, moving back up.
This man is on
All right, number 4 has been pulled by Clement Swan. Clement, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear me?
No, we can't really hear you.
Hold on. Can you hear me now?
You're getting better.
Okay, so I have it off of mute.
Okay, we can hear you now.
Okay, good. Good. Thank you.
Welcome. You have 3 minutes.
It's been a long night.
Tell me about it.
Well, thank you for allowing me to speak with regard to Crystal Taylor. I'll be as brief as possible. I had occasion to meet Crystal Taylor in 2018. First of all, I'm a over 20-year resident of Durham. I'm Howard Clement's cousin, if any of you know who Howard Clement was. My family has been in Durham forever and done many positive things. Josephine Dobbs Clement was my great aunt, and so on. So I don't normally brag about all those things. I just go about doing what I do. When I first came to Durham, I put on the National Black Wall Street Conference and brought people into Durham for that. I came here to retire, but I've taken up being a vendor in Durham because I love meeting people. So when Crystal and other people started the Black August celebration, I had already been a vendor downtown during the farmers market for several years. Anyway, so they started in 2015 and they didn't have vendors at their event. So the vendors who were down there, like myself, would just stay for the event. What happened was 2015, 16, and 17, everything was fine. 2018, they decided to build a fence going all the way out of the park into the street onto Hunt Street, which is the corner that I had been vending on for a number of years. Long story short, they came to me and they said, you have to move. It was Crystal, Derek Beasley, well, Crystal and Derek Beasley. They were very rude, very, very disrespectful, very in my face, and very condescending. But I stood my ground. I was like, well, why do I have to move? They said, well, you have to move because we're having this event. And they also said to me, this is Crystal and Derek Beasley, either move or give me $350 for the space. Now, mind you, I had a permit, a vendor's permit to be there. Their permit was for Central Park. Long story short, they said, okay, if you don't move, we're gonna call the police. Now, if any of you know what Black August is, it is a commemoration. It is a commemoration.
Ms. Clement, Ms.
Yes.
Swan,
Yes.
your time is up, but if you want to send me an email, I'll read it. Thank you for joining us. Oh.
Receive a motion.
So we'll do those in. All right, colleagues, at this time, that's the only comment, right? Yeah. That was the only sign up I had for that one. All right, at this time, I'll entertain a motion to appoint Crystal Lee Taylor to the Durham Convention and Visitors Bureau, Discover Durham, representing mayor's appointee, major employer, university meeting planner, with the term to expire on October 31st, 2025.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Is there any discussion? All right, it's been moved and properly seconded. Madam Clerk, please open the vote. Please close the vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Number nine is a card. The person may not be here.
No, she's here. Yep. All right, so item number 9, City County Planning Department Fiscal Year 2025 Work Program. Ms. Denise Hester, thanks for your patience tonight.
I would say good evening, but it's now good morning, everybody. My name is Denise Hester, and I'm here tonight with a 19-year-old request that a small area plan be created for the Fayetteville Street corridor. We need some guardrails in place as our community needs protection from speculators, gentrification, and development pressure, as we are impacted from downtown growth, institutional growth in the corridor, as well as cumulative impacts from upcoming Heritage Square, Southside Phase 2 and 3, Fayette Place, and others that we know will soon be in the pipeline. I viewed a work session last week where there's a reference to a small area plan being considered for Walltown. No objection there, but Fayetteville Street has needed a small area plan for decades, particularly after the comp plan of 2005 removed all of them, wiped them all away. But Durham is growing, and needs in different communities and different parts are different. And I think the small area plan would go a long way toward giving some guidance for decisions like the ones here tonight. So your consideration for the creation of a small area plan would advance, we feel, equitable and neighborhood scale development throughout the Fayetteville Street corridor. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hester. Colleagues, I'll now entertain a motion. That's all I have, right? That's the only one.
That's the only one.
Okay. I'll now entertain a motion to approve the City County Planning Department Fiscal Year 25 Work Plan.
So move.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Is there any discussion?
Just a question for staff. Just what's the likelihood that Fayetteville Street's small area planning in that corridor would be able to be included in the work plan?
So the work program has 2 small area planning related items in it for this coming year. The first is a scoping project, and there we will determine not just what will be contained in small area plans moving forward, but also what areas are going to be identified for small area plans. So if it is identified through that process that one is prioritized, then that would fall into kind of the second item, which is starting to work on those prioritized plans, and that just depends on how many they are and what the scope is.
I just want to make sure that I put a pen in Fayetteville Street. It's acknowledging I served on the Streetscape Advisory in 2009, and I think this issue came up then as well, and it's been almost 2 decades for me. So I just want to make sure that that's not left out of the process. Thank you.
All right, thank you, and thanks for bringing that up. That we brought it up during the budget discussion as well. So it's definitely on the radar. Hopefully we can take action, so thank you. Colleagues, are there any other discussion? If not, I'll call for the question. Madam Clerk, would you please open the vote? Please close the vote.
Sorry, the motion passes unanimously.
All right. Yeah. All right, number 10, American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA funds.
Vanessa Evans.
Right here.
She's online.
And Donald Frederick. Okay. All right. Ms. Evans, can you hear me?
Yes, good evening.
Good morning. How are you?
Yep. It is good morning. Good morning.
You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Yeah, I'm going to be very quick. I just want to say that we are in support of this project. They have worked awesomely well with us in establishing this particular development. We're hoping that they'll be breaking ground sometime soon. I appreciate all that y'all have done through the city and working with Bragtown and the developers that have come into Bragtown to work with us. There has been a shift, I noticed, in planning, because Alexander Cahill was our planning director who would get in contact with us. We were not informed of this particular meeting tonight, Donna or I. So we would like to make sure in the future that whoever is going to be in the place of Alexander Cahill, that they reach out to us so that we can be meeting with them the same way we were with him on any developments that we're dealing with now or any future developments. That's what I have to say for tonight, and thank you for everything.
Well, thank you. And next I have Donna Frederick.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Donna from Bragtown. Pretty much ditto on what Ms. Mason said. We just want to make sure we have clear communication on development coming into Bragtown. Um, it's very helpful for us as there's many coming down the pike, and we do meet regularly with the neighborhood. And so to have update on these projects, I know some of them are held up for different reasons, but at least when they're coming down and if they need support or comments, it would be helpful. Again, we've worked very hard with Sankofa Landing. From the very beginning, they've been really doing one-on-one communications with our neighborhood and taking tours and getting, this is what we really need. We need the affordable housing, and I know that's on the pike, but just let you know how well a community can work with development. It's not always a nay. And thank you very much for your help.
And thank you for your comments. All right, those are all the speakers I have for that item. So colleagues, I will now entertain a motion to adopt a resolution providing approval of a multifamily housing facility known as Sankofa Landing in the city of Durham, North Carolina.
So moved. Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Madam Clerk, please open the vote. Please close it.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. And I'll also entertain a motion to approve the financing thereof with multifamily housing revenue bonds in an in an aggregate amount not to exceed $28,000.
So moved.
28 million, I'm sorry.
So moved.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Madam Clerk, please open the vote. Please close the vote.
3 zeros.
The motion passes unanimously.
Zeros are starting to move around on the paper.
Item 20.
All right, item 20. All right, item 20, I have two speakers. Ms. Hester, Mr. Hester?
Kind of stiff. Got a sort of a cough, so I might speak a little slower, so bear with me. Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Larry Hester, and I live at 229 Shalimar Drive in Durham. I am president of Zuri and Associates, the owner of Phoenix Crossing Shopping Center, and general partner of Phoenix Square Shopping Center on Fayetteville Street. I'm here speaking on behalf of my business. I would like to thank the council and the mayor and the manager for the willingness to finally invest in Fayetteville Street. We appreciate that. And while I applaud the $10 million grant for the corridor, I object to the Hayti Promise CDC being designated as the sole development entity for the $10 million APR grant. My biggest concern is about redevelopment featured prominently in recommendations in the ULI report and the basis for the CDC's scope of work, and which would create negative impacts for my business and our two historic districts that are on Fayetteville Street. I, along with hundreds of other stakeholders, have worked to rebuild this corridor and its neighborhoods for over 25 years. I'd like to recognize the work of these stakeholders and other interested citizens who helped develop the Fayetteville Street Master Plan as a community-led vision for the future of our corridor and its neighborhoods. These people, full of community spirit, stepped forward to share their vision and created the plan, which was rejected by the city in 2005 and deemed too comprehensive by its mayor. For over 36 years, my own company has successfully developed neighborhood economic engines on Fayetteville Street that have created commercial space for 40 local businesses to start, grow, generated hundreds of jobs for local residents, and attracted neighborhood-friendly capital into the neighborhood of greatest need. The stakeholders I talk about are families, property owners, business owners who have been able to expand their businesses, purchase homes, send their children to college, retire, sell their business, doing all the normal things that families do in a healthy neighborhood. Are you going to work with me?
No, you can't yell, but you can come on up.
As a company with
Thank you, Mr.
significant
Hester. That's it.
investment on Fayetteville Street.
Mr. Hester,
Yes.
that's it.
Well, that's it?
Yeah, yeah.
That all I'm going to be able to say?
For now, yes.
Be able to yield the time?
Now,
Okay. Can I say one last sentence?
as you're walking away and she's walking up,
Okay. Okay, thank you.
thank you, sir.
I appreciate
Sorry
that.
about that.
That was worth waiting to 12:30. Thank you.
I try to be consistent, that's all. But if you will, send an email, pivotal what you're saying.
Item 21.
I have you signed up for item 20 as well.
Okay, I'll take 20.
Okay.
All right, good evening again. My name is Denise Hester, and I'd like to thank the council for allocating the $10 million in ARPA grant money for the Fayetteville Street corridor. And while there are elements of the grant that can be helpful to the corridor, I am concerned about redevelopment figuring so prominently in the recommendations throughout the ULI report that supports the work of the CDC that's been selected to allocate the funds. So I'm glad to see that the ULI report reiterated and restated so many of the initiatives already proposed in our Fayetteville Street plan. We are certainly in favor of their rendition of our recommendations. However, there are significant departures in the report from our mission that have generated concern, as I say, particularly redevelopment. And the city's newly developed comprehensive plan also defines redevelopment, which includes the possibility of demolition, and we're concerned about that. That ULI document is a report, but it is not a plan. And the Fayetteville Street Plan, by contrast, was created in the format of the city's 2005 comp plan, and we are updating our plan as we speak to the new format. But here are just a few examples of redevelopment recommendations in the ULI report. On page 3, it says, and I quote, "The Hayti Heritage Center asked ULI to explore opportunities for the redevelopment of the Fayetteville Street corridor." On page 5, it says, it talked about NCCU needing to acquire land. However, those of you who may remember the UC zoning for Duke and NCCU provided more flexibility on the land on campus to alleviate the need to buy up the community for those universities. On page 16, there's a reference to land trust, and we have a problem with land trust because land trust does not build any equity or wealth for those people who are in that particular type of arrangement. The recommendation on page 17, I got to go fast because I'm running out of time. But anyway, page 17, page 18, page 23, and I do want to mention page 23 because while they recognize that the Fayetteville Street corridor is a major north-south thoroughfare in the ULI report, it recommends route diversion, which can lead to decreased traffic on the Fayetteville Street corridor that supports this local business. And on page 25, the road diet, before I forget that, was recommended. However, North Carolina DOT, as many of you probably already know, has rejected the road diet and the reduction of lanes on Fayetteville Street between 147 and Umstead Street. So that should give you some pause that all of these recommendations are really not community friendly.
Thank you.
Fayetteville Street area.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Stay right there. And I have to do this motion.
You got to do the motion for 20.
I have, yes, that's what I was suggesting. Thank you. Colleagues, I will now entertain a motion to authorize the city manager to execute a grant agreement with Hayti Promise Community Development Corporation and St. Joseph's Historic Foundation Incorporated in an amount not to exceed $6,755,000.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion?
Yes. Just a note that I have some serious concerns about the way that this is shaping, and it's not the first group of folks to mention their concerns about the Hayti CDC or the Hayti Heritage CDC coming in to, I guess, direct the funds for the community, and there's not a stable line in this. It's a little concerning, and I can't support it right now, but I look forward to seeing it move forward at a future date.
Yeah, I mean, I know it's late, but I also want to make sure that we are doing a thorough job of talking about everything that comes in front of us. I was just looking back at our notes from the work session, and it seems like a lot of us were raising questions, and I think that overwhelmingly I felt like this has been kind of vague, and I'm wondering if there is an option of not moving this forward tonight and acquiring more details for this contract. Is that a possibility?
So I'm gonna say no to that. I'm not saying it's not a possibility. I wouldn't support it because it has been a lot of work done on this, and I can give comments on that in just a minute.
Well,
we have staff here that can answer a lot of questions for it. That's why they state.
yeah, I mean, I guess my question was that if it doesn't move forward tonight, are we then able to revisit it? Not necessarily if that would be supported. I'm just curious if enough of us did not feel comfortable with it moving forward tonight, what would be the ramification of that? That might be I don't know if that's a question for the manager.
Let me ask the attorney a question here. So this is just about holding the funds. This is not dictating the structure of the CDC or the nonprofit, because we didn't have any control over that. And Madam Manager.
So this is ARPA funding, and a lot of time and effort has gone into getting us to the point that we are tonight. Any delays, beyond what you see here, just puts additional pressure on us being able to actually execute the priorities for which the funding was allocated for. So that would be my response to a delay.
Madam Manager, also, we have till 2026 to expend those funds because they're ARPA funds. So that's the other pressure on us. And in our audit report, that was already a risk that was raised.
And some of the, the majority of the funding is project-based. And as we know, projects can take some time to, to complete. And we do want to make sure that the funding is expended according to ARPA, the ARPA regulations that are in place.
Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr.
Go ahead, Councilmember Cook.
Okay. I understand that. And I don't want to make any more work for folks. I just want to make sure that I understand what we're doing, and also that are not feeling rushed, because I do know that we're coming to the end of our ARPA deadlines. I read the audit report, it was very long. But at the same time, I don't want it to be rushed if we're hearing concerns from the community about contracting with a specific group, and the guidelines are not super, super clear. But my understanding of this is that the motion is to authorize us to be in agreement with Hayti Promise Community Development Corporation as the recipients of this grant. So it's not just allocating the fund. We are in contract with them, and then they will become the purveyors of this. They will be bound by the same ARPA rules. We talked about this last time. Yeah, I'm feeling a little trepidation because I do feel like, it's 12:30 in the morning, and I know that we have these pending ARPA deadlines, and I certainly don't want to make more work for staff, but it's not the first concern we've heard from the community. A lot of us had questions about it last time, so I just have some concerns, that's all.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, colleagues. We haven't rushed this. It's been about 50 years. The biggest concern we've heard from the community, and we throw that term around a lot, the biggest concern we've heard from the community is the lack of serious money put on the table to accompany all of the engagement and all of the advocacy that have gone on almost a century. So we have finally come to a point where there was real money on the table. And I'm always honored when the Hesters are in the room. And Sister Hester said something quite telling, that a lot of the work that the Hesters have done and others like them have informed this project to this point. Now, to be clear, this ain't the only money we can put in. We can put in more money. This is just the beginning. This is not the end. And this council, and I mean, when I say this council, institutionally, we've been free to pump money into Fayetteville for 100 years. So we've come now and crossed the threshold where we're prepared to do it historically. And I understand that there are differences of opinion and there are a lot of voices in the conversation. What I will not stand by and co-sign on is pretending or manufacturing the theater like it's unclear what's happening here. It's very clear. We've been working on it a long time. My hope, and I'm glad that the ULI report was mentioned, because the ULI report is not scripture. There are some good things in it. There are some things that we probably don't need to do, things we can look at. We are not bound to do everything, every jot and tittle of the ULI report. What we will do and what we've been doing and what we are free to do is to pour more money, bring as many voices in to make sure that that CDC, when they do things, it doesn't do violence to what's already existent. But here's what we know. What we've been doing on the Fayetteville Street corridor all these years needs to be scaled up. And those folk need help. We need more capital investment. We need more business incubation on that corridor. There's no reason why that corridor should not be a draw for visitors from all over the country coming here to see it. So respectfully, I understand that there are different voices in the corridor, and the whole animating proposition behind the Marshall Plan was not only to acknowledge the multiple voices in the corridor, but finally to write a check. And that's what we've done. It's not the last check. It's the first check, but suggestions that this is unclear, it's vague, is theater. That's just not the case. This has been at work for a long time, and we need to move it forward. And we can add more money. That's not ARPA if we want. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Baker.
Madam Manager, I had asked during the work session about potentially staff being able to put together a map, potentially interactive in some way, so that we could see how all of the different expenditures and all the different projects along the Fayetteville Street corridor were going to be spent. Do we have maybe a rough timeline of what that might look like?
So thank you. I did hear that request, and I have passed it to appropriate staff, and staff is working on a response to that. It was part of the discussion at the work session, but we did not anticipate being able to produce that map or that additional information by this meeting this evening. But we immediately put it in the hands of the folks with transportation. I called that out in the work session. Water management is involved. Primarily, probably some general services, but 2 deputy city managers are working on that information request, and when it is complete, we will present it to you as well as other council members.
I just wanted to ask the Hesters if the Durham Professional Business Chain was a CDC as well. Is the Durham Professional Business Chain a CDC?
No.
Just,
It's a 501c3.
okay.
All right, I'm going to ask, and the reason, and to Councilmember Cook, to your point, this is one of the projects I've been intimately involved with from the staff side as well as residential. And there's a Hayti Reborn, there's a Hayti Promise, there's a Hayti Harmony, there's a Hayti Together, there's a Hayti a lot of things. And there's been contention amongst several groups and property owners and business owners like you've never seen before. So I get what you're saying as far as like community contention or hearing concern about it. But that's also been part of the reason why we haven't moved anywhere. And, you know, I don't want to pit Walltown against Hayti, but Fayetteville Street still have the original sidewalks. You know, like this neighborhood has been neglected forever. And finally, we're starting to make some moves. And even still, while we're making moves, we're still not, there's still a lot of groups or segments in the community that are not on the same page. And I think, you know, part of the reason why, and I'll say this, part of the reason why we're about to lose out on potentially $40 million is because we're still walking around with clipboards, you know, just having conversation. We're not actually getting to the point where we can produce some type of outcome, and we're losing the opportunity. And I don't want to keep losing the opportunity for this area of the city. This should be a museum neighborhood. So I'm going to ask Summer Walker, Summer Austin, if you could just kind of give us the where we are now, how do we get here? What are the constructs of the, you know, how can you give us a timeline of what has been done so far?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, members of council.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm sorry. I finally got to where I could say my name, and now it's morning. Summer Austin, Special Projects Manager. As folks have rightly said here in the audience tonight, this has been decades in the making. And what I have learned over the past couple of months, on top of what I already knew, having been here for more than 20 years, is that there are a lot of people in this corridor that work, own businesses, own property, and have lifelong memories who desperately want this change to begin. They don't want to talk about the change anymore. They want it to begin. And so as far back as when the ARPA money came in, as far back as when the city started planning around BIL and IRA, this corridor has been a focus of the council, of the administration, and saying, if not now, when? When is it ever going to be this corridor's time, this corridor's chance? The ULI report, the ULI plan, whatever folks want to refer to it as, it's a way of encapsulating all of what had already been said, done, studied, engaged, surveyed, documented in the corridor. That's a true statement. That's not a detractor from the fact that all of those things actually exist, all of those negatives, all of those externalities, all of the things that everyone has talked about still need to be done, and that this has been a process over at least the last 2 to 3 years throughout the pandemic of figuring out how to galvanize the efforts in a way that gets us to here. As Mayor Pro Tem has said, it's seed money. It's the beginning, it's not the end. As far as specificity, if I may, this time of the morning, it's sort of a damned if you do, damned if you don't. Because if the city dictated what ought be done, we have taken the voice of the community away. In this case, leadership has seen right to put more of the decision-making in community members' hands. And what that means is we can't give you absolutes at this current moment about the kind of details that staff would normally provide. So we can't have it both ways in this case. But how we got here is a lot of planning over several years, the voices of many, many groups and people, and one report that says, form an entity that is going to do this day in and day out, not as a side business, not as a come here today and leave, fly by night type thing. Form an entity that will be a stalwart in this community for the long run, and do it in a way that hopefully over time brings all of the disparate voices together under one umbrella so that the change can be real and reflective of everybody's desperation to see something happen. If you need me to be more specific, I'm happy to.
Well, thank you. Do you have a comment?
I appreciate the comments and the commentary. I think what I'm most, put off by is there's a sense that, it's about community, but it's what community? And then, but you don't, some community matters and some community doesn't. And we're just using the word community. And I don't know what community we're talking about, but I do know that the folks from Hayti Heritage and folks from the Durham Professional Business Chain and folks from North Carolina Central and folks from other, organizations in the neighborhood be connected. Just a number of folks who have raised their hand and say what's happening. And so if they can't tell me that they know what's happening, I feel like as a representative of Ward 1 and that sits in Ward 1, I have to be really intentional about how I move forward. And so I'm very clear that I would love to see this move forward, and I would love to see all the capital improvement projects move forward through it with the very clear sense that economic development was going to circulate around making sure the businesses who are there stay there. I don't hear that. I don't see that. I've not been in any conversations that reinforce that. I've not had any map to show where these things are happening. None of that is occurring. And without that transparency to me as a council member, I can't support this. And I just want to make that clear. That's all. Thank you.
So that's not our scope in this. That's if I think to the staff member's point, if it was going to be a direct project funded by the city, then we would be able to say that. But this is where we said, all right. And I think it needs to be very clear that the Hayti Heritage Foundation is the fiscal agent, not the project manager. The CDC, which in their board meeting unanimously voted, I believe it was unanimous, or it was voted on to identify Hayti Promise as the CDC because it was a collaboration of Hayti Healing, Hayti all of the Hayti, most of the Hayti groups. And I've talked to some of the same people, and a lot of the questions that are unanswered is because we just haven't got to the process. We haven't got to that point in the process where we're going to see those specific things.
That's why I asked specifically to just know if it was in the minutes. If that is what was stated in the minutes, that's very clear, that's concise, like that is something that is available, like that's it.
In our minutes?
No, in their minutes. Has it been approved? That was the point of contention.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, we've given lots of money to organizations that we know 1/4 less of what they're going to do with the money than this. We've given money to the county. We've given money to eviction. I don't know what those lawyers do. We haven't seen their dockets. We don't have the nuts and bolts day-to-day run of show for those organizations. I'm just going to call a heart a heart. I'm going to say a spade. Call a heart a heart. A lot of this is just theater, some of this. And I'm just going to call it that. This did not drop out of the sky. This emanated from the ground up. Everything we've said up here has been said. The only thing that's been missing for decades is the money. Finally, black folk gonna get some money, and now we wanna dot every I, cross every T. We wanna know what folk are gonna do before they've even had a meeting to decide what they're gonna do. They've been having those meetings. What's been missing is the money. The money's here. Fayetteville, the Fayetteville Street Corridor will be a destination for this city. It will be a boon for this city. And again, everything we said, if we're serious about it, let's give some more money. Let's get this started, and then let's look at who else needs some money in the corridor. We're free to do that. And every voice that we think is important, let's give them each $1 million. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ready to vote.
Colleagues, I'm going to go ahead and bring us to this motion. Yeah, 20. So I'll entertain a motion to authorize the city manager to execute a grant agreement with Hayti Promise Community Development Corporation and St. Joseph's Historic Foundation Incorporated in an amount not to exceed $6,755,000.
Moved as read.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Madam Clerk, please open the vote. Please close the vote.
And the motion passes 6-1 with Councilmember Freeman voting no.
Thank you. All right, item 21. Mr. Hester.
Again, my name is Larry Hester. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Let me be clear, let me be plain. Thank you for allocating money to Fayetteville Street. That's great. Your Marshall Plan, fantastic. Now, who are these people in this nonprofit? I know they must be here because they have $10 million at stake. I'd like to see who they are. Would they please stand up? I'm here. I have an interest in seeing the money come to Fayetteville Street. Okay, I don't see anybody. So I don't know. I've been working in Fayetteville Street for 37 years. I know most of the people there. I know most of the neighborhoods there. I walk those neighborhoods. I talk to people. I don't see the people that you're talking about. I guess that's my concern. Who are they? Who are the people who are going to begin to make decisions for me? I've got more invested in Fayetteville Street than the amount that you all are talking about. So I'm wondering, who are they? Where are they? I'm confused. So that was one of the questions I had. What role will the city staff play in this development? Has the city adopted the ULI plan or a report, since it's not a plan, as a basis for the CDC's work? We just want to know. We know that we've been down here talking about the money needing to be on Fayetteville Street. That's been us. What are the deliverables? I read the scope of work, but I couldn't identify what the stated outcomes were going to be. Didn't understand it. The other thing is troubling to me, and this is, I'm not going to mention a name. It's troubling that the person who helped create this CDC, I was in a meeting some years ago, is the same person who said that the plan was too comprehensive. Is the same person who prevented our growth in the Fayetteville Street corridor from his position on council many years ago. I was hoping I would see him. Maybe he's coming in. But I have a problem there. There's a lot of people who have put their blood, sweat, and tears in building their businesses on Fayetteville Street. They come together as a community. It is a community. So when the city says you're going to spend some money, and you hear the people that you're going to work with, these are the people who are going to make the decisions, I don't know who they are. Please tell me who they are so that I'll recognize them when I walk down the street. Am I up?
Yeah, thank you. And
I apologize for raising my voice.
No, you're fine, Mr. Hester. Your time is up, but I will ask staff, to provide that it is the board members are public, correct? The CDC, yeah. All right, we can get that to you. I have you, Ms. Hester, up next.
Excuse me.
Again, Denise Hester. Let me be clear also. We are glad to see 10 million coming to the Fayetteville Street corridor, and I agree that more is needed. However, I think the issue here is transparency, and wanting to understand a singular entity making all the decisions, who are the people, and what is their relationship to the corridor. We have no idea. I've been in various situations and meetings regarding Fayetteville Street where hardly anybody from Fayetteville Street was there at the meetings, but yet decisions were being made for Fayetteville Street by others who have no economic interest in the corridor. Now, my husband and I, as he said, have worked for almost 40 years in this corridor. We've invested our money. We walk the walk, we talk the talk, and I think these are valid concerns about the entity and the relationship of that entity to the community in terms of their board composition and their work program. Just as a matter of knowledge, and I'm sure many of you know this, Fayetteville Street has a proposal, an ARPA proposal that's being worked on, and we have had to provide very specific nuts and bolts information, numbers, metrics, and all of these things as our proposal has advanced. And we want to see the same specificity with all other proposals, not just this one, but in terms of transparency and fairness, I think that is the yardstick by which we all should operate. There shouldn't be any secrecy about who is doing what to whom and how. And as we know, life is a relationship business. So we are just interested with a large sum of money. 10 million is a lot of money. With that large sum of money entrusted to one entity, we are interested in knowing the composition of that entity, who's on it, and their relationship to the corridor. And hopefully those who are on that board, it was called a 7-member board. I remember that was mentioned by Summer at the work session. Hopefully the people on that board have an economic interest, maybe own some property, live in the corridor. Those are the kinds of things that interest us because people's interests shape their agendas. And that is one of our great concerns, is how this money is going to be spent and how it's going to be deployed. Thank you.
That's quite valid. Thank you. Do you have the same?
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem. Summer Alston, project manager assigned to the Fayetteville Street Corridor Improvements Project. Can somebody restate what the question was, please?
And we can provide this. I just want you all to know the names are public. They are folks from the area or do have some vested interest in there. And we could just provide that to the residents at the close of the meeting. We'll be fine. We'll follow up. But I just didn't want the message to be that we were not being open. It's available. We aren't hiding anything. And this, yeah. Yep, we'll make sure you got it. Yep. All right. Let's see, what's it, 21?
It's 20.
21, yeah. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I might, I want to thank you all for staying so late and for being here. I know, although you two are the only ones here, there's a lot of people who aren't here that you represent as well. So, exactly. So they're not, just because they're not in the room doesn't mean they're not. That doesn't mean they're not tuned in. I do want to say though, that, you said something interesting because I've seen a lot of decisions made by this board for communities swayed by people who don't live in those communities. See it all the time. This board is charged with making decisions based upon those that are in that corridor. The whole point of this was to make sure, because listen, we know what the voices are out there, what they're saying. The thing that's been missing is the money. And finally, we're going to open the spigot, and you said something, maybe more ARPA money. If we need to reallocate some ARPA money, I'm down for putting much more money in the corridor. But this is a start, and I can assure you that that board, probably unlike a whole lot of other boards in the city, they are charged with and it's a monstrous charge because there are a lot of voices in the corridor, a lot of different folk. Yeah, she'll get them to you. So I just want to say that, yes, the concern about the board making decisions that based upon folk that actually live in the corridor and are germane to the corridor is part of the board's DNA, unlike some others. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, colleagues, I'm going to, yes.
Real quick thing, I just wanted to say that everything is harder when there's not a small area plan in place. I'm going to be voting for this. And we can't go back in time and create a small area plan, but I do hope that as we move forward, we'll look at a small area plan in the Fayetteville Street corridor, because that is one place where you can capture all of the community engagement, where you can tell the history, where you can develop the metrics that track and create transparency, where you can develop goals and policies and a vision for the corridor, and see it through, see those investments through, and as well as coordinate transportation, infrastructure, land use, all of those things all in one place, and it's adopted by the city. And so I do think that we would address some of the heartburn that is being felt by folks. And so as we move forward, I hope that we'll consider the importance of small area planning in Walltown, in Fayetteville Street corridor, and in other places in our city. Thank you.
I just briefly want to say that I think that it's our responsibility to interrogate these details, and it is not theater. And y'all have been with me now for 3 months. You know that I dig this level of detail into everything, but I don't want to sit here and talk about playing a role as though it's not important, because it is important. Folks from our community have questions, and we're here to answer them. And I know that it's late, and I know that people are frustrated, but this is our job, and I'm really happy to be here to do it. And I take that responsibility really seriously. And, that's going to yield a lot of questions on my end. And I just appreciate y'all being around for it, and many more questions to come. But I do take it seriously, and I think we should continue to do that.
You're good. You're good. I just wanted you to know that we're a team at the end of the day, and this is one project that I have been intimately involved with. So I wanted you to have comfort that it wasn't just fluff based on just, some comments that you just heard. It's been a lot. Welcome to Hayti. You're going to hear a lot. Go ahead.
I just want to appreciate the comments as well. And I just wanted to make sure that Ms. Austin also shares the board members with myself as well. I'd like to know who's on the board. I think it's important to, if it's public, I don't know why we're not sharing it this evening. But anyway.
They will have to go in. I mean, again, this is a community-based, they just literally, a few weeks ago, voted on the CDC, and the board is formed. We just have to get the names. This is going to be, the CDC, what we did was identify the fiscal agent. And the fiscal agent identified the implementer, which is the CDC, and that is a formed board. I know Ms. Calhoun is on there. Charles, I don't want to start calling names and not know all of them, but we can get that to the council and have it followed up.
Please, that would be good. I think it'd be good transparency. Absolutely.
Well, we keep saying transparency. We're not being transparent. I want to make that very clear.
Well, it's just missing information.
It's information that wasn't prepared to be presented tonight, and we will make sure we get that. All right.
Mr. Mayor, are you ready for a motion?
I am, what? 21. I am very ready for the question. All right. I'll entertain a motion to authorize the city manager to execute an ARPA sub-recipient grant agreement with Hayti Promise Community Development Corporation and St. Joseph's Historic Foundation Incorporated in an amount not to exceed $3,245,000.
Moved as read.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Madam Clerk, please open that vote. Please close the vote.
And the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you so much. Colleagues, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just ask the clerk to switch my vote on the previous matter. It was related, and I think I got more information in the second half of the second vote than I did in the first, so just want to switch that to,
Item 20, you'd like to switch to a yes?
yes. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I don't know, Madam Attorney, can we, my understanding is we would have to rescind the vote and re-vote.
So Councilmember Caballero and Councilmember Freeman, as I understand, you're not asking to rescind the entire vote. You're asking to change your own vote. And I'd have to consult the procedures to see what the motion is. It's not a motion to rescind. If you will give me a second, I can do that if it's critical to do that.
Point of order. Well, I have a point of order. Yeah, while you're making it, if my understanding, if it's a legally cast vote, there was no technical difficulty. And if that's the case in your inquiry, how far, is there a statute of limitations? How far back can a council member go to change their vote? Does it have to occur within the same meeting, or can we go back a month or 2
That's a
months?
great question, Mayor Pro Tem. There's actually a good article on this that Professor Joyce at the School of Government drafted a few years ago. Obviously, Councilmember Freeman is asking to change her vote within the same meeting and within a few minutes. I am not certain that the procedures address that specific request, so it would really be at the discretion of the council to grant her the discretion to do that or not. But I can chat. It's going to take me a minute to do that. It's 1 in the morning, and I wasn't prepared for.
Is the question about our procedures or about statutory? What's the question that we're?
It's not a statutory issue. It's a procedural issue.
Well, we changed votes during, just for the person that you want to select, and that's the same thing.
That's in the case of a tie. It's a deliberative moment. We just cast a legal vote. In my assessment, nothing substantive.
It's a procedural vote. It's not a legal vote.
It's not going to change the outcome of the vote.
Yeah.
So.
It's a procedure.
Madam Attorney, what was your advice the last time we did this? Was it, I know it was, I believe you warned us that we need to be careful with the practice or something.
You do need to be careful with the practice. And Mr. Mayor, if I could send written communication to the council on this tomorrow, instead of just trying to call this on the fly at 1 a.m., I would really appreciate it.
So I'm not going to entertain a motion at this time. We're just going to go with what we have.
Mr. Mayor, if I might, for what it's worth, if it's a procedural, I think it's important for this to be unanimous. So I would support the council member changing her vote.
Well, I'm not going to entertain a motion at this time.
It wasn't a motion. It was just a request to make sure that she had it correct.
I understand the council member's desire. I would support her changing it.
All right. Okay. Give me one moment.
And this is on item 20, right? So the motion.
21.
It's 20.
It's 20. So the motion would be.
Oh, did I not do the motion for 21?
She's asking to change her vote for item 20.
Not 21, she's asking for
Because Councilmember Freeman voted yes on 21, and she's. Simple.
Okay. Colleagues, what I'm going to do is ask for a preference to enter into this motion, or whether we just move on as is. I'll take a thumbs up. Do we want to go back and, okay. All right, so we are going to go back and allow Councilmember Freeman to vote no on authorizing the city manager.
Yes. She wants to vote yes.
She wants to vote yes, okay. To vote yes on it. So I guess my motion is to amend the vote.
Mr. Mayor, I think the straightest pathway forward is just to entertain a motion to allow Councilmember Freeman to change her vote from no to yes on item 20.
So moved.
All right, so what I would do is, per the verbiage of Madam Attorney, I'll entertain a motion for Councilmember Freeman. I'm sorry, I'll entertain a motion to accept the vote change of Councilmember Freeman from no to yes on item 20, American Rescue Plan Act ARPA Revenue Replacement Project, Fayetteville Street Corridor Improvements, to result in a unanimous vote for the council.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and properly seconded. Madam Clerk, please open the vote. Please close the vote. All right.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. Let the record reflect it. And the minutes reflect all that too. Are we good? We good. All right. Colleagues, we are adjourned at 1:06 a.m. Good night.
Good job. Good job. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.